Jesus. Hey, my peoples, what's up? Oof. I wasn't going to come live today, but we're live. Hey, guys, what's up? What's today, Wednesday? Hope you're having a good Wednesday. Did you have a good day? Hope you did. Get in here, get in here, get in here. Hopefully, I have a good show for you guys. It is too funny. You need to laugh. I hope today makes you laugh. I hope today's live makes you laugh. Okay? So, I'm working on this new video. I'm working on 2 videos. I'm working on a video for Central Park 5. And then I'm working on another video pertaining to why male voters are voting differently than most women voters. Because a lot of men are leaving the Democratic Party. Hey, brown sugar. A lot of men in the Democratic Party are leaving the party and they are becoming more Republican. Okay. They are identifying with Trump. Hey, mommy, what's up, girl? What's up? Got the big tatas on my screen. I see you. Okay. What's up, ladies? Okay. So I was doing research for it, right? So I'm watching all these videos and I was like, you know what? I might as well go live so that we can watch the videos together because it's really, really crazy, you guys. Hey, Queen, it's so crazy. It is so crazy. It's so crazy. You guys, when I tell you, I'm not trying to be offensive. I'm not. But women, we are insane. Hey, for me, we are, oh, he's down here. We are truly insane, guys. Like, we are insane. We are insane. Cuckoo giving, I was like, women are insane. We are unhinged. We are seriously unhinged. Okay, hey, Susan. Susan, you feel better? I was supposed to call you. Oh, forgive me. Forgive me. Hey, Rhea, what's up? Okay, you okay? So, we really are unhinged. Like, I had a feeling we were unhinged, but today's video is going to, like all the videos I have for y'all, it is going to prove to you guys that I am not crazy. And honestly, ladies, like, hey, Val, I have a call, though. I have a call about like 2 hours-ish, so I'm going to have to leave you and come back, okay? But we really have to be honest, you guys. I know sometimes when I say things, y'all think I'm being mean. No, mommy, we are really unhinged. We are truly unhinged. Because I've been saying women do not care about money. You know what I'm saying? I've been saying this. I said, we don't care about money. Even I used to have that problem. So trust and believe when I say it, I'm not just talking about y'all or them, myself included. It's just that I've gotten better because I've become like more self-aware. Like, girl, you don't care about money. You need to stop. You have to be stopped. Okay. So I'm like, oh my gosh. I've been like about like maybe like 2 years sober of caring. Not really like, I think about 2 years sober of like caring about money. My sobriety walk, you know, but we truly do not care about marriage. Because I'm like, a lot of times we sit here and these women want to have these conversations and say, oh, men just don't want to get married. You know, men are no good and da-da-da. Some really are, right? But you guys, honestly, I'm starting to have more empathy for men. Because I'm like, you know, when you do get married as a man, you are expected to carry on more financial responsibility. So if you marry a woman that has no regards for money, it's a recipe for a disaster. Like, you're either going to hate her, you're going to resent her, you might even get physical, you might leave her. You know, bad things could happen because when there's no money or when you feel like you work hard and another person is just squandering your money, you can be resentful. Yeah, I was like, what is wrong with me? Like, I've made money. I just didn't care about money. Does that make sense? Like, oh, remember I told you I went to church? I gave all the money to the church. Okay. Like, that was my thing. I would write like $3,000 checks, $11,000 check. Y'all was stupid. Because I'm like, I want to prove to God that I'm not attached to money. Okay. How dumb. Oh my gosh. Okay. But I meant well, though. I really did. Because the Bible says you like, if you're rich, you're wicked. Hey, Janet. All right. So let's get into it. Well, Maverick is giving us some time, but you guys, this is crazy. So please don't be offended, right? But I'm telling you, ladies, like, if you are really interested in getting married, if you want to have a serious relationship, if you want a man to take you seriously, please be different. Okay? Please be different. Show that you care about money, your credit score, your purchases, savings, you know, like, be a woman that can talk about money, like stocks, crypto, I don't know, but just show that you care about money. Because I'm like, this is unhinged. Okay. And if you are a woman who's married and you don't care about money, right? You've just been very careless about money. I urge you to first and foremost, apologize to your husband for not caring about money because, oh my gosh, I wasn't realizing it. You know what I'm saying? Like, always take accountability and say sorry to someone, right? And then do better. Truly do better because money matters. And money is a finite resource. You can't just squander money. Okay. Maverick, are you okay? You know, this little co-host of mine. Okay, so here's the first video, right? Here's what triggered it all for me. Hold on. Let me share my screen. Maverick, what is that? Okay, here we are. Oh my gosh, you guys, this is crazy. Okay, are you ready? Let's go.
In 2008,
Oh, sorry.
58% of young people.
You see this, you guys? Do you see this? I'm like, we are utterly unhinged. So you see, men care more about the economy. Women care more about abortion. And I'm like, not only are women unhinged financially, but it's like they're also unpatriotic. Because I'm like, okay, I can see you want to have, like, you care about abortion, but is it really that important of an issue though? Are you like, your borders don't matter, the economy? Don't you need money to go have an abortion? I'm like, abortions are not free. Let's even say, like, let's even assume that there is a way for Kamala Harris to codify a federal, I don't know, approval of abortions, like no matter how long you want to wait to have an abortion, right? But my thing is, it's not free. And the longer you wait, the more expensive the abortion, because now it's a surgery, right? So I'm like, how you gonna get the abortion if you don't have money for the abortion? I'm like, these women are unhinged. I was like, oh my gosh, I have to go tell my people, okay? Because I'm like, this is what I've been telling them. I've told y'all this. I said, these women are not sane. They are not sane. They're not cogent. Like, what is wrong with you? You care more about an abortion than the economy. And so young men care about the economy. And I'm not, I don't want to quote the Bible, but it's a habit of mine. So please forgive me, right? But you know how the Bible says, like, where can two people go if they don't share the same vision? So I'm like, okay, then you see, I'm like, this might be a big reason as to why young men don't want to be married. Because if I care about money, you only care about abortion, what are we going to do together? Right? Because to be together, we got to share a common vision. If you're a man and you value your money, you want to retire like 66, you want to buy a house, you say, okay, 30-year mortgage, I'm going to be done. Like, before I retire, I should be done with my mortgage, right? You know, you want to make sure that you can help your kids go to college, right? So you have a financial plan for yourself. And then you have a wife, everything she sees on TikTok, she wants to buy. Everything she sees on Instagram, she wants to buy. She has student loan debt. She has personal debt. She has Klarna debt. She don't care about money. And then she wants to be a stay-at-home wife. Hold up, wait a minute. Okay? I'm like, think about it, you guys. Whether you like men or not, whether you think men are trash or not, you still have to be a human being, and you still have to practice empathy. You have to be honest and say that's a lot of financial responsibility for one person. Even when I saw this, I had to go downstairs and apologize to my husband. I said, oh my gosh, Daddy, I'm so sorry. Okay. Oh my gosh. I was unhinged. And I told him there's the programming. There's something they do to women over here that makes women go crazy. I promise you, I used to be a liberal. I used to be a Democrat. But I was like, hold up. These people are making me weird. They are making me unhinged. I don't make sense. I don't even make sense to myself. What is wrong with me? Like, seriously, I'm too smart for this. Like, what am I doing to myself? Child. Oh, my Lord. So you see this? Men care about the economy. The women care about abortion. Oh, my gosh. They're not done. Hold on. Wait a minute. Jeez. Hold on, you guys.
Record 87% of college education.
Okay. So this part too, you know, because, you know, it's a white liberal woman behind this, right? So white liberal women, you know, most of them are feminists and they hate men, right? But I'm like, hold up. Because what she is trying to do is to make a correlation between saying the reason why most men are attracted to Trump is because they don't have a college education, right? So what she's trying to say is the less you have a college education, the more likely you are to vote for Trump. So it's like, it's the party of the illiterates, right? And then because women tend to be higher educated, or because women tend to have more college education, right? They tend to vote Democrat. So they want you to believe that when you vote Democrat, when you identify as a Democrat, right? It's an indication of being sophisticated, right? You're educated, you have a degree. No, I don't agree with that, right? Because let's be honest, right? One of the main reasons that people were sold on this notion of you have to have an education, it was to make money. Right? It was to make money, right? Today, do you need a college education to make money? No, you do not. No, it's white people stuff. White women hate men. White liberal women, if you ever go to a white liberal college, they hate men. They hate men. So when if they're lesbians, they hate men. Hey T, if they're not lesbians, they're always the type of white women to pursue a beta white male. A lot of white men are really miserable in their marriage when they are married to a white feminist, you know, because she wants to be head of household. She emasculates him. She treats him like a child. They're very mean. Have you ever met a white liberal woman that's married? She is awful. She is mean. Like her husband has no voice. Everybody in the household abuses him. He's invisible. He's just there to pay the bills. Nobody cares. It's really sad. It's truly sad. And I don't know why so many Black women aspire to be like them. They are truly mean. They are mean. They are inconsiderate. They are unkind. And you can see they spread misinformation, right? But you look at this graph right here. I'm like, we're not going to do this, right? Because back in those days right here, like in the 70s, in the 80s, right? If we, hey, babe, if we go back to those years, right? A college education was not that expensive, right? There was like you think about this, like the 70s, the 80s, like you have all these new jobs and all these job openings in the labor market, whatever. Plus a college degree was not expensive, which makes me think, I got to think about like the price of a home. Okay. Let me see. Price of a home. Maverick, stop. Okay. You're a little too loud, my baby. Okay. Like if you look at the price of a home in the 1970s, let me see. Average mortgage, right? In the US, 1970s, maybe. Okay. You see, it wasn't that much money. You see, monthly payment was $126. So it's like, okay, degrees were not expensive, right? Mortgage, like a month is $126, $127 a month for your mortgage. It's not expensive, right? So I'm like, yeah, it made sense for men to really go after and pursue their degrees like that. It makes sense to me, right? But as we're moving, like, hold on. As we move throughout the decades and stuff like that, degrees are becoming more and more expensive, right? And your ability to get a job to make sure you can pay for that degree or reimburse your student loans, it does not match. It doesn't match. So I can see when men care more about money, they're going to weigh their options, right? Because maybe somewhere around here, it no longer became profitable to have a college degree. So that would be what? Hold on. What decade is that, right? So me, I would argue that around this decade, like the 2010, right? And that's the tech bubble, right? Remember? Y2K, you see? So a lot of people start going into tech. You have a lot of tech entrepreneurs, right? Y2K is right here. So I'm like, around this area, maybe this decade, right? Maybe it was no longer profitable to pursue a college degree because the same money you could make having a college degree, you could make that on the internet without a college degree, right? Because men do care about the economy. Men are more flexible. Men are going to take on more risk. Okay. They're more likely to try new things. They're not afraid to fail. They don't have big egos about failure. Right. Whereas like women, they're slowly climbing. And like in the Y2K era, when men tend to leave school, women are going crazy into the schools. Right. But it's like as you go in, the price of a college degree is getting more and more expensive. And your ability to find a job that is going to help you what's it called? That is going to help you to repay back your loans and even have a nice standard of living, right? It don't match. Right. So look right here. This is where they cross, right? High school diploma and women bachelor degrees, they meet right here. Right. But I'm like, today with the internet, you can have a high school diploma and make 6 figures, 7 figures. You have a bunch of people who are investors. You can go into the stock market, you can go into crypto without a college degree, right? Or you can have a trade. You understand, right? So I'm like, don't try to make the correlation of if you don't have a high school degree, you are illiterate. So therefore, that's why Trump is appealing to you because you are illiterate. No. I disagree. Because part of being an adult also is making enough money to take care of yourself financially. Okay. So as long as you can achieve that successfully, you've made it. You have made it. Whereas more women are going to more women are enrolling in colleges, right? To major in foolishness. Many of them have stupid degrees. They get into all these debt for silly degrees. And then when they come out, they don't have jobs. They don't have a job. So let's keep watching that.
Educated women are of male undergraduates.
So you see, once again, women do not care about money. Hey, Lacey, right? So they're taking on more student loans than men, 49 to 42, right? And I was also thinking, I was like, okay, why are men less likely to take loans? Because most likely they read the contract to know what they're getting themselves into. Okay. Most likely, most men who go to college also probably have a job as they go to college. Maybe when they come into college, they also have scholarships because maybe men have better scores academically. Maybe they test better on their PSATs and their SATs than women, right? But we must ask ourselves, like, why are they taking less loans? Why do women need to take on more loans to get the same degree that men are getting from the same school or whatnot, right? With less money. Women do not care about money. They don't care about money. People sign. I'm telling you, I even did that too. Like you sign on for these loans without even ever thinking about how you're going to pay them back. It's like, okay, I'm going to take money. Okay, I'm going to take the money. But it's like, do you know how you're going to pay this back? No. Like me, when I signed up for my student loans, right, I wasn't thinking about, I need to pay this one day. I was like, okay, sure. You're going to give me money? I'll take it. Right? I'm sorry, but it's the truth though. Like I didn't care about money. I'm being serious. And plus, I'm Christian. I was super Christian. I was super Pentecostal. I was super socialist. You know what I mean? So, oh, please, it's just money. But it's not just money. It's your future. It is your future. And it's the future of your kids. May God forgive me, you guys. Like seriously, like, oh my gosh. I've made so many mistakes with money. It's not even a joke. Okay? So they take on more loans. And they're more likely to major in disciplines that do not pay. Psychology, criminal justice, basket weaving, marketing. Okay. Oh, Lord. Hold on.
2% of male undergraduates and 66% of all student debt is carried by women.
Okay. You see? So you see how when they first started, when they first start the video, they want to make you feel as though men are attracted to Trump because they are not educated, right? But where they play themselves is as the video progresses, you realize that women are going to school and they come out of school with debt and not being good with money, only to care about abortions. So now who's the real dumb one over here? This is not a good look for women. And I can see why most men don't want to be married. Because if you marry a woman, most likely you are going to inherit her student loan debt. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Because they make you not care about money. And plus, when you're a Christian also, when you're a Christian and you go to church, they kind of make you feel like you should not care about money. Oh, manna came from heaven. Jesus walked the water. You know what I mean? Jesus told the poor man the rich man to give up his money. So like in life, like society tells you, like when you're a woman, you're programmed not to care about money, to care about fairy tales and care about shopping. They have Sex in the City. These girls are shopping all the time. All the content on MTV. People were shopping all the time, swiping credit cards all the time. You grew up to Clueless. The girls don't care about money. You grew up to Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Hillary Banks didn't care about money. Okay, like that was always a thing. Like it was always like a woman trope. Like the girl, if you're a woman, do not care about money. Just go shopping and go shopping and go shopping, right? Like, so you're like, okay, sure. You know what I mean? It's sad. It's sad. I'm like, like, I'm really real. Like, look how long it took me. Oh my gosh. Oh my Jesus. I feel so bad, right? So it's like, it's not the same. It's not the same for men because men realize at an early age, I know a man has to make money. So I do feel like at a younger age, men realize that we have to make money. Whereas like we at a younger age, we're watching like Snow White, Sleeping Beauty, Little Mermaid, where a man always comes and save you from your foolish decisions. Like you're a fish. Why do you want to have legs? Okay. You are a princess. Why are you going up in the attic and playing with needles? Make it make sense, right? You Snow White, I forgot. Why are you messing with crack? Make it make sense. Okay. But it's like when you grow up as a woman, all the little cartoons that you watch, like women they're really stupid. Okay. They do stupid things. And they put their lives at risk. Even Rapunzel, okay? Somehow she's somewhere in a dungeon somewhere, and a man has to go kill a dragon. Like, girl, how did you even get there? Okay? Like, seriously, the older I get, I'm like, why were you in the dungeon? Like, why are you in the attic playing with rusted needles? What is wrong with you? I mean, you don't realize how foolish it is, right? But it's like your foolish choices require a man to put his life at risk. And we finesse this brother by calling him Prince Charming. No, he's Prince Idiot. Okay, why is she playing with needles? One day I was like, why is Sleeping Beauty playing with needles? Is she a crackhead? Why are you playing with needles? Okay, so now this man has to risk his life fighting Maleficent to save your silly ass. Why you can be that still like everybody else? Okay, you got Snow White, most likely she's playing with crack. Okay, why you call Snow White? You do crack. What's the problem? Okay, Ariel, she's living a perfect life. Her daddy's rich. She's down there under the sea. Girl, find you a husband under the sea. What's so hard about that? No, I want something else. I want something new. I want something with legs. Okay, she goes and meets Ursula, the little BBL doctor, not BBL, but it's you know what I'm saying? It's kind of like plastic surgery, you know what I'm trying to say? Okay, to get some legs at the expense of what? Once again, you're not measuring the cost of these legs. Then she shows up out the water like this, all wet. She can't speak English because she don't have a voice, because she trades her voice for her legs. Girl, how dumb is you? Okay, then the prince looked at her. She's like, she can't. Oh my gosh. You know what I mean? Now he don't even know who he married, because he can't even ask her where she from. Make it make sense. You know what I'm saying? So then you go from that, you get older, Aladdin, okay? You have Princess Jasmine who wants to marry a hobo. Girl, who is he? He lives on the streets. But you see, once again, love can do it all. No, love cannot. Okay? Aladdin is broke, but he has a little lamp. He rubs the lamp. Girl, how sustainable is that? He needs a job, because you only have 3 wishes with the lamp. Make it make sense. And out here flying on magic carpets. Like what is this madness? I'm so glad I don't have a daughter, because she would not be consuming this content. Like she would not. Yeah, like this, exactly. Like, because it's all this madness. And then when you get older, you're a teenager, you are exposed to Clueless. She shops all day, every day. Okay. You have Hillary Banks. She also shops all day, every day. You grew up, you watch Sex in the City. Carrie Bradshaw is broke. She ain't got no money. She's not writing no books. And all she does is take loans. She just takes all her credit cards to go buy Manila Blahnik. Girl, you're broke. But somehow she meets the man, the white man, Big Papa, like Sugar. I don't know. He's a rich man, and he comes and he marries her, and he pays all of her debt. You know, like that's just how we grew up out here. Then they gave us housewives of Atlanta, bunch of women who do nothing all day but fight, but shop and gossip all day. You know what I mean? So it's like the way we are groomed as women in America. You are groomed not to care about money. Like, oh, it's just going to resolve itself. Or I'm just going to marry rich. I'm going to marry rich. What are the odds of that? Right? And you won't even have to marry rich if you learn to take care of that. Exactly. If you learn to take care of the man that you got. Because Kim and Real Housewives of Potomac, right? No, Atlanta, right? Kim had Big Papa. Right? Big Papa sent all kind of shoes. What's her name? Sheree was married to Bob Whitfield, right? She would have all these shoes, right? So it was always like, oh, it doesn't really matter, because ultimately I'm just going to marry a man that's rich, and he going to subsidize my lifestyle and just pay for all my bills. But I'm like, that's not how real life goes, though. You know? But the movies are so like, the movies, like it's all over the place, you know? So you never think about like, what if I never marry a rich man? Yeah, lots of shoes and no money. Lots of bags and no money. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm like, the programming is so detrimental. But you know, and then you grow up, like you get this high from shopping, because shopping gives you a high. You know, when you feel rich when you shop and your card goes through it, you can have all these bags. And you know, now it's the Amazon stuff, right? You have women on Instagram, like they have these Amazon packages every day, 30, 40 Amazon packages a day. I'm like, wow. Your husband needs to stop you. You are crazy. Or the Klarna, you know? Oh my goodness. It is so bad. It is so bad. I support, hold on. What's happening to myself? I support, oh my God, what's happening to my camera? I support men who are distancing themselves from the Democratic Party. And I support men who don't want to vote the way women are voting. Because you see, they don't care about the economy. So you're not a bad person. You are not a bad man. Because you don't trust the fact that there's too many women in that party. Hold on, little baby. Hold on. Sorry, you guys. Sorry. Oh my gosh, sir, please, you guys. Sorry, I have a co-host. Huh? I do have a little baby, so please forgive me. Maverick, you just don't care, huh? Oh no, you just don't care. You don't care. You just don't care, huh? You don't care what I got going on. Okay, so do not feel bad, you guys. Sorry, I apologize. I do have a baby. Okay. Sorry, he's like glued to me. All right. But I'm like, it makes perfect sense. So I'm like, when they say, oh, why are black men voting like black women? Why don't black men want to vote for Kamala Harris? You should be very proud of yourself as a black man if you don't want to vote for her. Because it shows that you care about the economy. It shows that you care about democracy. And it also shows that you care about the borders, as you should. Those are the things that you should be concerned of. You are a man. What's a man without money? They're going to call you a broke, a dusty, a 3-bag dusty. Okay? You need to care about money. So you have to go where people care about money. These women are again tax cuts, but they want you to shop all the, oh, buy me this, buy me a diamond, buy me a house, take me on vacation. How can a man do all these things if the government stays taking his money? It makes no sense. It makes no sense. You know, because a woman, she's like, oh, she's not going to vote against, she's not going to vote for the tax cuts and the income tax reduction, right? But she's always going to ask you for more money. And if you don't have money, she'll call you broke. She'll call you zesty. She'll call you sassy. So ultimately, money matters. Okay? This is insanity. This is insanity. Look at her. Look at this one. You see? Look at this one. Okay? They don't care. So you got to be, as a man, you got to be cerebral enough, right? And don't let people play with your emotions or try to shame you into not caring about money and how much you pay in taxes. You have to care. Because these women, they have so much, and maybe it's like the ladies have so much student loan debt, they feel like, well, I'll never pay this anyway, so why would I care? Maybe they gave up, but you're a man. You can't give up. You know, I'm serious. If she's not, I'm not trying to be offensive, you guys. I ain't trying to be offensive. But as you can see, women don't care about money, right? They go to school, they major in random things. Most of the time, they try to major in whatever's the easiest to graduate with. Like, oh, because they just want to go there and party just so I graduated, right? Makes sense? They don't care. They don't care about the major. A lot of them don't even say, okay, if I major in this, what's the average income for my degree? Like for my major, what's the average income, right? I had one of my students, she's going to school. She's going to LSU, right? She's going to LSU. She called and said, hey, Miss Marlene, I'm going to college, going to LSU. I said, okay, Dream, what are you going to major in? She said, psychology. I said, Dream, why would you major in psychology? I said, the average salary for a psychology bachelor is like $40,000. I said, Dream, that is poverty. I was like, you know, because she never liked numbers. You know, a lot of Black girls, they don't like math. They just don't. They don't even try. They don't even try. Like Black girls in school, they don't even try. Don't even try to challenge themselves. They're so afraid. It's like, girl, how you think you'll get better? They're afraid of numbers. They are afraid of algebra. They are afraid of pre-calculus. They are afraid of calculus. They are so afraid. You guys, when I tell you in the math department, it was like 2 Black girls. It was me and somebody else. And Avis. That's it. Like the entire time, it was like 2 Black girls. It was so sad, right? I don't think it was like more than 3 or 4 Black people. Right? Then when it was like, when I went to the statistics department, y'all, it was just 3 Black people. It was 2 Black girls, but we were both African, right? It was me, Ivory Coast, Afia, she's Ghanaian, and then and Albert. Albert was also Ghanaian, right? But it's like, child, when we were almost done, this one guy came, he was Haitian. But it was like, there was like nobody that was like Black American. I'm like, people are so afraid. Most Black people are so afraid. All Black people, not just Black people. Most Black people are so afraid of math. I'm like, what is wrong with you? That's where the money is. Right? That's what the money is. They even want to, oh, I'm not good at math. Oh, I don't know, Miss Marlene, I'm not good at math. And when people say, when Project 2025 says get rid of the Department of Education, oh my gosh, what have they done? Kids go to school for almost 13 years, from K to 12. Well, that's 13 years of public schooling. And they come out scared of doing math. They come out scared of doing algebra. Yeah, I'm getting rid of you. Common Core, my butt. You do nothing for these kids. But you want to have these kids 8 hours a day to talk about gender identity. Yeah, get rid of it. Get rid of it. Bunch of foolishness. Y'all, when I got to the stat department, the number of Chinese people in there, Chinese men, Chinese women, when I tell you, Asian people and South Asian people ain't scared because they know where the money is. You know what I'm saying? They know what the money is. And the majority of Black children, they're scared. Like even like, you know, I used to get lots of scholarship because I was a tutor too, right? Because like so many Black students, like they were so weak. They were weak at math. They were weak at coding. So I had to code. I had to help them. Yo, I used to be outside. You know what I'm saying? She's pretty smart. But it's like, it's so sad. You know, because like if you don't have it's sad. You shouldn't even be allowed to leave high school without like pre-calculus or calculus 1. Like what the heck? But no, they let these kids leave school with just algebra 1. Algebra 1? What the heck? It's giving poverty. You know what I'm talking about? So not to be offensive, right? But when she's like, oh yeah, we trust women to know what's right for their bodies. They don't even know how to manage money. So how am I going to trust you with your own body? Girl, I'm not going to trust you. Because if you can't be trusted with money, you can't be trusted with nothing else. You sign up for college. You pick up a major. You go into debt. You have no plan of how you're going to pay for this. And then you completely ignore your debt. You live in la la land. You're hiding. You hide from the fact that you owe people money, like you're running away. And now we're supposed to, oh yeah, she's horrible with money, but she's so good knowing what's good for her body. Oh, please, the lies you tell yourself. If a woman has over $100,000 in debt and she has a major that only pays $40,000 on average, when is she gonna pay this money back? She's not good with money. So therefore, how can you tell me that she's good knowing what's good for her body? She needs help. People who are financially illiterate like this, you try to tell me that they're good with money, they're good, they know what's right for their bodies. You are a scammer. That's what they call you. That's what they call this woman, scammer. At least if they pick great majors with reasonable debt, they paid off their debt, they knew how to pay their debt without once again relying on a man, because they had to vote for Joe Biden to pardon their student loan debt. It's always a man. They swear they don't need a man, but it always takes a man to bail women out of their bad decisions. Because without Joe Biden, they will have to pay these loans. So it's always a man. And then when you say you need to vote for better taxes, vote for lower taxes, vote for lower income taxes, vote for these corporations to not have to pay that many taxes so they can hire more people, maybe even keep your job. No, I don't care. I do not care. This is insanity. This is insanity. Yeah. And they keep repeating this. I'm like, you keep repeating this stuff, it's going to be real because you're going to have fear. It's like Trump is racist. You keep repeating it, you might start believing it. Okay? But it's horrible. You know what I'm saying? They don't care about money. And I'm like, you guys, I'm telling you, I see why a lot of men do not want to marry. Because if you marry this woman, you're going to inherit her student loan debt because she's not going to work. And she's going to stay at home with the kids. And now you're going to have to help her because she's not going to be responsible for the debt that she signed up for. She's not going to do it. And I'll show you why. Hold up. Wait a minute. I'm coming. Okay?
Only 3% of young male voters said the same.
You see? Only 3% of men care about abortion, which means maybe most men want to keep the pregnancy. But since it's not their body, they have no say-so. This is insanity. Okay? Here, too. Here, for like, you see how it's like...
towards opposition. But women overwhelmingly...
Okay. You see this one also... I was like, I could see why it would be 10% of men who disapprove, because since men care about the economy, I can see how men will say, okay, if we build the wall, who's going to pay for it? Like, because the 10% to me is like, okay, when I see 10% like that, a 10% disapproval for building the wall, I don't feel like it's a hard no to the wall. I feel as though it's more so like, okay, yeah, I want it, but if we do build it, who's going to pay for it? Which would make sense since men tend to care more about money. Right? Who's going to pay for it? So I feel like on the build the wall thing, Trump needs to hammer down that he plans for all these other countries to pay for it. And then when the people send money abroad, like when the foreigners send money abroad, they're going to be taxed and the money is going to be used to build the wall. Right? But for women who are American women who have the right to vote, who can cast a vote, for them to say that they are 47% against building a wall. Oh my Lord. Oh my goodness. I'm like, this is just like this is a lot. This is a lot. I'm like, women are insane in America, man. Women over here are unhinged. They are unhinged. I'm like, this is insane.
Pose it. These gaps are hard to explain just by differences in lived experience.
They are not hard to explain. These women do not care about America. They don't care about this nation. They don't care about what happens to this nation, because when you make it a statement, right, to let it be known that when it comes down to choosing a president, it's abortion or nothing else. You don't care about this country, right? So there's nothing else to explain. You're selfish AF, right? Even a person who needs an abortion, I just need to know. I'm like, are you even going to have an abortion? No, I just want to know that I can have it. My body, my choice, right? The fact that you care about that so much, it shows how selfish you are. You're right, because you can say, you know what? I could get on birth control. I can use the after morning pill, right? There are things you can do to not get pregnant. We must save this nation. We must save the economy. We must bring the prices down. There's a way to avoid these pregnancies. You don't have to be pregnant. You don't have to be pregnant. So why does it matter so much to you that this thing be here like that? For what? Because you're selfish. You're selfish. And you even think about that. For a woman to go into so much debt, especially if one day she plans on being a mother, that's also selfish because, okay, if you have that much debt, what's the quality of life that you're going to give your children? You don't even care about that too. My gosh, what is wrong with these people? Like in that part, like, aren't you almost like menopausal? Like you're 45. Why do you care about abortion rights? Like what? But then again, you do have them 45-year-olds out here smashing a 27-year-old, like the psychologist lady, right? Allegedly, right? But I'm like, that is insane. Women are selfish. They are seriously selfish. Wow. Oh, you in this weird conviction, Ashley. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. You're like, you keep writing this stuff. Nobody's paying attention to you. Instead of spamming the comment section, Ashley, make it your business to go look at Trump's charges, okay? They are ridiculously silly. They are silly. Stop. Like, stop. That's the point of this video. Stop. Like, for once, like, regain control of your emotions. Have some intellectual sobriety. Y'all need to be sober. Stop being so hysterical all the time. Like, you really think if these charges were so real and he had 34 of them, he'd be out here like this loose? Because they know it's a joke, okay? They know it's a freaking joke. You really think in their heart of hearts, if he was that much of a felon, that he had 34 convictions, they would let this man out here on the loose like this? It's a freaking joke. And you start doing stuff like that, a lot of Americans will start going to jail, okay? Over a ledger. It's a ledger entry. Seriously, 20 felonious charges over ledger entry, over writing checks. That's what got you shook? Like, girl, please. Do you know how many people Obama killed in Libya? Do you know how many people died in Iraq under George Bush? Over 1,400,000 Iraqis? You know how many people right now, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, are having killed in the Palestine? Like, you unhinged. You care more about journal entries. You care more about Trump paying hush money to his little personal whatever she is, right? Than the children being killed in Palestine. There's a whole genocide happening in the world. Like, stop. You sound silly at your age. Oh, exactly. At your age. You sound so silly. There's a whole genocide. Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, they're giving money, billions of dollars to Israel to bomb children. Okay, so if that was in a court of law, what does that make Joe Biden? What does that make Joe Biden? You sound so damn stupid. I'm sorry, but you sound stupid. You have to be able to reason in life. You got to be able to reason. You must be able to reason. Be satiant. Like, seriously. Look, we're playing a video about how women don't care about the economy, and here you are. You proved the point exactly. Oh, I hope he gets arrested. I hope he goes in. Let's shut up. $200,000 bail. I mean, even they themselves don't believe in this foolishness. Like this is insanity. Like, what is this? Like, be sober. What are we talking about? I'm like, Joe Biden's out here sending all these billions of dollars, sending weapons to Israel. They're killing children. They're bombing little babies. They're blowing up hospitals. They're blowing up they're blowing up places of worship. They're killing people. 40,000 Palestinians are dead. We won't sit here and talk about Trump's conviction and Trump's charges for foolishness. It is utter foolishness. Utter foolishness. All that to distract people from the fact that Genocide Joe is helping to commit a genocide. He's a killer. He is a killer. Whatever Trump had with that lady, it was consensual. He paid the lady hush money. Wumpty wump wump. All these politicians, they haven't paid hush money. How did Bill Clinton get rid of Monica Lewinsky? He didn't pay her hush money. How does she afford her luxury life in the London town? Where'd she get the money from? Okay. Every time Hunter Biden brings cocaine to the White House, how'd they get rid of it? How come nobody talks about it? How did cocaine get into the White House in the Oval Office? All right. So let's stop. Be sober. It's excessive. It really is excessive.
There's a question I've had for a
using these sources.
Sorry, guys. Sorry.
Democratic vice presidential nominee Tim Walz is trending on social media as Tampon Tim. According to viral posts, it's a nickname he apparently earned by signing laws requiring tampons in boys' school bathrooms. But is that true? Let's verify using these sources. The bill people are referring to is Minnesota Statute 121A.212, which went into effect on January 1st, 2024. It requires Minnesota public schools to provide free period products, including tampons, in bathrooms regularly used by students in grades 4 through 12. But it doesn't actually specify in which bathrooms the menstrual supplies must be located.
You see this? You see this? So this is a party, right? Exactly. Okay, exactly, Chris. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Boo, right? So you see, so this is a party who claims, the Democratic Party is a party who claims to care about women, right? We're here for women's rights. We're here to protect women's reproductive rights, right? Isn't having a menstrual cycle also part of reproductive rights? So they claim to care about women. They want to fight for women because Trump is bad. Trump wants to tell you what to do with your body. But when it comes to him approving tampons, right? They don't want to say in which bathroom. Oh, people who menstruate. Who are those people? Do men bleed? Do men have a menstrual cycle? So you are for women, but you don't have the courage to say, no, women are the ones who have period. You want to be like, oh no, anybody who menstruates. It's not just anybody who menstruates. It's a specific gender that menstruates. These are women. Okay? But they don't even want to say it. They can't say it. This is the same party who put Ketanji Brown as Supreme Court Justice, right? Who refuses to give a definition for what a woman is. So you don't want to say what a woman is, but somehow you know how to protect women when you don't even know what a woman is. What? Is anybody else confused? Are women in the room with us right now? Okay? Is the definition of womanhood in the room with us right now? So, oh yeah, Trump's so bad. Trump wants to control what you do with your body, right? Oh, J.D. Vance talk about the woman with the cats. What is a woman with the cat? Why are you offended? How do we know that you're a woman? How do you know that you're a woman? Okay, why are you offended? But yet, when it comes to saying we're going to put tampons, in anybody's bathroom who menstruates. Who menstruates? Say it. Say it with your whole chest. Matter of fact, say it with your whole testes. How about that part? No, that part they can't say. Anybody who menstruates, only girls menstruate. So you should have the tampons in the girls' bathroom. Why you can't say that? Because you're not really for women's rights. You are for trans rights. And trans rights is a form of misogyny. I said this. Trans right is about the erasure of womanhood. It's about even the biological definition of womanhood. It's about erasing the spiritual, the religious definition of womanhood, right? And the societal definition of womanhood. Okay? How can people sit here in all honesty and fail to recognize the level of demonic, diabolical misogyny that exists in the trans movement? They hate women. Because deep down, these are just men who hate women. And they will have you out here thinking that the heterosexual man is the one you must fear. No, it's the one in the dress who wants to be like you, who wants to sound like you, who wants to have everything you have, but can't have it. The one who's constantly telling you to change how you call yourself. Oh, you can no longer say a pregnant woman. You have to say that you're a birthing person. You can't say that, women have their period. A person who menstruated, a birther, okay? The people who are requiring that we don't have that we've always had this definition for what a woman is. We must change it to accommodate what they feel like so we don't hurt their feelings. And somehow that's not being identified as misogyny. Are you insane? And that's why I said from the KKK to the trans movement, anytime a white man wears a dress, from a long dress to a short dress, from a long dress to a miniskirt dress, bad things happen to Black people. And actually, bad things happen to women. You see this? So they want you to be away from a man, exclude the man, say you don't need a man, and they're going to leave you a bunch of white boys wearing dresses, and you think you're going to be safe. And you think you're going to be safe. And then but the men need to give up their guns. They're not giving up their guns for nothing. All men in America, whether you're Black, whether you're white, an Asian, an Arab, all American men, make sure you are registered to have a weapon. It is your right. It is your fundamental right. It is your Second Amendment right, because these people are up to no good. And like you see, these women, they don't know how to manage money. So you think they know how to recognize a real threat? No, they don't. Because all they do is look at the outward. Oh, it's wearing a dress. It must be innocuous. Oh, no, it is not. Because it seeks to erase you and everything you stand for. Next thing you know, they'll tell you not to breastfeed in public because trans women do not produce milk. Make it make sense. It's not my problem. Okay? You can choose to love yourself the way God made you. You decide to encumber your life by doing all the things and all the chicanery and all the tricks and all the surgeries that will never, ever, ever, ever make you a woman. You choose to make your life hard. So then why must you make my life hard so I can accommodate your delusion and your perversion? Make it make sense. It's insanity. What is this? What is this? But I'm telling you, keep playing with these people. One day on this land, they will make it illegal for you to breastfeed in public. Because if you breastfeed, it's going to trigger people who can't breastfeed or who don't have breastises. And you don't see the misogyny in that? There is no sisterhood. There is no alliance with a trans group. They're coming and they're very violent. They are violent. They hate tradition. Everything that makes a woman, all the traditions about what being a girl is, they're taking it away. Your pageants, they take it away, okay? And they're going to go through history. Every cartoon, Little Mermaid, they're going to make her a trans woman. Okay, Snow White, they're going to make her a trans woman, okay? What's the little girl from Sleeping Beauty? Oh, what's her name? What's her name? What's her name? They're also going to make her a trans woman. Aurora, they will make her a trans woman, okay? Even your girl over there, Jasmine, they're going to make her a trans woman. Because if they don't see themselves, it's a problem. They're still like, oh, you know what? I'm a trans woman. I understand, right? I understand that hey, you know what? I was not born a woman. I want to dress like one and feel like one. No, they want to be one. You think people go this far? Belle, yeah, they're going to make Belle a trans woman too. Okay? Like, see what's happening and see what's coming ahead. You got to have foresight. It's not about today. It's not about tomorrow. It's about the things that are set to come years from now. Bad things are happening. When you live in a nation where people who are Democrat, who are telling you that they're better than Republicans, they are better than conservative, refuse to give you a definition of what a woman is, when every human being has a mother, how'd you get here? How did you get here? The exact for real. She gonna go from Jasmine to Justin real quick. Make it make sense. Bunch of foolishness.
Instead, it requires school districts to develop a plan to ensure all students who menstruate.
And this girl is sitting here, this woman is sitting here repeating this goofy stuff, right? And she's not even realizing that herself, she's partaking her own oppression. How are you not offended? That's why I cannot stand liberal white women. They are unhinged. They are unhinged. And liberal white women, they always feel as though womanhood only belongs to them. And they get to decide who joins. They get to decide how things are changed. No, sit your butt down somewhere, sis. Because womanhood does not only belong to you. And it's about time that conservative women, whether you be a black woman, a white woman, an Asian woman, a South Asian woman, you don't have to be a Christian, conservative in your values, right? You have to speak up against this nonsense. You have to speak up because we have let liberal white women run amok for way too long and nobody checks their behind. They're all over Hollywood. They always have so much money and that's why nobody checks their behind. You're not the only one over here. If you want to tell this thing that he's a woman, that's on you. Okay? But that don't apply to all of us. Ask me how I feel. They feel so entitled to change our speech, to change our words without even having a referendum. We live in a democracy. Liberal white women do not get to make the rules for the rest of us. You freaking cat ladies, go somewhere. Go somewhere. And like every single day, you're making me like JD Vance even more. Make it make sense. I am not a birther. I'm a woman who has children. Okay? I was a pregnant woman and I breastfeed. Girls have their period. Only girls have periods. Okay? There are only two genders, male and female. Okay? A woman is what? XX chromosome, and a man is XY chromosome. We're not changing nothing over here. We're gonna call a thing, point blank, period. You don't like it? Oh well. Hey queen, oh well. It ain't my problem. Imagine me having to inconvenience myself because a white boy is struggling between wearing pants or a dress. Your mama should have raised you better than that. Okay? Your mama should have raised you to have stronger nerves. Make it make sense. Because some white boy somewhere wants to go from Tim to Tabitha. That ain't my problem. That is not my problem. That's your mother's problem. If she made you despise being born a boy, that is on her. It's not on me. So I need to inconvenience myself because some 15-year-old white boy wants to wear dresses. Oh, well, oh, well, oh, well. Oh, well, sounds like a you problem. Okay. No, they don't want to just be trans and sit down because it's still white supremacy. I've been telling y'all this. It's still white supremacy. And see, it's still the party of the KKK. White men in dresses doing bad things. They wear dresses. They have a flag. Okay. It's just the branding change. And the hem of the dress, it got shorter. But it's the same thing. It's the same spirit. Okay. It seeks to bully people on all fronts. And there is a war being waged upon women. And they think it's a flex to abort their babies. But what you don't realize is when you're a woman and you have an abortion, back to back to back to back, eventually your womb not going to work. And then you'll be just like a trans woman. A woman without a womb. What that make you? A trans woman too, huh? Okay? You have to fight for your womb. You can't be reckless with your womb. You don't have to get pregnant. It doesn't have to happen. You don't have to have an abortion. Make it make sense. People who are standing up for women but don't want to tell you what a woman is. Don't want to recognize that women are the only ones who have their period. We are the only ones who bleed. Men do not bleed. Men ejaculate. Men, they come with the semen. They don't bleed. Make it make sense. Foolishly.
Access the products for free. This was a law requested by Minnesota students and their allies.
You see, ally. When you hear ally, you know it's LGBTQ. Okay? The students and their ally. Anytime you hear ally, you know it's LGBTQ.
Access the products for free.
Please.
This was a law requested by Minnesota students and their allies who urged lawmakers for years to provide free menstrual products to all, citing a problem they described as period poverty.
There you go.
Inability to afford and access menstrual products.
And most likely, and you know what, I'm not even going to deny, I do believe that some young ladies who live in poverty do need, they do need hygienic products. Absolutely, right? And it's funny how they only want to give tampons. What about also giving pads? Why don't you do pads? Okay? Why don't you do pads? Why are you only doing tampons? Right? What about also doing like vaginal watches too, like Summer's Eve also? It's not just tampons. Why are you just doing tampons? Okay? Because a lot of Muslim girls don't do tampons because you can't insert stuff in your vajayjay. Right? Even a lot of Christian girls who are conservatives do not do tampons, right? Okay? A lot of girls don't do tampons because they don't want to put something in between their legs because they're virgins. Okay? You see that? Okay? Allies. But you only giving the tampons for free? What about the pads? Okay? What about pads? Okay? What about even what about the Summer's Eve or something to wash their vajayjay? Oh, because only girls have a JJ. But boys do have a booty hole, so maybe that's what the tampons, right? Right? Yeah, right. You are sick. You are sick. You know why you want to put tampons in the boys' bathroom? Because you want these boys to put up their booties. Okay? You know what you're doing? And God's gonna punish you people. God is gonna punish you people. Because if it's about giving menstrual products, it's not just tampons. We have pads. So it should be tampons, it should be pads, it should be what's it called? Even what's it called? The penny liners, right? It should be penny liners also, right? It should be like Summer's Eve also. It's a whole lot of things that go into like taking care of your menstrual cycle. Why are you only doing tampons? Because one thing a boy does have is a hole in the booty. Okay? Yeah, you pervert people. You know that you're perverted. They're a bunch of perverts.
Girls were missing school due to their periods.
So you're saying that girls, okay, so then they should be in the girls' bathroom then, lady, right? All right.
Having access to products after the pandemic, that got a little worse because of the economic factors involved.
Minnesota Democratic State Representative
Look at her.
the chief sponsor.
LGBTQ. You see? LGBTQ. You see this? And when Van Jones talk about it, people who don't have children always putting themselves in places where children are involved to pass laws for our children. Look at that. Look at God. This is exactly what J.D. Vance said. Right? You know this woman is LGBTQ. You recognize him when you see him. Like I told you, white, liberal woman, LGBTQ, always on some feminist BS. Right? And they use the plight of poor Black people, poor colored people, right, to write an agenda that fits their perversion. That's why LGBTQ people always want to be next to Black people, because they take the fight for Black people and pervert it for their sick minds. Why is she in a school with children? Why is she? For her foolishness? Okay, for her foolishness? Make it make sense. Make it make sense. And I can see why. I can see why so many white people do not want their children to go to public schools, because this is what public schools is turning into. Exposing children to abomination, right? JD Vance, say something real quick. Okay, you see? Did he lie? Did he lie? Okay. Oh, y'all didn't see it? Hold on. My stuff is dying. Hold on. It does that to me when I switch my screen. Hold on. Wait a minute. Okay? Wait a minute.
Without children, childless cat ladies.
We're effectively run in this country via the Democrats, via our corporate oligarchs, by a bunch of childless cat ladies who are miserable at their own lives and the choices that they've made. And so they want to make the rest of the country miserable too. If you look at Kamala Harris, Pete Buttigieg, AOC, the entire future of the Democrats is controlled by people without children.
Vance made the comments in 2021 when Tucker Carlson was a Fox News personality.
Okay. So when we go back to this, right? Did he lie? Does she look happy? No, she looks miserable. You look at this woman, you know she's white. Of course she's white. You know she's a liberal. You know she's a feminist. You know she's LGBTQ. You know she hates men, okay? You know she's self-righteous. You know she's a social justice warrior, right? So she's going to take on the fight, because I do believe that a lot of our young girls, right, especially like in more, like at risk, like poor neighborhoods, do need those products. They do cost money. They're not free. I believe there is a need, right? But what a white woman like her going to do, she gonna take the fact that there's a need for Black women, there's a need for Arab women, there's a need for all these girls, right? But let's extend that and also apply it to trans women, so we don't hurt their feelings, right? When we know dang well they don't need it. You don't need it, right? So this is exactly what JD was talking about. Why is a woman like this even involved with the schools? Am I okay? Why is she even involved in schools? Why does she have access to our children? Why is she passing laws to affect our children? Right? Why is she doing this? Why do you want to confuse children? We know that only one gender bleeds. Only girls bleed. So and the lady said before, she's like, the girls during the pandemic did not have access to tampon. So just write the law. Say, okay, we're gonna put this feminine hygiene products in girls' bathroom. Okay, but a lot of these I'm telling you, it's a particular type of white woman. It is not conservative white women. Conservative white women will never put up with this stuff. They never would. They don't play about their children. Okay, the only ones who play these silly games are always white, liberal, feminists, especially LGBTQ, because they hate men. They're just agents of chaos, and not even to be offensive, right? I'm not trying to be offensive. But the majority of them too are not attractive. They are not attractive. Like if you ever see a white liberal feminist woman and the one that hate the man, it's always the ones who wouldn't have gotten picked. They're not attractive. I'm not trying to be funny, but they're not attractive. They're not your standard. Like, oh wow, she's dropped and gorgeous, right? When you see a white woman that fits the conventional mold of beauty, that is like super gorgeous, super beautiful, she never hates men because she has no issues with men. Most men like her. Right? It's always the white woman who never was picked, who was never seen, who was never invited on a date. They have so much hatred for men. Instead of learning how to be sexy, instead of understanding men, instead of going to the gym, getting a tan, know how to compete, they don't want to compete. So they hate men because men never look their way. They're frustrated. Okay? They have frustrated vajayjays and they have insane minds. And they're always the one who want to be allies to Black people so they can know what struggle you have and they use your struggle and write a policy that overextends to all people. You will never see an attractive, I'm not trying to be funny, I'm being honest. You will never see a woman that is white, that's in shape, that is beautiful. Like I'm talking like beautiful, with a nice demeanor, like super, super kind, that is very attractive. You will never see her be a liberal. You will never see her a liberal feminist, LGBTQ. You will never. It's always the unattractive white girls who are always LGBTQ plus, who are always hyper feminist because they're not attractive. Now, they could be attractive if they care to try, but in their current state, they're not attractive. They get very shy around men. They don't know how to talk to men. They don't know how to make men look at them. So they're frustrated. Okay? But it's like if these girls had been chosen, oh, girl. Okay? That's why they hate men. They love men, but they resent the fact that men never looked at them. They never got invited to prom. They never got invited to senior prom. They never got invited to the homecoming party. Okay? But they're usually unattractive. They are seriously unattractive. They're like, no, you're not going to see a Heidi Klum be on this foolishness. Okay? You will never see a gore. I'm like, when you see a gore, especially a blonde, like a beautiful blonde woman, nah, never. Okay? Nah, never. Oh gosh, it's a type. And that's what he said, cat ladies. If you know, you know. Gertrude, the Gertrude type, yes. Olga, okay? Them type of people, okay? There is a type. And they hate men. They want to be with men, but they don't know how. So they create all this chaos because they're not being seen. And very often, these are the type of women who hate on beautiful women. These are the type of women who took Victoria's Secret down, okay? These are the type of women to buy Savage by Fenty, okay? They will buy Savage. Have you seen Savage by Fenty? It's a hot mess, okay? It's a hot mess, okay? Not to be offensive, right? Have you ever seen Savage by Fenty, the fashion show? It is a hot mess. You see? There you go. There you go. Okay. Hold on. Wait a minute, right? Do y'all see this? There you go. Savage by Fenty. These are the types of people to wear Savage by Fenty. Me, I never put this crap on my body. I never put Savage by Fenty on my body, right? Hell to the no. Okay? Because me, Marlene, I am a woman that's going to wear Victoria's Secret, okay? Because I want to be an angel. I want to be an angel, okay? You see? You will never see these type of white women be on some feminist LGBTQ type of cake. No, they are pretty. They are fit. They are skinny. They are blonde. They always smile. They are super gorgeous. They are gorgeous. They don't have issues with men. They're usually married. They have rock star boyfriend, rock star husband, billionaire boyfriends, okay? These girls, they are married to some of the wealthiest men in the world because they're freaking hot. They are freaking hot. Right? They are freaking hot. Most feminists are not attractive. They're not hot. And many of them are seriously overweight. Okay? It's the truth though. Wow, we ain't gotta lie. Okay? Like, no. You will never see a woman like this hate men. Why? They're freaking gorgeous. So they did everything in their power. Okay? These women did everything in their power to take down Victoria's Secret by hiding behind the fact that, oh, well, you don't have trans women walking in the catwalk. Okay? It was weaponized, right? And now, like, they destroyed Victoria's Secret. They absolutely destroyed Victoria's Secret. And then they gave us Fenty. Like, what is this? What is this? Make it make sense. It's not attractive. Okay? Like, it's not attractive, but that's served by Fenty. And Rihanna gonna come up on the line and call people savage. Like, what? I'm not a savage, so I'm not doing this. Like, you're weird, okay? No. Victoria's Secret growing up, you knew like you had to be snatched, you had to be feminine, you had to have like this long flowy hair. Like, girl, like, it was a vibe, okay? They were all freaking gorgeous, okay? And people like that, people like this one, okay? Like this one, they're bitter, they're mad, they're frustrated because they don't fit the conventional mold of being a hot blonde, okay? And when girls can't compete, they become feminist. Okay, when they can't compete for real, they become feminist and LGBTQ because they're bitter. They are so bitter. They'd rather see a man in a dress winning than to see a beautiful woman win because they're hateful. They are so hateful. These type of girls, they'd be the first one to support a trans woman and be the first one to talk poorly about a beautiful woman because they're hateful. They're so hateful. They're all over TikTok. They're a bunch of jealous heifers. jealous hyenas like that. Oh my God, I can't stand them people. Yeah. They're like, oh no. It was these types of women that were behind the whole takedown of Victoria's Secret. It was them type of people. These women right here. Okay, the pretty girls, the girls that get it, okay, then they have a problem with Victoria's Secret. Because we were not bothered. I was never bothered by how pretty these girls are. They're meant to be pretty. They're supermodels. They have to be pretty. They have to be a fantasy. They're not supposed to be relatable. No, like what? Relatable? That's okay? They were so jealous. Look at her. They're always jealous. They are jealous of naturally beautiful women. So if you're a black woman and you're beautiful, they will hate you. If you are a white woman and you're naturally beautiful, they will hate you. If you are Asian and you're gorgeous, they're going to hate you. If you're Middle Eastern and you're gorgeous, they will hate you. They'd rather rally behind a man in a dress than to support you. Okay? Like right now, they're trying to cancel Alex Earl. I'm like, yeah, because she's freaking hot. Because she's freaking hot. Her boyfriend's a football player and he has all these abs and he's super sexy, right? So they're mad. They are so mad. Remember even in like, what's it called, y'all? Mean Girls, right? Remember Mean Girls? The girl who was also LGBTQ? I mean, she was emo, but, okay, right? But you could tell, right? She was so jealous. Where is she? Remember her? Her right here. Let me show you her face, okay? Remember her, right? She was so jealous because growing up, she was friends with this girl. They were like besties in elementary school, right? But when they got to high school, they drifted apart. But the whole time, she was longing for her friendship. Regina George. Her and Regina George used to be friends in elementary school. But as they got older, she couldn't keep up. Like her sex appeal couldn't keep up. So when Lindsay Lohan comes to the school, she trained Lindsay as a weapon to go attack Regina George. Right? So now Lindsay Lohan has been replaced by the trans woman. They will train a trans woman to go attack Regina George or kind of like that, right? But the whole time she wanted to be her friend. So she didn't think Lindsay was going to make it. But once Lindsay makes it and Lindsay surpasses Regina George and Lindsay becomes the head of the group, she has a whole fit. She becomes so upset. And you start to see it wasn't so much about Regina George. Right? The whole time she thought she had an issue with Regina George. No, she had an issue with what Regina represented. That hot girl that all the boys want. Like she knows how to be pretty. She wears all this pink. She's very sexy, very feminine, right? That's what she was really against, but she didn't even realize that. Right? Because once Lindsay Lohan took over the group, she also hated her. Right? Because it's like, because she felt left out. Remember that one scene when they go to a party? She's like, how did you get invited? How do you have a boyfriend? I'm like, girl, if you want that life, just say so. Why are you being a hater? Right? But many of these white women, these white feminist, liberal, LGBTQ women, they are haters. They're dry ass haters. They stay hating. Okay? Exactly. And that's why many of them, too, my last point, they rather support an overweight, morbidly obese woman because they know she's not going to get the attention of men. And that's why so many white women who are LGBTQ, who are feminists, support Lizzo because Lizzo is overweight. So she makes them feel good about themselves, right? But every time Lizzo wants to lose weight, they get upset because, hey, they know the more you lose weight, the more men are going to be attracted to you. They love men. They're only lesbians because that's all they can get. But if they could have the men of their dream, I promise you, they will stop being lesbians overnight. Okay? Like men matter. They really do. Like you're not about to play me. But maybe she was. Maybe she was. Okay? But ultimately, it's like, girl, you wish you were Regina George. Okay? Because let's be honest, mean or not, she's that girl. Okay? She had the perfect life. Like when you're in high school, that's the life you want. You want to be the it girl. You want to be the queen bee. Okay, when you walk places, they acknowledge you. Okay, yes, you want to have the best clothes, the best car, the cutest boyfriend. You want your boyfriend, the football team. You want to wear those varsity jackets, whatever. Yeah, it's the life. Don't be a hater. Say you want it. Okay, but many of these girls are haters. I peep it. They're on the TikTok trying to cancel Alex Earl for what? Because she's freaking hot. She is freaking hot. Her man is hot. She got money. He got money. They travel. They look good. Okay. So yeah, it's real, boo. It is real. It is real. I'm not going to put that on the screen because I'm monetizing it, right? But it's so real. Eggplant envy, it is real. And that's why you'll see girls out here sleep with their best friend's husband. You'll see girls out here sleep with their sister's man. You'll see people out here sleep with other people's man because she want what you got. Okay? Let's keep it 100. Let's keep it a buck. Let's keep it a beam. Okay? We have to tell the truth. These people are not being moved by altruistic motive. Oh, I want to see the world be a better place. I want it to be more inclusive. No, you want to see the hot girl lose everything she has. Okay? So you hide your support behind these trans women, right? Because you want to weaponize them to go against a girl that's super hot. You know what you're doing. I see what you're doing. Okay? Make it make sense. Make it make sense. All right? So let's go here. Hold on. Let me stop all the sharing stuff. Hold on. Something is happening here. Give me a second. Let me reshare my screen. Please. You think we're stupid? We are not stupid. I mean, I see everything. Okay? So you see? So when you see her, yeah, I ain't surprised. So that's why JD Vance said we need to get rid of people who don't have kids. Leave us alone and leave our kids alone and leave our schools alone. Stop hiring these weirdos to teach our kids. Let me play one more time. Hold on.
Corporate oligarchs by a bunch of childless cat ladies who are miserable at their own lives and the choices that they've made. And so they want to make the rest of the country miserable too. If you look at Kamala Harris, Pete Buttigieg, AOC, the entire future of the Democrats is controlled by people without children.
Vance made the comments in 2021 when Tucker Carlson was a Fox News personality. The video has just
sponsor of the legislation told Verify that while the vast majority of the period products will be used in the girls' bathrooms, the decision was made to structure the bill as gender inclusive.
You see what she wrote right there? You see, gender inclusive. What does that even mean? Right? I hatred towards men. I hatred towards young boy, because if you're a young man and you're a young man and there's tampons in your bathroom, that's a violation. That's a violation of your manhood. And what is one thing that white liberal feminists are known for? Emasculation of men. They hate men. Young boys, I'm saying little boys are not safe in these public schools. They are not safe. Even little girls are not safe because their womanhood is like, it's a problem. It's a threat, right? Because if they're a woman here, then the trans woman is not a woman. She's a trans woman. Every time a real woman steps in, all she can be is a trans woman. So it's like our biological children are not safe. They're not safe. Make it make sense.
In order to ensure that trans and non-binary students who menstruate would have equal access to the products they need. So yes, some schools could choose to have the products available in boys' bathrooms too. Some Republican lawmakers in Minnesota pushed back against the legislation and attempted to amend the bill to apply only to girls' bathrooms, but the amendment failed.
You see? But this is the party that claims to care about women. But when you try to have a specific, right, you want it to be really specific because only girls can menstruate, right? They're like, oh, no, we can't do that. What do you mean you can't do that, right? I thought, what's her name? I thought you cared about women. Yeah, but we can't write any bills that is specific to women. But this is a party that claims to care about women. But they're not going to write any bills that is specific to women, that has the word woman in there in the language of the bill, right? But somehow Trump is the problem. Yeah, right. Go somewhere.
So we can verify that Tim Walz signed a law requiring Minnesota public schools to provide free tampons in public school bathrooms, but it doesn't specify
all bathrooms. Yeah, it doesn't.
Bathrooms by gender.
Okay, so why? So he's a man. He has boys, and Tim Walz has boys because they were at the convention. I got time for him, right? So he has boys. So he wants his boys to go into a bathroom that have tampons. And I hope he has not. I hope he hasn't touched his children, because when I see that man, I told you he gives me the creeps. And many of these predators are in schools. Many people, man and woman, who take advantage of children work in schools. A lot of predators are in school. And to me, that's not just weird. It is predatory behavior. Why does a father of two boys want other people's boys to go in bathrooms and see tampons in there? What is it for? Their booty? Make it make sense, right? He is a weirdo. He's not just weird. He's a predator. He's a creep. All right, let's keep going because I have a phone call a little bit. Okay, so here is Ketanji Brown, right? Again, a Democrat, right? Who was chosen by Joe Biden, who was chosen by Democratic people, right? And the party that claims to care about women, when she is asked, what is a woman? Okay, what is a woman? Okay, she cannot define what a woman is. Look at her.
Can you provide a definition for the word woman?
Can I provide a definition? No,
Yeah,
I can't.
you can't?
Not in
Okay.
this context.
So you
I'm not a
believe the meaning
biologist.
of the word
You have to be a biologist to know what a woman is. So you're not a woman, but yet they are telling us that she is the first Black woman on the Supreme Court. But it seems to me she don't even know that she's a woman. I hope she knows she's Black. Okay, so how they gonna tell us that, oh, Joe Biden elected the first Black woman to the Supreme Court, and said woman doesn't even know that she's a woman? I hope she knows she's Black. Does she know she's also Black? Right? But this is the same party that wants to tell you that they're fighting for women's rights. They are fighting for women's reproductive rights. Trump is a dictator. Trump is a tyrant. Trump wants to tell you what to do with your body when you're a woman. But yet this same party doesn't even know what a woman is. What is a woman? This is the same party that refuses to have language in their legislation, in their bill, that has the word girl or woman because it's too specific. So tell me then, how exactly are they going to protect you when they refuse to acknowledge your biological existence? Make it make sense. It doesn't make sense, right? But when you are hysterical, when you have Trump derangement syndrome, okay, you can be got by these people. They're swindlers. They are scammers. They are misogynists. They hate men and they hate women, okay? They hate us all. They hate biology, period. Let's keep going. Go.
The word woman is so unclear and controversial that you can't give me a definition. Can you provide a definition for the word woman?
Can I provide a definition? No,
Yeah,
I can't.
you can't?
Not in
Okay.
this context.
So you
I'm not a
believe the
biologist.
meaning of the word woman is so unclear and controversial that you can't give me a definition? Can you provide a definition for the word woman?
Okay, so now let's move on to this, right? Because I saw this for you guys. Once again, let me show you how women are reckless, right? Women are seriously reckless. So let me play this video for you guys. Let's go. Let's go. Let me move along with the show quickly so I'm not dragging on.
Hey guys, AJ here, back with another one for you. So I haven't really talked about student loans in a while, but I'm going to more because, you know, it's almost November.
Y'all, please take time to read the title over here. Please take the time to read the title over here, right? And then Kamala Harris and the Democratic Party wants you to believe that women are so smart, right, that we can trust women to do what's right for their bodies. They can't even be trusted to do what's right for their credit score, for their pocketbook, for their retirement, for their finances, for their bank account. Please read the title, okay? Read the damn title, all right? Let's go.
It's the end of October now, and these modern women's student loans are coming due, and they are shook, guys. They are shook because all of them took out all these student loans. You know, 75% of all the student loan debt's owned by women. They all majored in useless degrees like philosophy and underwater basket weaving, and they thought that, you know, that we can at Bernie's and the White House would bail them out, guys, and it's never going to happen. Ever. Okay? So, guys, we have an article here from Dave Ramsey. Now, I don't really like Dave Ramsey. He's kind of entertaining, but he is the tradcon. He is such a tradcon. Well, I think that all us men need to do what God tells us to do and get married and have kids, and any man that's scared of divorce is a coward. That's what he says. Clown world. But this lady here, she has $192,000 in debt in the story. And now she had a baby and she wants to be a stay-at-home mom.
These women are insane.
All this school to try and be a pharmacist, all this debt. Now she just wants to throw it away, guys. And that's what they all want to do. We're going to get into this, guys. But before we do, like, subscribe, drop a comment, guys. Join the...
Oh, here she is. Here is the video.
My question is, how would I balance wanting to be a stay-at-home mom with having some pretty crippling student loan debt?
How much is your crippling student loan debt?
Well, mine is $192,000.
Are you a doctor or a lawyer?
Doctor of pharmacy, yes, sir.
Okay.
What about your husband? Are you married?
I am. He makes about $33,000 a year.
And how much debt does he have? Is he bringing to the table?
Like $45,000.
Okay. So to all you aspiring pharmaceutical students, you need to listen to this call really carefully, because Shauna what you were told and what you believed was, oh, it's no problem to go $200,000 in debt to become a pharmacist because I'm going to make a lot of money.
Right.
Oops.
Yes. Oops.
Now I want to be a stay-at-home mom.
So true.
What's happening that's making you say, I want to stop what I'm doing right now and become a stay-home mom? Are you pregnant? Do you have a 2-year-old? What's the situation?
Yes, we have a 2-year-old, our only child so far, and we would like to have several more.
What if okay, I'm going to tell you what I would do. If it were me, I would try to stick this out for 2 more years and work my butt off and get this debt cleaned up. And then I would feel peace about staying at home, expanding the family, and having a little bit more freedom there.
You're going to have trouble. What do you make?
Historically, somewhere in the range of, 70 to 100,000 a year, just depending on like part-time work and stuff like that.
So the good news is you can pick up, as you already know, part-time pharmacy work, like ER work and that kind of stuff. And you're probably going to have to do that if your husband makes $45,000 to survive.
Yeah.
Average household income in America is $71,000.
Yeah.
So if you want to live on 45, you're going to be at about, you're approaching half of average. I think we call that lower income. So you're probably using that pharmacy degree for the rest of your life, unless your husband gets his in some way, maybe part-time, but unless he gets his career really geared up. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. The bad news is you have to pay for the decisions of the 19-year-old you.
Yes.
Mathematically, there's no way to get out of that. I'm sorry. I wish it wasn't the case. And I'm not mad at you for that. But you really don't mathematically. The arithmetic tells us you don't have a lot of choices.
It'll be worth it. That's what I can tell you, Sean.
You guys, oh, Jesus. I'm sorry, you guys. When I heard this, I laughed so hard I couldn't breathe. Why do you need to spend $200,000 to have a degree? What is going on? What is going on? Why do you need to spend $200,000? You spend all this money getting a degree. Now she don't want to use the degree no more. And her husband makes $33,000. I said, you don't have it, girl. A man doesn't have it. You have to go to work because she's the breadwinner. I'm like, you're the breadwinner. You make the most money. You have to go to work. And when we saw the thing earlier, right? There's oh no, men are less likely to go to college. Yes, because they don't want to go into debt. They rather pick up a trade, go into stocks, or maybe go to like the social media route, right? But they don't want to go into debt, and then they're going to struggle with the debt and struggle to find a job. So her husband he makes $33,000. He only has a $45,000 debt, right? She has $193,000 in debt. She wants to stop working and stay home. And she's a pharmacist. I'm like, you have to work. You have to work. You see, they can't even be trusted. But somehow we should trust them to make decisions for their bodies. Like the jokes write themselves. This is sad. And I'm sure this man, when he married her, he thought he hit the jackpot. Exactly. That's what people are telling her in the comment section. Just like it's better, because it makes more sense. Given that he makes the least amount of money, he should sacrifice his check and stay home. You need to work. And because like, what's the name? T was like, oh, why would she marry someone like that? Because she wants to control the relationship. It's about control. She married a man who makes less than her so she could make all the rules. Now she wants to go back into her motherhood bag because now she's like, oh, I'm a woman. I want to do all that. It's about control. So most likely, she controls him. And most likely, he's a beta male. He's a man who lets her do whatever. Okay? Like, that's what it is. She went and married a beta. She married a simp. Because why does a woman who has a pharmacy degree, who has $200,000 in debt, will go marry a man that makes $33,000? Because she wants to control the relationship. Like most liberal women are alpha. They're alpha male. They're alpha female. They want to control the relationship. So they go for men who make less money so they can have control. Now there you have it. But she forgets that, you are still a woman. And one day when you become a mother, you're going to want him to step up. And that's what Cam Newton told the other girl. That you be saying all this emotional stuff, but ultimately, if a man can't provide, you're not going to take him seriously. I'm going to go find that clip for y'all. right? But that's exactly what Cam Newton said. Like, oh no, money don't matter. Money matters. If you are a man, never listen to a woman who's telling you money does not matter. She's only saying this now because she doesn't have kids. Let her get pregnant. Let her have kids. She'll change her mind. So I'm like, now you want this man to inherit your debt and his debt? That's $250,000 of debt. That's a freaking house. They don't care. They do not care. I'm gonna let them talk. I'm gonna go find the Cam Newton video. Oh, thank you, Libra. Thank you. Okay. Like, this is insanity. This is absolute insanity. You see this? They always want control. They want power. They want to tell a man what to do. So they go for men who make less money. And now here are the consequences. They don't even know how to pick a partner. When I told you last time, I told my friend, right? You don't even know how to pick a husband. Don't even know how to pick a father for your daughter. But somehow you think you know how to pick a president? Humble yourself. You're like, oh, Marlene, that's so mean. No, it's not mean. It is truthful. That means you don't know men. If you go with a man, he gets you pregnant, he leaves you, right? You date people. Nobody wants to propose to you. You don't know how to pick men. So if you can't even pick a romantic partner, how exactly do you know how to pick a president? You don't know how. Oh, Marlene, you're being mean. No, I'm being truthful. Stop lying to these women. They're not good. They're not good at reading character. They're not good at picking. They're not good. And I told y'all, many of them, they need patriarchy to help them pick a husband. They really do. They don't know what the hell they're doing. And they've been told this lie, oh, if you have a college degree, somehow you just know everything about life. No, you know most things about your major, okay? You know nothing about life for real, for real. You don't know nothing about relationship, don't know how to make them work, don't know how to keep people around you, right? Don't know how to manage your money. You just have a degree. That's it. You got a piece of paper and lots of debt and no courage and no bravery. Stop the mess. Stop it. This is insanity. This is insanity. Let him play. I'm going to go find the kid.
I want to get y'all's opinion on something that might.
My question is, how would I balance wanting to be a stay-at-home mom with having some pretty crippling student loan debt?
How much is your crippling student loan debt?
Well, mine is $192,000.
Are you a doctor or a lawyer?
Doctor of pharmacy. Yes, sir.
Okay.
What about your husband? Are you married?
I am. He makes about $33,000 a year.
And how much debt does he have? Is he bringing to the table?
Like $45,000.
Okay. So to all you aspiring pharmaceutical students, you need to listen to this call really carefully, because Shauna, what you were told and what you believed was, oh, it's no problem to go $200,000 in debt to become a pharmacist because I'm going to make a lot of money.
Right.
Oops.
Yes. Oops.
Now I want to be a stay-at-home mom.
So true.
What's happening that's making you say, I want to stop what I'm doing right now and become a stay-home mom? Are you pregnant? Do you have a 2-year-old? What's the situation?
Yes, we have a 2-year-old, our only child so far, and we would like to have several more.
What if you, okay, I'm going to tell you what I would do. If it were me, I would try to stick this out for 2 more years and work my butt off and get this debt cleaned up. And then I would feel peace about staying at home, expanding the family, and having a little bit more freedom there.
You're going to have trouble. What do you make?
Historically, yeah, somewhere in the range of, 70 to 100,000 a year, just depending on like part-time work and stuff like that.
So the good news is you can pick up, as you already know, part-time pharmacy work, like ER work and that kind of stuff. And you're probably going to have to do that if your husband makes $45,000 to survive.
Yeah.
Average household income in America is $71,000.
Yeah.
So if you want to live on 45, you're going to be at about, you're approaching half of average. I think we call that lower income. So you're probably using that pharmacy degree for the rest of your life, unless your husband gets his in some way, maybe part-time, but unless he gets his career really geared up. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. The bad news is you have to pay for the decisions of the 19-year-old you.
Yes.
Mathematically, there's no way to get out of that. I'm sorry. I wish it wasn't the case. And I'm not mad at you for that. But you really don't mathematically. The arithmetic tells us you don't have a lot of choices.
It'll be worth it. That's what I can tell you, Shauna. It's going to be worth it if you do this now.
Yeah, I would go completely bananas for a short period of time to get your life back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
To get it
Okay.
back from that 19-year-old decision. So
my question is, how would I balance?
Sorry, you guys. Okay. So now let's go back to the Cam Newton stuff, right? Because that's what Cam was telling. And you know, this lady, I looked her up, you guys. She's not a psychologist. Like, I'm not trying to be funny. When we do the other one that she did with Nick Cannon, right? I will show you. This Cheyenne lady, I think she's a charlatan. I think she's a quack. I don't know why people are so impressed by the little thing she said to Cam. I'm like, did y'all even actually run her background? Even Cam, when he saw that she didn't have a Wikipedia, he should have checked for her license. So I went with the state of psych, because you know in California, any states actually in the US, right? If you are a psychologist, you have to register with the state, right? So I looked her up. I typed her full name. I typed psychology with the state board, right? She's not registered in California. She's not registered. She has no business address for her practice. So like, she's a quack. She's a charlatan. Okay. She's doing this. She can sell classes. I'm like, y'all people got to learn to look at people. Look her up. I'll put the website down. There is a website that you can go to. It's on my community tab and see if someone has a license. Somebody's actually registered. Doctors have to register. All kinds of people have to register. This young woman here, she's 41 years old. This woman here is not a registered psychologist. And on top of that, she went to a school allegedly for her PhD that no longer exists, right? So how can we know that she really is a PhD, that she really is a doctor? Stop calling her a doctor. Her name is Cheyenne Bryant. Call her that, okay? Because she's not registered with the state of California. So how exactly is she a psychologist? How is she practicing? She's not practicing, okay? Do not trust these Instagram people. She's another Charleston White. Make it make sense. They will platform everybody besides people with actual credentials. Make it make sense. But anyways, this is what Cam was saying here, and it matches with the lady with the $192,000 worth of student loan debt, right? This matches. So let's Cam, go ahead, talk. Okay, he can talk. Go ahead. Hold on. Make myself small. Where is he? He's right here, right? Okay.
Would come with me submitting.
Yeah, but that's what goes back to the original statement.
Yes.
Will a man really understand true love? Because when you identify those things, it was how can I benefit from the situation? He has high status. I have high status.
Right.
Have a business. It matches that. So to my point, when I'm saying I can make a woman in regards to that, I see way too many times a high value man takes a low functioning woman or a low value woman and increase her status overnight. Now, it's still a process. It's still a level of submission from both sides, not just a female side, but also the male side. And also there's a patience that goes into that to be like, yo.
Wait, hold on. Depending on the negotiation, because some of that stuff I'm saying could move fast because everyone's negotiation process is different. You know what I mean, Cam? Meaning if we come in saying, okay, Cam, this is a strategic dating thing. We both know it. We're going to have this all planned out. We just going to hit these points, meaning that would come into fruition a lot sooner because we're clear on the plan versus if I came in without you knowing my plan.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, Cam, yeah, hey. It may be a little longer process. I agree.
Yeah.
But you keep saying the man thing, which I love, that will a man ever really experience true?
She's trying to finesse this man into believing that money don't matter. Money matters. She's trying so hard to convince people that she's also not a gold digger. Cheyenne, you are a gold digger. Your entire outfit, your attire, the little cheap necklace you got going on, right? Your nails, everything about you screams gold digger. Like you want a rich dude to take care of you. The fact that you're even part of Basketball Wives, oh yeah, that's a seal right there, like a papa, okay? That's a stamp, it's a seal, right? That solidifies that you are indeed a gold digger. Like let's not waste our time here. Right? A woman wants a man that has money. And even when he don't have money, as we just saw, the man has $33,000. This woman still wants to stay at home and be taken care of. Why are we doing this? Why are we being intellectually dishonest? Right? A woman wants a man that can provide, which is why men have to worry about the economy, which is why men have to worry about how much they pay in taxes, how much they pay in income taxes, property taxes. Men have to worry about taxes because whether he's a high earner or low earner, he is still going to be expected to provide. He's at least going to be expected to pay the mortgage and the utility bills, right? So a man has to care about money. And because he has to care about money, he has to realize that for the most part, he's not being loved for who he truly is, but he's being loved for his ability to provide. Guys who are broke, men who's broke, not gonna know love. You might not gonna know real love. Make it make sense, right? A woman's not gonna love you and give you her heart if you can't prove to her that financially you can take care of the big bills. She's not gonna do it. And even sometimes, even if you do it, you might still end up in a sexless marriage. It is the truth. So it's like a lot of men, you're not going to know real love. You are expected just to pay bills and shut the hell up. That's the truth. Do not let this thing over here fully lie to you. Many of you men will be in relationships where all you are is a bank. You're just an ATM. You don't even have a soul. Nobody cares how you feel. Nobody cares if you had a bad day, a long day. Nobody cares if you're stressed out of work. Bring the money, pay the bills, shut up. Okay, that's how it goes. Now, some ladies are nicer, they're kinder, but the majority of these women out here do not even care if you have a soul. They'll lock you up in a prison and let you get eaten by bed bugs in 30 days. Make it make sense. It's like we need to start being real over here. Stop lying to people. Okay, she's a gold digger. That's it. And you're going to see, notice her outfit. Like, notice how she dressed right here versus when she went to see Cam Newton, when she went to see Nick Cannon, right? Nick Cannon is so different. Her outfit is more demure. She's more covered because she's not attracted to Nick. He doesn't give that alpha male energy, right? But Cam does. And Cam got 75 million. I think Nick also has 75 million. But Nick is like, he plays too much. Okay? But for this guy who's more so her type, the tatas, okay, are all on the outside to play with the players, okay? Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Like, stop doing this.
True love.
Right.
My answer to that two-part answer: one, I'm not a man,
Right.
and
But the whole time you sat here, you were trying to tell him how to be a man, how to think like a man. But now when it comes to telling the truth about what women really want, which is the money, well, I'm not a man. Well, you got plenty to say, so go ahead, make a conjecture. We'll listen.
I believe that a woman should stay in her place when it comes to answering men's question from a place of being the source, and instead say my opinion. Just like I think a man also should stay in his place when answering questions about us, because y'all not us, you don't know, but you can say in my opinion.
But when he asked her, since you don't have kids, why would you talk about people who have kids? Did he ask her that? He said, since you're not married, what puts you in a position to coach people who are married? She said, oh, because when they're cleaving, it does this. But I don't do the cleaving. I do this, right? So you're not married, but you don't stay in your lane. You want to coach married people and you want to coach them separately with your tatas out. You want people's husbands to be with you all alone with your titties all out. You are crazy, right? That's number one. Number two, you also said that you coach people that have children. He asked you, since you don't have children, how can you coach people that have children? You're like, well, I learned because I went to school and I learned from my friends. Okay. So when it's to make money, you will step out your lane of expertise, right? Where you have no experience in, and go ahead and pretend to be a doctor and like, oh, this is not my opinion. No, everything you said on that couch was nothing more than your opinions. Okay. But now when he's asking you to get real about what a woman is truly looking for in a relationship, he's asking you, will most men know real love? Say no. It's okay. Most men will not know real love. Because what they will know is that they are expected to provide. And the moment they can no longer provide, they're going to find their asses on TikTok being talked about. Ooh, who the F did I marry? You know, just like the girl Teresa Tisa, right? The whole time Jerome was paying her bills, she had no issues with him, knowing dang well he had a disease. He's mentally ill. She took financial advantage of a mentally ill person. And none of these women had mercy. Okay, he keeps talking to random people. Are y'all sure he's not okay? They didn't care. The moment Jerome got sick and he could no longer work and take care of Risa Tisa, that's when he became a problem. And she said, oh, every time I go out, he used to pay for everything. In less than 2 weeks, he came into her life. He took on her rent. He took on her utilities. He gave her a car. It wasn't a Beamer, but can she afford a Beamer? I said, girl, you live in a $900 townhouse that you can't even afford. And you think you deserve a BMW? With the cognac on the inside and the cobalt blue on the outside? I'm like, this woman is delusional. but he still got her a car. The whole time she has a full-time job. And none of these ladies said to her, Barisa, why can't you pay for your car at least? In 2 weeks. You meet a man in 2 weeks, he takes on all your biggest bills. How you gonna go sign for a lease at $900 when you know dang well you can't afford it? Because women don't care about money. They always think there's a Prince Charming somewhere who's gonna come and rescue them from their bad financial choices. That needs to be talked about. But the day Jerome got sick, now she changed his name from Jerome to calling him Legion. I don't know what the heck, like the demon people? Legion. And she sat on TikTok calling this man all kinds of names. Who the F did I marry? All these women hate on that man. Millions and millions of views. And nobody ever said, but you know what, Tisa? He wasn't that bad. Did he steal her money? No. Did he beat her? No. Did he cheat on her? No. She even said he would cook most of the time. So make it make sense, right? The man worked as a forklift driver. He paid her more. He paid her rent. He paid all her utilities. All he told her was, just pay your phone bill. I will pay everything else. And on top of that, he was cooking. And she was like, oh, he wasn't a good cook though. But I'm like, yeah, but you ate though. Because one thing she's not is small. She's quite big. Okay. You sure did eat the food. She sure did eat the food. And then she was like, oh, sometimes if Jerome would see her on Amazon, he would just buy stuff for her. She's like, I tried to do the same, but I couldn't keep up. And then she said every time they would go out to eat, he would pay 98% of the time. So she didn't have to bring her wallet. Right. So guess what? Jerome gets sick. Right. He can no longer take care of her. That's when it became a problem. It gets to a point like he was paying so many of her bills that he stopped paying his own bills. The people came and repoed his car. She didn't care. Then one day he called her because he had nowhere to stay. He didn't have food. He had not taken a shower in days. You think this heifer was like, you know what? For all the days he paid for me, for all the times he paid for my rent, for all the times he did X, Y, and Z, let me at least send this brother $20. Even on the count of we're black people. I'm black, you black, right? On the count of that, just blackness alone. For all the times he fed your big ass, her wide back having self. She got a wide ass back. And I fucking said it. Okay? She was like, oh, you know what, Jerome? Here's a little $20. Get you something from the dollar menu at McDonald's. Nothing. When Jerome left her life, she lost everything. And these women are on there on TikTok. Nobody's holding her accountable. Like, you know what? Everything about Jerome wasn't bad. Because the whole time Jerome was paying all these bills, what you do with your money? Right? No, it's cruelty. It's cruel as fuck. It is cruelty. Me, I don't function like that. It is cruel. In life, if anybody has ever been nice to you, even one time, when they're at the lowest, you can break a little $20. You can give somebody something for all the things they gave you. No, don't care. Then you're going to sit on freaking TikTok with her big back about, oh, who the F did I marry, and portray herself as a victim and get all these views and all these endorsements, make all these money, go on all these panels. And the whole time the man has schizophrenia, locked himself up for 2 weeks. He was on suicide watch for 2 weeks. She had no regards for his mental health. So let's be so for real. Most women don't care about a man. They want the provision of a man. Let's just say that. Because the day he can no longer provide, she will stop loving you. And that's a real thing. So when you're a man, that needs to be in your head. Don't lie to yourself now. Don't lie to yourself. When you're in high school, you're in middle school, you're in college, maybe she likes you for what you look like. When you get older, outside of the confines of education, when you're outside, right? The majority of women will only want you for what you can do for them financially. The day you can no longer sustain the things that she wants, she is done with your ass. So don't let this coyote lie to you, because she's full of it. She's full of it. Because the mere fact that Cam is attractive, he's her type. The mere fact that Cam is her type and Cam is worth $75, look at how she dressed. That already lets you know the psychology of a woman, right? Always being manipulative, right? Look at how she dressed. Because you know, if he has three women and 8 kids, he obviously likes sex, right? He's not a prude, right? And you probably seen all his baby mamas. They all look like her. So you know you look like his type. And you know he likes sex. And you know he's attractive. You know he's an alpha male. You know he's a winner. And you know he's worth $75 million. Look how you came dressed on this thing. What is this? Because you're trying to tempt this man. You know what you're doing. I'm a woman. I know exactly what you're doing. We all know what you're doing. You can lie to yourself if you want to, but you ain't gonna lie to me. So when he's asking you a question, will most men ever know true love? You have to say no. And it's unfortunate, right? But that's why men have to be very competitive. Men have to care about money, and men have to care about how much they pay in taxes. It's a real thing. And if you have sons, raise your sons also to understand that. Because the day they don't have money, they will be all by themselves. Broke dudes don't get no love. And a man who loses his coins also will not get any love. It's real. It's very real. No, what the heck?
Opinion and my experience of what I think. So I would hope that men could experience real love. However, I believe that it would take more than a high functionality. It would take more than high valueness. It would take more than being able to come in and, you know, make a woman or make a man whoever we want them to be.
To hear this perfectly popping fizz described as crispy sounds just about perfect.
Being in love and feeling and experiencing that fully.
See how she talks about feelings just to like, all this feeling stuff is just to like throw you off the tracks. Ain't no feelings out here, girl. Get to the bottom of the feelings. No, ain't no feelings. Because the day he does not have money, you will kick his ass out. And it's okay. Ain't no feelings out here. Right? Ain't no feelings. If you meet a man that has way more money than your current dude, most likely you'll leave. That's okay. Be honest with yourself. Okay? I wish most people would be honest. I wish most women would be honest, and I wish most men will also be honest. Like you feel, ain't no feelings out here. It's all about the bank balance. How much money does he have in the bank? How much does he have in his 401k, right? How much he gonna have X, Y, and Z? Like, be honest with yourself, right? That's it. You want a man that has money. Most women want a man that has money. So if he does not have money, it's gonna be a problem. We just saw a man who makes $33,000, and he has a wife who can make way more than him, and she still wants this man with his little $30,000 to give her a life where she can be a stay-at-home mom. Make it make sense, because don't make no sense. My feelings, I feel. All that is just to scam you. Emotional scam. Do not fall for this. No.
Is more about how open and vulnerable we have already allowed ourselves to be with ourselves. Right? So meaning I receive love from you at the level of receptivity I already am when I come and meeting you.
No, you're full of it. A woman's love language is the things a man buys her. For most women, their love language is how much you spend on me. Okay? Let's be so for real. I'm going to repeat myself, right? For most women, their love language is how much money is he spending on me? Birthdays, the size of her engagement ring, the size of the wedding ring, the how much you spend on the wedding, right? How much you spend on the house, how much you spend on the furniture, how much you spend on her car, okay? You are required to spend money. The more money you spend, the more she'll feel love, okay? She wants you to spend money. Now, for a man, how much a woman loves him, he could say is how much sex you give me. Let's be honest. It's okay. It's okay. Men might measure how much you love them by how much intimacy you have with them, right? How much intercourse and how much nasty stuff you do. That might be how they measure a woman's love for them. Like, yo, does she love me? Like, is she having sex with me? Is she calling me daddy? All that kind of stuff, right? Okay, cool. For most women, right, their love language is money. It's money. Don't spend money on a woman even for 2 weeks. See how she feels about you. See how she feels about you. Stop spending money on her for a whole week. See if she returns your calls. Let's be so for real. Okay? Let's be for real.
Whether it's friendship, business, romantic, you can't love me deeper than I love myself. Let me word that better. Okay. You can feel the love deeper for me than I love myself. I won't receive it and feel it past the level that I love myself.
Yes, ma'am.
So where the disconnect comes out, not with us, but with people, is you telling me like, you know, Doc, like, I love you with everything. Like, I'm giving you the world. Like, no, I'm loving you like I've never loved and if I'm unlovable and I haven't worked through my stuff and I don't have the awareness to say, but baby, it ain't your love that is the issue. It's my ability to receive it and be topped off. Now, if I said that to you as my partner, which is the emotional intelligence, just means I understand myself and I'm able to articulate who I am. In most cases, that would make you love me more and have a better understanding and try to help me, I would think, figure out how to get those barriers, right?
Unlock something.
Barriers so that you can just I could receive your love.
Right.
And then in return, I'm able to reciprocate it at a deeper level for you, because this is the thing. If you're already loving me deeper than I can feel, that means that your love tank is already deeper. That means you're a gallon and I'm a pint. So
all of it. Let me tell you something, right? A woman can learn to love a man that she's not even attracted to because he has money. Okay? There are a lot of men out here who are not stupid. There are a lot of men out here who are not stupid. They know damn well the reason why she's here because I have money. A woman can learn to love a man, or I guess pretend to love a man because he has money. If you can give her the life she desires, she will make you feel uber special. Okay? They know how to put on an act. Don't lie to yourself. They keep it 100 and they keep it real when you ain't got money. Then she gonna show you the true her. Right? But if you can give her life, she can give herself. If you can give her status, she cannot give herself. If you can give her life that most women will be jealous of, that she can flash, that she can brag about, she will learn to love you. I'm being honest. You'll be surprised, like, damn, she loved me so much. No, she loves the money. Go broke, you'll know the real her. So all this is, to me, like, this is fugazi. We've seen a bunch of people out here, even Portia and Simon, right? We see a whole lot of people out here. The only reason why you're with this man is for the money. So because of the money, you will force yourself to find him attractive. You will force yourself to be more patient. Just like Jazz said, right? Like Jazz said, okay, she'll do it because the man has money. Exactly. She'll become a whole new creature in the Lord because you have money. And that's why he said he can make a woman submit because he has money, right? He might also have good eggplant game. I don't know, right? But that money part, it'll do something to people, because there's no way Portia looked at Simon and thought that Simon was attractive. Okay. But the money, he's worth $40 million. Okay. So that right there made Simon attractive. Only God knows if he truly has $40 million, right? But there in no way Portia looked at Simon and said to herself, yep, I think he's hot. Okay. And no way. Okay. There is no way. All right. There's no way. Right. But when you believe that a man like this is worth $40 million, I'm sure you find him quite attractive. Here, my people, is the power of money. And so Portia submitted to that because she felt as though she was connected to a $40 million man. Okay? If this man didn't have money, you think Portia be checking for this man? Okay? Make it make sense. So when you do have money, I'm going to go find Miss Gail. When Miss Gail said she didn't even find her husband attractive because he was fat. She said he was fat when she met him. He was fat. But if he was fat, Miss Gail, why would you date him? Because she was a single mother. She didn't have money, and he started buying her diamonds. So she submitted to his fatness. She slept with a man who was fat that she didn't find attractive. Why? Because he had money, and he was buying her diamonds, and he flew her to New Orleans. Okay? Let's be so for real. We're not doing this today. Let's go. Hold on. Let me go find Miss Gail real quick.
So if your gallon, right, poured everything into my pint,
it's going to overflow.
It's going to overflow. And and even though it's amazing, right? I can't, it's overwhelming for me, Cam. I can't take it.
I've seen that analogy.
Right.
And I received that. But
right.
to even make it more clear cut, what I mean by a man not having or not really identifying true love is because men's love is almost predicated on transaction.
Yep.
Versus relational.
Versus emotions.
Yeah,
you see what I'm saying? Like I unlock these things when there is a transaction here where it's like, okay, even if I'm low functioning, what picks up my slack is the ability to be high value.
There you go.
And then, which goes back to my point, to a woman won't do that for a man. And that's just the reality.
Won't do what part?
She won't go to the depths of understanding, like, yo, even though I have a high functioning man, if he doesn't provide value, then that function will run its course. Because if you're dealing with a high function and a high value woman, as we've identified her to be, those things will then need that matched. And more times than not saying that it's not capable or incapable of happening, these things have a deadline where it's like, okay, what are we really doing?
But I also, that goes to my point of saying that pain needs things.
To hear this electric crackle of carbonation, described as crispy, not crisp. crispy. Sounds just about perfect.
Trauma needs things. Healing wants. So is a healed woman or man, we're choosing now for 55, 60, and 70, and 80. I'm choosing now the father. I'm choosing now the father for my kids. I'm not getting.
I'm gonna find it later. Okay, so anyways, right? So here's Miss Gail, right? She went viral also on TikTok because she caught her husband. She caught her husband with a mistress, okay? With his mistress at the airport, okay? She caught the husband with a mistress at the airport, right? So she was really, really upset. So then she's on TikTok also explaining like her husband, he's so awful. She caught him with his mistress at the airport, womp, 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 right? So people were siding with Miss Gail. Then I forgot which video it was. I don't have time to look for it, right? But in one of her videos, she explained to us that the man was actually fat, that he was fat. He was not her type. She was not attracted to him, right? But because he bought her diamonds, he was able to have her. So here's her proving how he was fat. And you can see that once upon a time, the man was fat. See? He was fat. He was not her type. Okay, so he was fat. He was not her type. I just can't remember which video it was, right? But you see, the man, he was fat. So when he was fat and he wasn't her type, she still said yes because he bought her diamonds. But I can't remember which video it was. Was it this one? Hold on.
Hey y'all, I hope y'all are having a good Sunday evening. I just wanted to
let me see.
Wanted you all to make some decisions and leave your comments, and you let me know. I want you to pick the liar in this situation. So I was at brunch earlier today and I got a phone call in regards to the mistress spewing some lies on another one of her little minion, low-hanging fruit girlfriends talking about me live. Now, mind you, they said I didn't have anything to talk about, nothing to do, but they're out here talking about me on this Good Sunday, this Good Palm Sunday. But anyway, I digress. But to let you all know, I've always said this, I have nothing to hide. I'm not going to tell any lies or any of that. So I posted a couple of receipts for you all to see. Some posted of her and the other person involved in this situation in 2019, post from him to me. One was on my birthday, May 29th in 2022, with one of the lies. I guess he was with her that day, but he told me some kind of lie where he had to leave.
I forgot which one it was. I ain't got time to watch it, but it's funny. But she was like, yeah, he's not her type, that he was attracted. He was not. Hold on. Is it this one?
Hey, y'all. I'm going to address this part about the start of my relationship with my husband, and I'm going to be done. And you can say what you want to say, do what you want to do. I mean, it is what it is.
It's what it is.
Almost 30 years ago.
Okay.
But when I was introduced to him, I was told he was not married.
Sure.
I wanted to find out later that he was.
Okay.
So I told him then that I did not deal with married men,
Sure.
and that I didn't want to do anything to some other woman that I didn't want done to me. And I meant that, and I still hold to that. So of course he gave me the standard, we've been having problems and all that kind of stuff. And whenever I would talk to him, I would tell him he would try to be hitting on me, but I would knock it right down because I wasn't attracted to him. My husband was overweight, morbidly obese, actually.
You hear that? You hear that?
He was an idea with marriage.
Listen. What you say?
Y'all. And I meant that, and I still hold to that.
Listen to her. Listen.
So of course he gave me the standard, we've been having problems and all that kind of stuff. And whenever I would talk to him, I would tell him he would try to be hitting on me, but I would knock it right down because I wasn't attracted to him. My husband was overweight, morbidly obese, actually. But he was a nice guy. But when I would talk to him, I would encourage him to stay with his wife and kids. And I thought
because initially, and you see, she said it. She said when she met the man, he was overweight. He was actually morbidly obese. Okay. So she said, no, go back to your wife because she's not attracted to him. I'm like, are you really saying go back to your wife because you have integrity or because you were not attracted to him because he was morbidly obese? Oh, could it be both? Right. until he pulled out the diamonds. Oh, yes, ma'am. Until he pulled out the diamonds. Once he pulled the diamonds on it, okay, she saw him fit, sexy, strong, alpha male, all that stuff, right? But at first, when he didn't pull the diamonds on her, she's like, oh, no, he's just fat. He's morbidly obese. He's not my type. Because she didn't know what he did for a living. You see? That's how they talk about you. So if you're overweight, they're not listen, like, no. But as soon as you have money, you have diamonds, then they find you attractive.
Thought that was the oddest thing, but that's what I would do. I would encourage him because I didn't like him like that. And I was like, you're married, so this ain't going anywhere anyway. So he kept asking me, like, like, what if I was divorced? Because she and I having problems and all of that. And I was like, well, if that's the case, you need to get your problem handled. I said, I can't even think about ever even dating you or doing any of that because you're still married. So lo and behold, he tells me that he's going to divorce her. He started his divorce process, and that he wanted me to be his girl and all that kind of stuff. Actually gave me some diamond earrings to let me know. He was like, this is to let you know that I'm super duper serious about this thing.
Now he went back and got some diamond earrings. See what she does next. Listen to what she does next. Look, listen.
So I was like, well, okay then, because during this whole time, we had no intimate relationship or any of that for like 3 months. Because actually I was calling him Al Bundy, and he didn't even know why I was calling him that, because he was like, why you always call me Al Bundy? And I was like, because you married with children and I don't mess with Al Bundys or whatever, right? So once he started his divorce proceedings, he asked me would I date him. So I did. So there may be some fault there where I started dating him.
Okay, so now ask yourself, right? This lady, you see how she's scratching? If you ever notice, like when people start to lie, they either start scratching or like touching their clothes and stuff like that. Have you ever noticed that? When people are about to lie to you, or they know that they are contradicting themselves, or they know that they're not being consistent, they're lacking integrity, they either start being very fidgety, they start scratching themselves, they start touching their stuff, touching their clothes, they touch their jewelry, they rearrange their stuff, right? Look at her, she's scratching, right? Okay, she told y'all initially when she met the man, she was not attracted to the man, right? She said, go back to your wife, of course, because he's obese. Right? If he was fine, I don't know if she would have said, go back to your wife. Okay? You see what I'm saying? Ashley, I've been thinking about you. You okay, boo-boo? I've missed you. Okay? You see how she's scratching? So when she meets the man, she said, no, go back to your wife. Because he's not attractive, you guys. He was morbidly obese. Right? He was morbidly obese. Here he is. Once again, right? So when she meets this guy, she's like, no, go back to your wife. Because he's look, nasty stuff, right? Sticking out his stuff. You see, he's a little pervert. Right? Look at that. Look how big he was. So yeah, she said no. But then he goes back and he pulls the diamonds and he flew her to New Orleans. She had to change her heart because now she knew he was a man of means. Because what kind of man can just buy you diamonds after like a few weeks of knowing you? It played on her. So she made it her business to love this man because this man was her way out of poverty. So that's why I say this is foolishness. If a man has money, a woman will learn to love him because she sees him as a ticket out of poverty, right? Because when she tried to expose the mistress also exposed her. Like, yeah, when you met him, you were also a mistress, just like me. So why are you stopping me from doing what you did? But she's like, but I loved him more. It's like, no, you loved him because of his job. He makes a lot of money, but he's bad with money because he attracts women who don't care about money. This Miss Gail, we'll talk about her later. Right? So that's my point, is that if a man has enough money, no matter how unattractive he is, no matter how big he is, no matter how fat he is, no matter how Al Bundy-ish he is, right? A woman will learn to love him because he has the power, okay? He has the means to provide. And that's exactly what Cam was talking about. All right? Where was I? Hold on, before I got to these people. So now here, quickly, right? So if we go to this girl, right? Here's the website. I put this website on my community page, okay? If you look her up over here, license type, you go all the way down to, you see, psychologist, right? So I went all the way down here to psychologist, right? I wrote her name, Cheyenne, right? I put in her last name, which is Bryant or Kobe, okay? And I did search, all right? Nothing came up. So maybe y'all can do a better search than I can. But when I tell you, for my research, it does not seem like this woman is a doctor in psychology Does not seem like she practiced or she can practice psychology in the state of California because she is not a registered psychologist with the state of California. I could be wrong, but so far, doing her name, Cheyenne, Brian, psychologist, nothing pops up. And what I need all these black dudes to do with their platform, because they have big platforms and they get big views, right? Be careful bringing these charlatans, these quacks, okay? These money-hungry people with their bootleg courses, okay? And promoting these people to innocent black people who believe everything they see on the internet. Okay, because they're going to think, oh, she has 1 million followers, so she must be a real doctor. No, do your research, okay? All psychologists have to register with the state they live in or they practice in order to have clients. And this is why when you go to her website, does she even refer herself as a psychologist? I don't even know. But if you go to her website, she offers coaching, okay? She offers coaching. She offers life coaching, which most likely you don't need a license to offer life coaching. So then ask yourself, why is someone that has a PhD in psychology, why does someone with a PhD in psychology who could easily register with the state of California since she has a PhD in psychology, being one of the requirements to register with the state of California, why is she offering life coaching sessions? Right? Is that what a psychologist do? Is that what a psychology does? A psychologist does. Do they offer life coaching sessions? I don't think so. I do not think so. Anyways, let's keep going. All right. So here's the website. You go over here, you look it up. I have the link in my community tab, so you can go there and look as well. Right. So where we at? Okay. So let's start this. I'm going to replay this video again because some of y'all came in late so you can get the context. I have a phone call in a little bit. Hold on. Oh, you guys, I have a phone call in a little bit, huh? Let me see something. Let me play that.
In 2008, 58% of young people.
Okay, you guys, sorry. I have a phone call in a bit, so I'm not going to cut the live, right? But I'm going to keep playing videos for y'all while I take the phone call, okay? Because I'm by myself. All right, so we're going to play this. And after that, after I play this, yes, little baby. After I play this, I'm also going to play this by Harrison Buckner because like he said, that women have been lied to and your degrees are pretty much worthless. People, all these women lost their mind. Oh my gosh, how can he say this? Why? Because he's a man, because he's a white man, because he's a conservative white man, because he's a white man that's conservative and that's Christian. They didn't take heed to his words, right? But after you listen to the video from the Wall Street Journal, and then we'll listen to what he had to say at this graduation, you will see that he did not lie. He told the truth. Women are being lied to. Hey, Gary, how you been? Oh, Lord, my ear. Hold on. So let's start with this one. Let's start.
Good and holy priests, and it's up to us to seek them out. The chaos of the world is unfortunately reflected in the chaos in our parishes, and sadly, in our cathedrals too. As we saw during the pandemic, too many bishops were not leaders at all. They were motivated by fear of being sued, fear of being removed, fear of being disliked. They showed by their actions, intentional or unintentional, that the sacraments don't actually matter. Because of this, countless people died alone without access to the sacraments, and it's a tragedy we must never forget. As Catholics, we can look to so many examples of heroic shepherds who gave their lives for their people, and ultimately, the church. We cannot buy into the lie that the things we experienced during COVID were appropriate. Over the centuries, there have been great wars, great famines, and yes, even great diseases, all that came with a level of lethality and danger. But in each of those examples, church leaders leaned into their vocations and ensured that their people received the sacraments. Great saints like St. Damien of Malachi, who knew the dangers of his ministry, stayed for 11 years as a spiritual leader to the leper colonies of Hawaii. His heroism is looked at today as something set apart and unique, when ideally, it should not be unique at all. For as a father loves his child, so a shepherd should love his spiritual children too. That goes even more so for our bishops, these men who are present-day apostles. Our bishops once had adoring crowds of people kissing their rings and taking in their every word, but now relegate themselves to a position of inconsequential existence. Now, when a bishop of a diocese or the bishops' conference as a whole puts out an important document on this matter or that, nobody even takes a moment to read it, let alone follow it. No, Today, our shepherds are far more concerned with keeping the doors open to the chancery than they are with saying the difficult stuff out loud. It seems that the only time you hear from your bishops is when it's time for the annual appeal, whereas we need our bishops to be vocal about the teachings of the church, setting aside their own personal comfort and embracing their cross. Our bishops are not politicians, but shepherds. So instead of fitting in the world by going along to get along, they too need to stay in their lane and lead. I say all of this not from a place of anger, as we get the leaders we deserve. But this does make me reflect on staying in my lane and focusing on my own vocation and how I can be a better father and husband and live in the world, but not be of it. Focusing on my vocation while praying and fasting for these men will do more for the church than me complaining about her leaders. Because there seems to be so much confusion coming from our leaders, there needs to be concrete examples for people to look to in places like Benedictine, a little Kansas college built high on a bluff above the Missouri River, are showing the world how an ordered, Christ-centered existence is the recipe for success. You need to look no further than the examples all around this campus, where over the past 20 years, enrollment has doubled, construction and revitalization are a constant part of life, and people, the students, the faculty and staff, are thriving. This didn't happen by chance. In a deliberate movement to embrace traditional Catholic values, Benedictine has gone from just another liberal arts school with nothing to set it apart to a thriving beacon of light and a reminder to us all that when you embrace tradition, success, worldly and spiritual, will follow. I am certain the reporters at the AP could not have imagined that their attempt to rebuke and embarrass places and people like those here at Benedictine wouldn't be met with anger, but instead met with excitement and pride. Not the deadly sin sort of pride that has an entire month dedicated to it, but the true God-centered pride that is cooperating with the Holy Ghost to glorify Him. Reading that article now shared all over the world, we see that in the complete surrender of self and a turning towards Christ, you will find happiness. Right here in a little town in Kansas, we find many inspiring lay people using their talents. President Minnis, Dr. Swafford, and Dr. Zimmerer are a few great examples right here on this very campus that will keep the light of Christ burning bright for generations to come. Being locked in with your vocation and staying in your lane is going to be the surest way for you to find true happiness and peace in this life. It is essential that we focus on our own state in life, whether that be as a layperson, a priest, or religious. Ladies and gentlemen of the class of 2024, you are sitting at the edge of the rest of your lives. Each of you has the potential to leave a legacy that transcends yourselves and this era of human existence. In the small ways, by living out your vocation, you will ensure that God's church continues and the world is enlightened by your example. For the ladies present today, congratulations on an amazing accomplishment. You should be proud of all that you have achieved to this point in your young lives. I want to speak directly to you briefly because I think it is you, the women, who have had the most diabolical lies told to you. How many of you are sitting here now about to cross this stage and are thinking about all the promotions and titles you are going to get in your career? Some of you may go on to lead successful careers in the world, but I would venture to guess that the majority of you are most excited about your marriage and the children you will bring into this world. I can tell you that my beautiful wife, Isabel, would be the first to say that her life truly started when she began living her vocation as a wife and as a mother. I'm on this stage today and able to be the man I am because I have a wife who leans into her vocation. I'm beyond blessed with the many talents God has given me, but it cannot be overstated that all of my success is made possible because a girl I met in band class back in middle school would convert to the faith, become my wife, and embrace one of the most important titles of all, homemaker. She's the primary educator to our children. She's the one who ensures I never let football or my business become a distraction from that of a husband and father. She is the person that knows me best at my core, and it is through our marriage that, Lord willing, we will both attain salvation. I say all of this to you because I have seen it firsthand, how much happier someone can be when they disregard the outside noise and move closer and closer to God's will in their life. Isabel's dream of having a career might not have come true, but if you asked her today if she has any regrets on her decision, she would laugh out loud without hesitation and say, heck no. As a man who gets a lot of praise and has been given a platform to speak to audiences like this one today, I pray that I always use my voice for God and not for myself. Everything I am saying to you is not from a place of wisdom, but rather a place of experience. I am hopeful that these words will be seen as those from a man not much older than you, who feels it is imperative that this class, this generation, and this time in our society must stop pretending that the things we see around us are normal. Heterodox ideas abound even within Catholic circles, for let's be honest, there is nothing good about playing God with having children, whether that be your ideal number or the perfect time to conceive. No matter how you spin it, there is nothing natural about Catholic birth control. It is only in the past few years that I have grown encouraged to speak more boldly and directly, because as I mentioned earlier, I have leaned into my vocation as a husband and father, and as a man. To the gentleman here today, part of what plagues our society is this lie that has been told to you that men are not necessary in the home or in our communities. As men, we set the tone of the culture, and when that is absent, disorder, dysfunction, and chaos set in. This absence of men in the home is what plays a large role in the violence we see all around the nation. Other countries do not have nearly the same absentee father rates as we find here in the US, and a correlation could be made in their drastically lower violence rates as well. Be unapologetic in your masculinity, fighting against the cultural emasculation of men. Do hard things. Never settle for what is easy. You might have a talent that you don't necessarily enjoy, but if it glorifies God, maybe you should lean into that over something that you might think suits you better. I speak from experience as an introvert who now finds myself as an amateur public speaker and an entrepreneur, something I never thought I'd be when I received my industrial engineering degree. The road ahead is bright. Things are changing, society is shifting, and people, young and old, are embracing tradition. Not only has it been my vocation that has helped me and those closest to me, but not surprising to many of you, should be my outspoken embrace of the traditional Latin Mass. I've been very vocal in my love and devotion to the TLM and its necessity for our lives. But what I think gets misunderstood is that people who attend the TLM do so out of pride or preference. I can speak to my own experience, but for most people I have come across within these communities, this simply is not true. I do not attend the TLM because I think I am better than others, or for the smells and bells, or even for the love of Latin. I attend the TLM because I believe, just as the God of the Old Testament was pretty particular in how he wanted to be worshiped, the same holds true for us today. It is through the TLM that I encountered order and began to pursue it in my own life. Aside from the TLM itself, too many of our sacred traditions have been relegated to things of the past, when in my parish, things such as Ember Days, days when we fast and pray for vocations and for our priests, are still adhered to. The TLM is so essential that I would challenge each of you to pick a place to move where it is readily available. A lot of people have complaints about the parish or the community, but we should not sacrifice the Mass for community. I prioritize the TLM even if the parish isn't beautiful, the priest isn't great, or the community isn't amazing. I still go to the TLM because I believe the holy sacrifice of the Mass is more important than anything else. I say this knowing full well that when each of you rekindle your knowledge and adherence to many of the church's greatest traditions, you will see how much more colorful and alive your life can and should be. As you move on from this place and enter into the world, know that you will face many challenges. Sadly, I'm sure many of you know of the countless stories of good and active members of this community who, after graduation and moving away from the Benedictine bubble, have ended up moving in with their boyfriend or girlfriend prior to marriage. Some even leave the church and abandon God. It is always heartbreaking to hear these stories, and there is a desire to know what happened and what went wrong. What you must remember is that life is about doing the small things well, setting yourself up for success, and surrounding yourself with people who continually push you to be the best version of you. I say this all the time, that iron sharpens iron. It's a great reminder that those closest to us should be making us better. If you are dating someone who doesn't even share your faith, how do you expect that person to help you become a saint? If your friend group is filled with people who only think about what you're doing next weekend and are not willing to have those difficult conversations, how can they help sharpen you? As you prepare to enter into the workforce, it is extremely important that you actually think about the places you are moving to. Who is the bishop? What kind of parishes are there? Do they offer the TLM and have priests who embrace their priestly vocation? Cost of living must not be the only arbiter of your choices, for a life without God is not a life at all, and the cost of salvation is worth more than any career. I'm excited for the future, and I pray that something I have said will resonate as you move on to the next chapter of your life. Never be afraid to profess the one holy, Catholic, and apostolic church, for this is the church that Jesus Christ established, through which we receive sanctifying grace. I know that my message today had a little less fluff than is expected for these speeches, but I believe that this audience and this venue is the best place to speak openly and honestly about who we are and where we all want to go, which is heaven. I thank God for Benedictine College and for the example.
Sorry, you guys. Sorry, I had to take a call, right? But you heard what he said. And I'm like, yeah, he wasn't lying. He was not lying. Most women, they want to stay home. They go and get these degrees. They get into debt. And then when they get pregnant, get married, get pregnant, they want to stay home. And he was like, yeah, you've been deceived. Okay? Yeah. And I'm like, he's telling the truth, though. That's why the first time I heard what he said, I'm like, yep, I agree. I agree. And then, like, a lot of times people should tell these young women, like, when you sign up for these degrees, like, they should, in the career office, admissions office, when people go and take these loans, they should really make sure that these young women know that they're going to have to pay this money back. And they should tell these young women, like, listen, this major does not pay well. Are you sure you want to take on all this debt for a major that if you do go out there and get a job, you're going to be working poor? Okay? You're going to be working poor. Now, hold on. Am I done? Hold on. I got another video. Okay? Let me see. I got a video from the bishop. Hold on. Where's the bishop child? Okay. Is this one? Okay, wait, this is bishop. Hold on. I got this video from the bishop. Hold on. This is my bishop. I love my bishop. This is one of my favorite online bishops. I've never met this man, but he's my person. So let's go. Bishop, go ahead.
That we react. I hope that that Christians say something. We don't react with violence. We don't react with hitting anybody. We don't do that. But we do stand for the faith. We don't. It's amazing the things that we let get past us, and we say nothing, and that ought to be a concern. And believers have got to speak up as never before, because times, my friends, are changing. I'm headed somewhere.
Okay, go ahead. Take your time.
I have heard from a lot of people who are calling me at home and texting me and letting me know that they're with me. In 2020, when Kamala Harris was running with Joe Biden to be the VP, during that time, we said something and made a tape and put it out there, and it has resurfaced. It has gained.
Kamala Harris, she's running for the vice presidency. I call her Miss Lock Up a Brother, for when she was the AG in California, a Negro knew, a black man knew that he was dead in the water. He was dead in the water. Matter of fact, you don't need a trial. You might well go into jail if you appear before her, because she took pride in locking up black folk. And now all of a sudden she's trying to be sister girl. I'm telling it. Check out her record. She locked us up left and right. Yes, she did. Yes, she did. Yes, she did.
Yes, she did,
Kamala, however I should pronounce it, you did.
You did.
And now we're supposed to forget all that stuff.
Exactly.
And she boasted in California that she was one of the first. I got the tape queued, but my time's up to date. One of the first I showed you Thursday night to perform a same-sex marriage. Y'all want to see it? You want to see it?
Yes, we do.
Let
Bishop.
it rip.
Let rip.
Let the rings exchanged and the vows declared symbolize your commitment, sincerity, and affection.
Yeah.
And may your love never falter.
May your love never falter.
By virtue of the power and authority vested in me by the state of California, I now declare you spouses for life.
Cut. Now that is who's supposed to deliver us. Now, are you crazy?
They crazy, Bishop.
I like what Maya Angelou said. She said, when the people show you who they are, believe them. That's Kamala. And let me tell you, anybody who's trying to turn America into Sodom and Gomorrah is not good for this nation. She's not good for the state, and she ain't good for black folk.
Well, it's hard for me to number them, but let's say one of the most important lessons I ever learned from you, and I still am, I think I know the lesson, and then I'll walk into a situation and think that's that same lesson, and that is when people show you who they are, believe them.
Yes, absolutely. A person says to you, I'm selfish, or I'm mean, or I am unkind.
Or I'm crazy.
Or believe them. They know themselves much better than you do.
Mm-hmm.
But no, more often than not, those of us who don't trust life say, don't say a thing like that. You're not really crazy. You're not really unkind. You're not really mean. And as soon as you say that, the person
lets you know
and shows you, I told you.
Mm-hmm.
I told you I was unkind. So now why are you angry?
Pen? I can charge someone with a misdemeanor, the lowest level offense possible. And by virtue of that swipe of my pen, you will have to go to a courthouse and stand in line. You will have to come out of pocket and hire an attorney. You may get arrested for a few hours. You will be embarrassed in your community. You will miss time from coming onto the Google campus, all because with the swipe of my pen, I've charged you with a crime, which I may choose to dismiss 2 weeks later. It's an incredible amount of power. The power I have as a prosecutor is that with a swipe of my pen, I can charge someone with a misdemeanor, the lowest level offense possible. And by virtue of that swipe of my pen, you will have to go to a courthouse and stand in line. You will have to come out of pocket and hire an attorney. You may get arrested for a few hours. You will be embarrassed in your community. You will miss time from coming onto the Google campus, all because with the swipe of my pen, I've charged you with a crime, which I may choose to dismiss 2 weeks later. It's an incredible amount of power. The power.
I call her Miss Lock Up a Brother, for when she was the AG in California, a Negro knew, a black man knew that he was dead in the water. He was dead in the water. Matter of fact, you don't need a trial. You might well go into jail if you appear before her, because she took pride in locking up black folk. And now all of a sudden she's trying to be sister girl. I'm telling it. Check out her record. She locked us up left and right. Yes, she did. Yes, she did. Yes, she did. Yes, you did, Kamala.
Yes, she did.
Pamela, however I should pronounce it, you did. And now we're supposed to forget all that stuff. And she boasted in California that she was one of the first. I got the tape queued, but my time's up to date. One of the first I showed you Thursday night to perform a same-sex marriage. Y'all want to see it? You want to see it? Let it rip.
Let the rings exchanged and the vows declared symbolize your commitment, sincerity, and affection.
Yeah.
And may your love never falter.
May your love never falter.
By virtue of the power and authority vested in me by the state of California, I now declare you
spouses for life.
Cut. Now that is who's supposed to deliver us. Now, are you crazy?
They crazy, Bishop.
I like what Maya Angelou said. She said, when the people show you who they are, believe them. That's Kamala.
Most important lesson. Well, it's hard for me to number them, but let's say one of the most important lessons I ever learned from you. And I still am, I think I know the lesson, and then I'll walk into a situation and think that's that same lesson. And that is when people show you who they are, believe them.
Yes, absolutely. A person says to you, I'm selfish, or I'm mean, or I am unkind,
or I'm crazy,
or believe them. They know themselves much better than you do. But no, more often than not, those of us who don't trust life say, don't say a thing like that. You're not really crazy. You're not really unkind. You're not really mean. And as soon as you say that, the person
lets you know
and shows you, I told you. I told you I was unkind. So now why are you angry?
When she first told me,
The reality also is this. Any policy that will benefit Black people will benefit all society. Let's be clear about that. Let's really be clear about that. So I'm not going to sit here and say, I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit Black people. No, because whatever benefits that Black
in America into Sodom and Gomorrah is not good for this nation. She's not good for the state, and she ain't good for Black folk. Born male, women born female. We need real people. Ow! Somebody shout something to God. They have their agenda. This is why they're trying to stay home. Stay home. Don't go out. Stay home. They're trying to break you. Break your mind so that they can get in place and promote open borders, which would flood the country with illegals where they take the rest of the job that Black folk used to have. They want to bring in socialism and Marxism, forms of government that teaches that God is not the deliverer and that our rights do not come from God, but that government is God. And that we must serve the state. It is Antichrist. That's what's behind, praise the Lord, keeping all this stuff going. You think people are just protesting? Have you ever asked them, why are you protesting? Why are you still doing it? What's wrong now? Oh, they're being paid to do it. They're being paid to do it. George Soros is financing Antifa, and they've given Black Lives Matter millions of dollars, hundreds of millions. Any Black businesses seen that money?
No.
Any of the Black communities seen that money?
No,
Any Black kids trying to go to college seen any of that money?
No.
If you read what they say they're for, they don't mention the Black male one time.
No,
they're not for the Black male, and you can't have a Black community without the Black male. Preach wooden. They say that they are trained Marxists. They are not for you. They are not for me. This is the spirit of Antichrist, and I will not allow the devil to break my mind. He won't break my spirit, for I heard the Lord say, no weapon.
Okay. Now let's go. Oh, no, hold on. I got to be up here. Hold on.
School is back, and Dick's Sporting Goods has what you need to win your year. Check backpacks out.
I'm going to get something.
That's real. They don't see themselves because Black men have been emasculated in the Democratic Party. That's real. They don't see themselves because to lift up Black women is beautiful. We should, but not at the expense of Black men. We have achieved what we have achieved so far in this country because we are together.
Nina, let me snatch.
No,
Black men have been emasculated in the Democratic Party. That's real. They don't see themselves because to lift up Black women is beautiful. We should, but not at the expense of Black men. We have achieved what we have achieved so far in this country because we are together.
Again, and people are calling me, cheering me on. Now, let me tell you where I'm not headed. because some of y'all, you're getting a weird look on your face. I'm not standing up here to disavow that, because I said it and I meant it.
Just like that.
And I still feel the same way.
Well, period.
But when I said that, what I said was, I said she was bad for black people. I did. And I'll tell you why. The reasons I gave. She boasted that she performed the first same-sex marriage of California. I didn't know it until she told that. I don't think with 70% of our children being born to families where there are no moms, where there are no dads, do we need to see, little boy ain't got a daddy, do we need to see same-sex couples in the community? Do you think that's good? Don't you think that adds to the confusion? People already make jokes about black boys and black kids on Father's Day.
Mm-hmm.
Cruel people say that the average black boy have nothing to celebrate. What's sad is, for 70% of them, it's true. So do you want to add to the mix that? I think not. I said it. Also, don't think that being pro-abortion, killing unborn human beings, which disproportionately affects us, is good for us. I still believe that black folk have a right to be born like everybody else. I'll never change from that. It's not written anywhere in the U.S. Constitution or anywhere. It's not written in any religion. It's not written in any place where people would go to even find a precedence.
Hold on, let me go over here real quick. Sorry, you guys. Okay, so you can see, 19 million black babies have been aborted since 1973. Okay, let me see if I can find the numbers here. I know where it is. Once again, because of a white woman named Catherine Singer. Okay, so here's what they wrote right here. Right. Okay, hopefully you guys can see this. Okay, can y'all see this? Can you see my screen? Okay, good. So they're saying here, consider this: if those 10 million children had not been aborted, the voting power right here, the voting power of the black community would not be at 16% nationally, rather than the current 13%. Okay. So 19 million black babies have been aborted, and have reduced the voting power by 3%. It's a genocide. It actually is infanticide. Like, abortion is not a joke. Abortion is not the joke. You are causing population attrition. Okay? You are causing population attrition. It's an infanticide, just like in the Bible with Herod trying to kill all those babies, or during the days of Moses trying to kill all these baby boys, right? It's infanticide. 19 million black children gone. They will never live. They will never be. Only God knows what they could have been. Doctors, lawyers, I don't know, entertainers, engineers, right? Scientists, I don't know, artists, writers, novelists, movie makers, comedians, great mothers, great fathers. People are gone, okay? They're flushed down the toilet in a vacuum somewhere. So, like, abortion has real consequences. So when you say, "Oh, women's right," we should trust women to know what's right for their bodies. They're destroying population. They are causing population attrition. And the party that supports 19 million black babies being aborted since 1973, this is a freaking genocide. It is a genocide. Okay? I'm gonna post something else because I found this comment. I'm gonna post it. Hold on. Where can I find this comment? I don't know how to share it though. Hold on. Because I would need to find a way to share this. But this brother, he wrote something. It was so poignant. I even I saved the screenshot. Where is it? Hold on, you guys. I'm gonna let Bishop play real quick. Hold on while I look for it. Listen to Bishop. I'll be right back.
That a woman has a right to have an abortion. Roe v. Wade was bad law. It was never put to vote by the people. The Supreme Court made that decision, and it was overturned and sent back to the states. So I did say that. But when I said that, something happened to me And I've told many of you about it, but I need to tell it again because I am high profile and the IRS, the government, watches me. I've heard from them. They've told me that. We know who you are. We're watching you. And they came to see me. Sent agents to see me. We met here. 3 agents, all of them from out of state. That's 3 plane tickets, 3 hotel rooms. I mean, they spent money to come after me. And we met in the suite. It was my wife, myself. I had to get an attorney. My attorney and those 3 agents. And they were quite belligerent in their address of yours truly. And you know, I'm no shrinking violet. I give just as good as I get. I push back. I'm not a punk. When you come, I'm like John the Baptist. Jesus said, when you went to see John preach, did you go see a reed shaking in the wind? When y'all come to hear Wooden preach, you come to hear a man. I say what I mean what I say. I'm not changing from that. So I finally asked them, what did I say that was so wrong? And the brother who was on the team yelled out to me with a high voice, you said Kamala Harris is bad for black people, and you can't say that. I said, is that what this is all about? I said, well, what if I told the truth? You still can't say it. Now, why am I bringing that up today? I'm talking to you, but I'm talking to the IRS. I told them, see, because let me tell you what they came to do. They said, we are here to revoke your nonprofit status, and we want to go back through, we want to go through your books and look at every offering the church raised from the day you made that statement up until this current time and tax you for that too. Now, that's what they came and told me. Now, I want to say to my friends in ministry on the other side, you guys, y'all, I know y'all feel good. You got it made. Because on the other side, you can invite the politicians you like to your church. And I saw one the other day, the man invited the person he wanted and preached him. Amen. Y'all standing, why y'all standing? Oh, okay. I didn't know what was going on. Man invited the man, thank y'all, to the church and preached him. I see where in town a preacher has made a commercial in his church speaking against the lieutenant governor. You can say anything you want on the other side and you don't get a visit, you don't get harassed, you don't get anything. I was in church when I learned that I was a Democrat. I learned it from the pulpit.
Yep.
When I was a little boy.
That's not right.
That's where I learned that at. And I am a non-affiliate, just for the record. I've never been a Republican. I'll never be a Democrat again. I'm non-affiliate. But the point I'm making is that's lawfare. That's that kind of behavior is a threat to democracy because it's designed to silence dissent. That's a page from the Marxist Leninist playbook. That's communism. If you speak up, if you do not fit the narrative, we'll come down on you. We'll put the weight of the federal government on you. We will threaten you. We will try to put you out of business. That is wrong. But that is what is going on. And what I'm telling you now, I'm not telling you something I read in a book. This is what they did to me. So I want to say to the IRS, when you see that again, because you're going to see it, my hair was black at that time, and I have not broken the law and released a new one. As a matter of fact, that's out there, that didn't come from us. You know, other websites have it, and I'm not going to ask anyone to take anything down.
So I saw this post. This guy left this comment on Instagram. It was on the Tamika Mallory's post, right? And he said this, because you know how they're making promises, the Democrats are making promises that they can overturn Roe versus Wade, which they cannot do. Once again, always lying to people, okay? Always lying, right? So the young man said this. He said, presidents can't overturn Supreme Court decisions. Only the Supreme Court can do that. Trump didn't overturn Roe versus Wade. The most dangerous place for a Black American is the womb of their Black mother. Facts. In the District of Columbia, New York City, but not in the rest of NY, of New York, and the 31 states that reported racial and ethnic data on abortion to the CDC, 42% of all women who had abortions in 2021 were non-Hispanic Black. Okay, 42%. While 30% were non-Hispanic white, 22% were Hispanic, and 6% were other races. Right? So Black women are the ones that are most likely to have abortions. And it's not because it's not mostly because of rape or incest, right? It's the culture, which is highly promiscuous, right? Then after Black women come white women. After white women come Latinas, because you know Latinas gonna keep their babies. And I feel like the 6% is like what, like Arabs and Asians, right? Because they have cultures of modesty. So the more promiscuous the culture, the higher the percentage of abortion, right? The more a culture is promiscuous, the more likely the women are going to need abortions because they're not thinking about how they're handling their vaginas. Okay, the more a culture is modest, like Muslim people, like most Arabs are very modest, right? Asian people are very modest, right? The less likely you see these women also go and get abortions. And instead of saying, "Oh, let's guarantee the right to an abortion," how about we change the culture? Okay, how about we change the culture? Okay, let's keep going, right? Looking at abortion rates among those 15, people are having abortions at 15 to 44. There were 28.6 abortions per 1,000 non-Hispanic Black women in 2021, 12.3 per 1,000 Hispanic women, 6.4 abortion per 1,000 non-Hispanic white women, 9.2 abortions per 1,000 women of other races. The CDC reported from those same 31 states, DC and New York City. So to put it nicely, it's disgusting that a key political issue for many Black women is whether or not they have the right to unalive their babies. Absolutely. Absolutely. And it's really sad, huh? That's why I think in the Bible, I really think that Moses was Black. I really think that Jesus was Black because I'm like, it's the same thing happening. People, once again, try to unalive babies, mostly little boys, mostly little Black boys. So like for a group of women to be so obsessed with the Democratic Party because it gives you the right to abort babies, it is weird. That's why I said if it's not spiritual warfare, then it's something really like, I don't know, maybe it's satanic possession. I don't know, but it's very diabolical. So like Black women are the number one group to seek abortions, right? And I'm like, you wonder why, right? When you have people like, hold on, let me show you something, right? Let me show you something. Give me a second, you guys. Right? Where is her latest video at this point? I was so shocked. I was like, but you see, young ladies, young Black women, these are their leaders. This is who they look up to. Meg Thee Stallion. And she had this one video, you guys. I'm like, I don't even know how YouTube allowed this video to stay up. Because I'm like, anybody else who had this video, yeah, the video would have came down. Let me see if I can find the video. Where is that video? I'm like, what the heck is she doing? Maybe YouTube took the video down. I don't even know. Let's go to popular. Let me see. You know? But this is what young black girls look up to. We want to sit here and pretend like we don't know why people are having all these like abortion. How about you change the culture? You know? Like, no, they don't want to do that. They want to keep being filthy, being hypersexual, doing all this nasty stuff, right? But nobody's teaching these young ladies how to have safe sex and how to have sex that you don't get pregnant. You don't have to get pregnant. Why do I feel like the song is gone? Was the music video gone? Maybe. It was so raunchy. Hold on. Oh, no, it's right here. Oh, of course it's not gone. It's YouTube, right?
From the director of...
You know, YouTube loves this filth, right? Like, y'all, here's the video. I was like, what is this? Is this corn? Let me show you a scene. Let me show you this one scene. I was like, how can YouTube allow this? See, look at this. Hold on. Where is she? Right? Look at her. Hold on. This is just disturbing, right? This is just disturbing. This is what these women do with their bodies. This is what they do with their bodies. So we say, oh, when the Democratic Party said, oh, we trust women to know what to do with their bodies, especially black women. I'm like, what is this? What is this? This is what you have to do to sell music? Okay, for free. Like, for what? Like, I'm like, what does this have to do with the song? Unbelievable. What is this? What is this? I'm like, what is this? What is going on? Yes. Okay, and this is the girl that Kamala Harris. I don't even know, because YouTube allows this stuff. Like when it comes down to black women doing this to themselves, YouTube has no problem. You go ahead and do something like that. They'll take your video down because YouTube gets to make money from content like this. I'm like, Meg, what are you doing? Oh my gosh. Right? But it's like they don't care anymore. They do not care. They don't care. They don't care. So I'm like, are people who handle their bodies like this? Yeah, right. They know we can trust them. Trust them how? You don't even believe it. You don't even believe in yourself to know that you can make great music without doing all of this. Right? When Lauryn Hill got all her Grammys, she wasn't doing all this. Right? Like, look at this. Lauryn Hill had like 5 Grammys. Way more decorated than Meg Thee Stallion. She's not doing any of this. And remember too, right? Remember when Lauren got pregnant, they wanted her to have an abortion. She said no. Because on the album, if you remember, right? Because the joy of Zion is in my world. Zion is her son. I think he's like grown now. They sing together and stuff like that. He's an artist now, right? But they wanted her to abort Zion for her career. She's like, no. What the heck? What is wrong with you people? Right? She kept her baby. But I'm like, Lauryn Hill is way more decorated than Meg Thee Stallion. She's way more successful. Exactly. With her clothes on. And she warned us against this. Girl, you know you better watch out. Okay? She warned us against this. She knew this Gemini queen. She knew this day was coming. Right? And I see, look, this is our new generation. Everybody's naked. Everybody's bending over forward. They're touching their vajayjays. They're patting their booties. These girls don't want to wear clothes. They don't want to wear clothes. They refuse modesty. They don't like that. They don't. I don't know. It's so filthy. It is so filthy. It's just so filthy. Okay? It's disturbing. It's so disturbing. Like, who does this? And I'm like, this today is the cultural. This is the cultural identity. This is the cultural image of Black American women. And I'm like, how is this okay? How is this okay? And Beyonce ain't no better also. You would think Beyonce would be so different and encourage other women to do better. No, she's not. She gonna do it. She gonna do the same thing. With all the money she has, all the success she has, right? So I'm like, this young man right here, he is so right. To put it nicely, it's disgusting that a key political issue for many Black women is whether they have the right to unalive their babies. And you see, and this is why you have to understand why so many Black women are obsessed with voting for Kamala Harris. It's not about Kamala Harris. It's about their right to have an abortion. They want that abortion. That's why they don't care if this woman has policies or not. Like, it's not okay. It's going to make sense. Like, I'm like, they're not that slow. They're not that reductive. These women are not that dumb. They're plain dumb. Okay, they are not stupid. I refuse to believe this. Hold on. Stop my screen share because I get it goes off a lot. Hold on. Okay, I refuse to believe this. These black girls are not that dumb. They're not that reductive. It's bad faith. For the abortion, they will vote for anybody. And that's why even Whoopi Goldberg said that even if Joe Biden pooped his pants, she would still vote for him because they want the abortion right. They want abortion. So for the abortion, they'll vote for anybody. They don't care about the welfare of this country. They don't care what happens to this nation. They do not care. They want that abortion by all means necessary. It's like oxygen for them people. It's unbelievable because how can a woman be like 60 days away from running for from being elected, right? And she has no policies on her website. She has no policies on her website. All she's doing is asking for money. And they don't mind giving her that because they want the abortion or they want to know that they can have an abortion up to 9 months. Yeah, Beyonce has no class. Beyonce has no class because you would think Beyonce be the last anchor we have to be like, no, you ain't got to do this. No, Beyonce's out there too. Married, a mother. She's out here too, just like Meg Thee Stallion. Make it make sense. Right? So when I saw what he wrote, I was like, whoa, that's so real. And it's so important to know a president cannot overturn a Supreme Court decision. And they wouldn't know this because so many of them were asleep during civic classes, right? That's why I said people should not have the right to vote based on citizenship. People should have a license to vote. People need to prove that they have enough knowledge of the 3 branches of government, what they can and cannot do. And that's T, you're always making excuses for evil stuff, T. That's disgusting. If you know that a man is going to bounce, then wear protection. You don't have to sleep with him. Like, it ain't nothing new. Female mammals have been getting pregnant since the earth been built. It's nothing new. We know that girls get pregnant. It's nothing new. It didn't happen yesterday. It didn't happen a week ago. It didn't happen in 1973. Like, oh my gosh, is that a pregnancy? No. From the early days of humanity, not even just humanity, even mammals, the female gets pregnant. It's nothing new. So if you know that men leave, use protection. If you know that man leaves, get on birth control. That make it make sense, right? It's your womb. We know if 2 people have unprotected sex, who's more likely to get pregnant? The woman is likely to get pregnant. So who should be more careful? The woman? It is your body, right? The woman should be more careful. This is nothing new. Women have been getting pregnant. It's nothing new. In the Bible, they were getting pregnant. Before Jesus, they were getting pregnant. Eve got pregnant. That's over 7,000 years. So women know when you have a menstrual cycle, you know that you cannot carry a child. It's nothing new. I mean, like, how you gonna explain it? They bounce. If we know that men bounce, if we know that men don't commit, then we should be careful because you know that men don't commit. So why are you being reckless? You have birth. They have so many types of birth control. There's abstinence. If you don't want that, they have so many types of birth control. People who have apps for Uber, they have apps for Uber Eats, they have apps for DoorDash, they have Afterpay. You have ways to get money. You have money. You know how to get into an Uber and go to a clinic. You can walk to a clinic. So if we know that men leave, if we know that men are more likely to abandon their children, most women have to be careful. But an abortion is extreme. You don't have to have an abortion. It's extreme. Cutting up a baby in pieces, it's extreme. You don't have to get there. Just like we know that if you get in the car, you can get into a car accident, right? So guess what? People drive more carefully. People have car insurance. Things happen. And because of that, we have mitigation plans, right? We have plans in case something happens to mitigate the consequences of what we're doing. But this is nothing new. Just like car accidents are nothing new. Just like being robbed in your house is nothing new. That's why you have insurance. That's why you have security. You protect yourself. If something matters to you, you protect it. Protect your vagina. Don't let anybody in your vagina. Don't listen to random girls on the internet telling you to sleep with all kinds of people. because it's your vagina. And if you get pregnant, most likely you'll leave. And then you'll have to make a hard choice whether you kill a person or you let somebody live. You don't want that on your head. That's too much. But I'm like, there's too much birth control. You have hormonal birth control. You have non-hormonal birth control. People have all these expensive iPhones. They don't know how to look up birth control to see what works for you. I'm like, it's so crazy to me. How can a person even like give, you can give a man, whatever, you can give somebody head, but you can't say, okay, I'm not comfortable having sex with you, or I don't want to get pregnant by you. Your people will use their mouth for anything but the right thing, to speak up for themselves and say, no, I don't want to do that. People know how to get blowjobs, but don't know how to say, hey, I want to go see a doctor. I want to get on birth control. Tell the doctor you want to get on birth control. You have a mouth. It's not just meant to give blowjobs. You can also use your mouth to say, hey, I want to get on birth control. What do you have for me? I'm sexually active. I want to get on birth control. It doesn't even have to go there because people don't care. And that's why in Houston, you have 25,000 cases of HIV because people don't care what they do with their bodies. That's not a good enough an excuse. Man, leave. They've always left. It's nothing new. So like you don't evolve. Everything out here that has life has evolved. Everything evolves. People evolve. Sorry. Technology evolves. Everything evolves. Why are you going to say the same? You keep getting played back to back to back to back since the Garden of Eden. You have yet to learn something new? Get on protection. People know how to buy lace front wigs. How you call them things? Lace fronts for $400, $600. Hair always did, but you ain't got money for birth control? Like what? And even that, it's so much cheaper to get on birth control than to actually have to go get an abortion. They're expensive. Abortions are expensive. They're like $400-$600 for an abortion. Birth control don't cost that much. It don't cost that much. I'm like, it's weird to me. No. You're trying to make excuses here. I'm not gonna be like, okay, men don't leave. Men do leave. A lot of men do leave, right? Because when they're young, they're just trying to have sex with people. So it's like knowing that. What are you gonna do to protect yourself? Just like if you have a nice house, people more likely gonna want to rob you. If you drive a nice car, people are more likely gonna want to rob you. When you have nice things, people are more likely gonna rob you. If you're a young woman and you have a vagina and you look really good, a lot of men are going to want to sleep with you. It's very obvious. So then you have to say to yourself, what do I do to protect myself? If you have a car, you know that you have to get car insurance because you might be a great driver, but you can't plan for other people. So you get car insurance. We know that we might get sick. So guess what? We also get health insurance. This is no excuse. In 2024, for women who have degrees, they have all these college degrees. They have all this education and all the debt to prove that they've been educated and they don't know how to prevent a pregnancy. They have to go through an abortion? No. Unbelievable. Because people are being careless and they are using abortion as birth control. It is not birth control. It's a serious procedure. It's a serious procedure. There's a human life. Why would you ever want to even put yourself in that position where you have to make such a decision? And they never talk about the depression that comes with abortion. It's not a risk-free procedure. It's not a guilt-free procedure. And if you do it and you don't feel a ways about it, your soul is gone. Yeah, but you've done it so much, you don't even have a soul no more. Make it make sense. 19 million people are dead. 19 million. And they keep wanting to vote for a party because they think, oh, I got to have this abortion. No, you got to have this birth control. You got to have self-control also. You have to know what man to lay down with. You don't have to sleep with every man you meet. And you don't have to let any man just like ejaculate inside your body. Tell these dudes to wear condoms. Even if you have birth control, tell these people to also wear condoms. Like, this is crazy. Yeah, exactly. Is it that hard to take? If you can't take the pill, then have them give you a shot. There's the Depo shot. Let the people stab you one time. Like, seriously. Like, I hate this cop out all the time. It's like, what? Like we don't even have to get to that. Even if you have unprotected sex, right? You can go to the clinic real quick. You can go, not even the clinic, you can go over the counter. Not even over the counter. Yeah, it is over the counter, right? They sell the after morning pill for $50. You can order Uber. There are people out here, they spend so much money on DoorDash. They spend so much money on Uber Eats. You can't use Instacart. Like, you have everything on your phone. They even have apps to help you calculate your menstrual cycle. They have apps for everything. So you know how to use all these apps, but somehow you don't know how to avoid a pregnancy, but you got a college degree? What is going on with these women? It's embarrassing. If you grew up in Africa and you grew up in a village and you don't know how to do your cycle because you have to look at the moon, I guess. I kind of feel sorry for you. But for a woman in the free world, American women who have $2,500 cell phones, you got a $1,500 iPhone, your hair is $600, you spend over $500 a month on eating outside, DoorDash, Uber Eats, you name it. You don't know how to get birth control. You don't know how to use Instacart to get a Plan B off the counter. You have 72 hours to use Plan B. Why aren't you using it? Why aren't you using it? Like, what is this? I'm like, seriously, what is this? And then Trump is a bad guy for saying, sending back to the state. 19 million Black children have been deleted. And like what? In like 40 years, you delete like what, 70? Yeah, like 40 years, right? Maybe is that what it is? Because 30, yeah. No, in 50 years. Yeah, 50 years. Deleting like almost 20 million babies. So that's like 5 million babies. Like, what is that? 20 million babies? Like, so that's 500,000 babies. Is that it? 500,000 Black babies die every year. For what? That is insane. That's insane. Like it's just sick to me. And that's why me, honestly, I can't be around a lot of the sisterhood people. Because I'm like, you support this? I had this one friend, she was going on and on about Trump. And I was like, girl, do you not understand that 19 million babies, Black babies, have died from abortion? And I sent her I'm like, if you don't believe me, look at this. And it's from Congress. Congress wrote this report. Okay, it's the U.S. government who wrote this report. She didn't even bat an eye. She wasn't even like, oh my gosh, that's a lot of people, right? Nothing came over her. And mind you, she has a child. Nothing came over her. She didn't even process the number. I'm like, wow. But I promise you, if she had lost $19 million, if she had lost $119,000, if she had lost even $19,000, she'd be like cussing and screaming up a storm, going to the bank, acting a fool. Because they care more about money than they care about human beings. And let it be even a little Black boy. Now they're so excited. Just like that girl, Cynthia G. Cynthia G was out here telling Black women that if you find out that if you go to your exam with your OBGYN and you find out that the baby is a boy, she was telling people to go have an abortion. I said, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. A child is not even born yet. You've already punished him like this? He needs to die because he's a Black boy? Mama, this woman is insane. And I see why YouTube took her channel down. And the only Black boys over here who platform Cynthia G are the gay ones because they have hatred, because they're not accepted by heterosexual Black men. Or maybe they're not accepted by their daddies. I don't know. Right? But this woman is unhinged. Meanwhile, Cynthia G herself, she had a baby with a man on YouTube who has over 10 kids. So I'm like, so you went and had a child with a man that has over 10 kids because O'Shea Duke Jackson, Tariq Nasheed, they all exposed her. They exposed all her business. She has a baby with a YouTuber here. Come to find out, he has like 8 kids or like 10 kids. He has boku kids. And when she found out that she was pregnant by a man with 8 kids or 9 kids, she gave her child a chance to live. But yet you're telling all these Black women who follow you to go delete their babies because she was hiding her life. Telling people to go abort a baby if you find out that you are pregnant with a Black boy. I'm like, what is wrong with these women? You are sick. You are seriously sick. You are so sick. Like, they are monsters. They are truly monsters. I'm like, it's like their soul is dead. There is no way you hate Black men so much that you find joy in keeping a pregnancy just so you can kill the child because it's a male boy. You are freaking sick. You are sick. And that's why I always say, just because somebody is Black, I don't claim you. Because some of y'all are murderers. You intentionally it don't make no sense because you know how to stop this. You can stop the egg from actually fertilizing. You can stop the sperm from actually fertilizing this egg, right? Because just because you have unprotected sex, you don't get pregnant right away. That sperm can live up there, for like up to 5 days. You have 3 days to take the after morning pill. You can stop the egg from getting fertilized. No, you just sit there and let it happen. And you watch the clock go. You watch the weeks go by. Because you hate this man so much. You want that thing to grow just so you can kill it. So you can punish him. You are punishing yourself. And when you die, you will have to give an account to the Lord. Fear God. Don't let these Democrats make you crazy, huh? Because the Democrats, they can tell you, oh yeah, we want you to go kill your baby. But there is a God. And when you die, because we're all going to die, you will meet the God and you will meet these babies. Whether you cut their heads off, you cut the limbs off, you will have to see these children. You will never run away from this. All you're doing is you're just kicking the can down the road because you might not meet the baby in this lifetime, but in the afterlife, you will see this baby. You will see this baby. And a lot of these babies, you wonder why so many women, when they get married, they can't conceive. They need to come out here and tell us how many abortions they had because you must repent. You must repent. You must repent. Everything you do, there is a God that you must answer to. And you think the Democratic Party is God. They're not God. They're not God. They're Antichrist. But there is a God. For whatsoever a man sow, he shall reap. When you kill, you shall reap. When you spill blood, you shall reap. All these innocent black babies, you will have to answer for that. You will have to answer for that. You will have to answer for that. Okay? Because that's just madness. That's just madness to sit on YouTube and to tell black women that if you find out that you have a black boy in your belly, he deserves to die just because he's a boy. But imagine if the black man said, oh, if I find out that you have a daughter, she needs to die. Y'all will lose your mind. Bunch of hateful people like this. Bunch of hateful people. Bunch of hateful people. So YouTube took her channel down because she does not deserve to speak to people. And every time I see all these black women who do bad things to their babies, they kill their boys. I'm like, you know what? She probably listened to Cynthia G. These women are at home with their kids. Instead of saying, girl, love your baby, love your child. Because every prayer that you make unto the Lord is answered through a child. Okay? What's his name? Kevin Durant. Imagine if his mom had aborted him. Okay? He made it. Her son is a multi-millionaire. He takes care of his mother. Look at Russell Wilson. Oh, what's Russell's prayer? Keep a baby boy alive. I wonder what Sierra's prayer is. I wonder how Sierra got the Russell because his mother kept him alive. Imagine if she had an abortion. Where would she have met a Russell Wilson? Okay? Imagine if this lady had an abortion. Where would Sierra have met a Russell Wilson? Make it make sense. Make it make sense. The lady kept her baby. What makes you think it was easy for her to raise her baby? Okay? But a lot of black men, they are very successful. They take good care of their mom. You don't know who this baby is. He could be the answer to your prayer. He could be the boy who's going to put a crown on your head. He could be the boy who's going to make all your tears worth it. Give this baby a chance. You have no idea who God placed in your womb. You have no idea. Black women went to these weirdo ass white liberal colleges and you forgot the God who made you. So many black girls grew up in the church. You know the word of God. You know what the Bible says. But because of these goofy ass white degrees, because of a white man's white piece of paper, you turn your whole back on everything that you were raised to be and you were raised to believe in. You know what the Bible says. Before I made you, before I conceived you, I knew the plans I had for you, plans to prosper you. This baby is somebody. This baby also has a future. You never know who a child can be. You don't know what can be in this baby. Oh, I love Barack Obama. I love Barack Obama. Was not his mama a single mama by an African man with a big name like Obama? But she let the baby live. And he became a president of the United States of America. Okay, she's a white woman. She could have had an abortion too. Coming out here with a baby with a Kenyan from Africa who leaves to go back to Africa. But she kept her baby. And that baby became the first black president of the USA. That's no small feat. The majority of basketball players are raised by single mothers. And they take good care of their mom. They might not be the most faithful boyfriends now. Shoot, I don't know. But they take care of their mothers. Their mothers want for nothing. When Russell Wilson bought his mom a house, she was like, that house is a freaking castle. I said, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay? Lady Diana, her husband cheated on her, but she kept the baby. And now you have Prince Harry, you have Prince Charles. Did she know she was going to die one day? But today, Princess Diana, she's dead. Hold on. But we still have our babies, though. How you gonna tell somebody to tell you to get rid of your baby? How you know that this baby is not coming into your life, right? To make you whole. And instead of Black women coming online and encouraging motherhood, encouraging maternity, teaching Black women to love babies like they used to, taking care of babies like they used to, loving on babies like they used to, making food for a baby like they used to. No, they teach you to abort your baby and chase behind a career, chase behind a bag, chase behind an OnlyFans account. They hate being mothers. Everything God said to do the complete opposite. Rebellious. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. It's so damn evil. It's so damn evil. I was like, what the heck? I was like, this is insanity. But it's so sad. The most dangerous place for a Black American is the womb of the Black mother. Okay? That is insane. And there's a reason why Black women are the ones to get the most abortions, because of the culture. It's the culture. It's the culture. There's, oh, we don't need men. We reject men. We want to do whatever we want to do, right? Only to end up looking like this. Only to end up looking like this. Okay? Only to end up looking like this. Make it make sense. Get rid of men. Stop going to church. Do your own thing. Go to a liberal college. Do whatever you want. Only to end up looking like this. Oprah did everything in her power with Color Purple to make Black women hate Black men. Now, that whole movie Color Purple with Alice Walker, two crazy Aquariuses. Alice Walker, a crazy Aquarius. Just like Priscilla, hate men. She's probably a lesbian. Oprah Winfrey always questioned her sexuality. Okay? Colored Purple, teaching people to hate men, to hate your Black man, hate your Black man. Okay? In a span of 50 years, look at what these women have done to the image of Black women. Look at this. Look at this. Okay? So these numbers right here, it has nothing to do with rape or incest. It's the culture. People don't respect their bodies anymore. People don't respect their bodies anymore. And it's like, it's insane. It truly is insane. It's insane. It is insane. How can a young lady, and Meg Thee Stallion too, Meg Thee Stallion, I mean, she has a low GPA, but nonetheless, though, right? This young lady graduated college. So why go to college? If this is what you're going to do, you didn't have to go to college. Okay? You go to college just to do this. How you go to college and read books, and this is what it produces? So you go to college, it don't change your mind. You read all these books, it don't change your mind. Education is supposed to transform a person. Education is supposed to open your mind. When you're educated, you're supposed to be enlightened. When you're educated, you're supposed to recognize that what makes you beautiful is not your boobs, your behind, but it's your mind. And you need to have a beautiful mind. You go to college to learn, to think, to develop your mind, develop your arguments. No, they go to school only to come out looking like this. You don't have to go to school then. You don't have to go to school. Then just do this. Just do this. Why pretend that you care about having an education if all you're going to do is end up like this? Don't go to school. Just do this full time. When I saw this, I was so shocked. And I was like, Jay-Z, like Sean Carter, how can you allow this young lady to go like this? But the Carters too, though, they mishandle all these young women. Because you also have Haley. Where is she? Right? Okay? You have Haley also signed to the Carters. Somehow she becomes baby mom. Okay? And her sister, where's Chloe? Right? All these young Black girls signed to the Carters. Bunch of foolishness. Bunch of foolishness. You mess with the Carters, you end up naked. Okay? Always naked. Every time you see Chloe, she's doing the most. This poor little girl, look at her. Okay? Look at her. Huh? This poor little Black child. Look how she look at how she's turned. Look at what she's been turned into. In a span of less than in less than 10 years. Look at what Beyonce has done to this kid. For money. For money. But somehow Trump is the problem. No, we need to go back to being conservative people. This is out of order. Okay? Look at this child. Right? But now, to be famous, it's something completely different. Every day you go on her Instagram, it's her being naked. Every day you go on Instagram, she's naked. right? You see? Come to our Instagram every day, doing the most, being provocative, because this is how she understands being a Black woman. Everything's about the body. I'm like, she really might as well go open an OnlyFans at this rate. Seriously. Like, what is this? What is this? Right? And that's what happens when you identify with the Carters. You sign with the Carters, you turn into this. I'm like, what is going on? What is going on? She had this one movie, huh? The guy had her bent over, doing doggy style on her. I'm like, what is this? Where is her management? Like, here you go. There you go. That's the culture. That's the culture. This is what they're doing. You sign with the Carters, you lose your innocence. You stop being a child. Everything about you is so sexualized. This is not even 10 years, right? How do you go from this? This poor little baby. I'm like, me, I swear, I weep. I truly weep for what is happening to Black women in America. I really do. I weep for them because this is sad. This is sad. They don't know how to be without like doing the most, the behind, the this, the that. It's like, but babe, you are beautiful. You are smart. You are gifted. You don't have to do all of this. You see, Beyonce's supposed to be an icon for Black girls, represent motherhood, being a wife, having children. This one also, she does whatever. Beyonce ain't no better. Beyonce ain't no better. So all these young girls who look up to her, here you go. Like, what is this? I mean, it's just madness. It's just madness. Unbelievable. My gosh. Where was I? I lost my train of thought. Oh, Lord. It's so disturbing. Anyways, you guys. Okay. So before we'll go here, we'll see some videos here. Before I give you a few minutes. I mean, like, it's like 30 minutes or so, right? So look at all these women, too. Look at all these women. They're all on TikTok. Hold on. Okay. So if we go to TikTok, look at all these women. They're all in debt. All of them. Student loan debt. And the debt. And more debt. And more debt. And more. They're all in debt. And so they love to brag about, oh, I'm educated, but you're also in debt. You're also in debt. The Black guy, the white guy, the whatever guy, they might not have all these degrees though, but they also do not carry all this debt. It is just debt. Just to say you're educated, but are you actually productive? Are you actually making money? Are you actually making money? Right? So before we get here, I saw this one video earlier, like during the week I saw this. Let me play this, right? Because I really love this conversation. So who done it? The 1.7 trillion student loan crisis. Because the conversation they had here, it was very pertinent. Okay, so sometimes it's good to listen to some sober white people too, huh? Yeah. So let me have these white men tell us what they feel like. Hold on.
If I didn't ask you to throw education in there and riff on that a little as well. I don't know how much you know about me, but the foundation I've been running for the last however many years, we award work ethic scholarships to kids who are going to trade schools. And I have nothing against a 4-year degree. I've got one, served me well. And obviously you're a man of letters. But as you look at what's happening in education, where do you put that particular institution in the hierarchy of the others you've mentioned, tech and Hollywood and finance? Is it the tip of the spear, or is it just part of the wood behind it?
I always used to say that the craziest idea in a faculty lounge takes about 2 years to be implemented in the White House. So it's very influential.
I like when he smell good, he do what a man should, it make me feel real good.
Time to help people customize and save with Liberty Mutual. Forgot my wallet.
There's too many people going to 4-year colleges and they're not learning anything. We have 1.7 trillion in debt. And so the university is very culpable, because we have this problem now where we went from 2.1 fertility down to 1.6. It's catastrophic in 25 years. So we've got this whole generation of young people, primarily also male young people, who they're not getting married, they're not buying houses, they're not having children, which is affecting our fertility rate, and they're encumbered. And you look at, and I have them in my own family, and I talk to them. How did you get 150,000 niece or nephew? And the majors that they go 3 units here, 6 units here, 5 units here, and they consume their 20s because of this myth of the 4-year degree. And then you have these universities, and you say to them, and I've said this to a lot of administrators, why don't you just tell, when I buy a car, I'm told exactly what the monthly payment is, what the total cost is, and am I aware of all the ins and outs? And I have a 17-page thing to fill out. Would you just tell the student when they take these loans, what is the average compensation of a sociology major, a psych major, a classics major, whatever it is, just tell them how much the interest will cost them, and what is the price per unit in dollars, so that they can make a decision and not just fob it off on a guaranteed loan. And then would you also pledge your endowment, get the government out, just pledge it. If you're Stanford University and you have a $40 billion endowment, why don't you just tell the students that they'll have the student loans, but you are on your responsibility when they default?
Yeah.
And maybe if that happened, you would offer courses that were relevant, and the students, you would be very critical of the faculty who couldn't teach, except. And then another thing, until recently we had SATs, and the premise of the SAT was the GPA cannot be trusted because there's such a wide disparity in the quality of high school. So an A from my high school, Salma High School, where I graduated, is not really an A compared to Palo Alto High School. And that was true. So therefore, I had to take the SAT. Why don't we have an SAT in the back end? Because I guarantee you that where Stanford is today and watching it, they are not turning students out like Hillsdale College. I teach at both. Yeah. 20 years ago, the Stanford student was far better prepared and educated and came in, not now. And if you had an SAT that said everybody who needs a BA has to get, I don't know, 85%, a 520 on the SAT, you would be surprised how much they hate that idea. And because they don't want any accountability, that either they haven't taught people to improve in the skills they said were necessary to take their courses. And I'll just finish this with, I had a guy in Silicon Valley last year. I gave a lecture and he came up to me and I said, at some point their reputations are going to suffer, these 4-year colleges.
Yeah.
Because they're watered down the curriculum and it's DEI. And he said, where have you been, Victor? He said, in the last 3 years, Stanford University let in 20% white students. We don't care what color they are. But to get that ratio, they had to exclude people that were brilliant. So they rejected 70% of those who had a perfect SAT, even though it was it was a choice. They sent it in, and that became a mark of vulnerability. It's like 0.11%.
You have debt, and I'm talking about student loan. I have $200,000 worth of student debt, and I'm pretty ashamed of it. But here's the real tragedy. I got a full scholarship to college. My student debt came from graduate school and a certificate I earned after graduate school. If I'm being honest, I really regret it. I regret going to graduate school when I did, and I regret paying out of pocket for it myself. When I graduated from college, I was 21 years old, and I did the thing that I thought was best. I decided to go to graduate school because that's what most members of my family did. They went to graduate school. And so in following in many of their footsteps, I went to pursue my master's degree. Making this decision to go to graduate school, I listened to what some of my family members were talking about when it comes to earning potential. It was pretty much drilled into me that if I wanted my earning potential to match my white counterparts, that I would have to have a graduate degree. A graduate degree was simply not optional. As a Black woman without a backup plan, I thought that I was securing my financial future by investing in my education. When I say without a backup plan, what I specifically mean is I just couldn't move home with my parents. That was not an option available to me because of my circumstances. Some of the comments that I am seeing in response to the Biden-Harris loan forgiveness program have me shook because I am just like, if you only knew. Yes, this program is going to get some people completely out of student loan debt. But for someone like me, this is just a start. Like I said, I have over $200K in student loans. So, and I'm eligible for $20,000, thank goodness. And so that's going to take me to about $180,000 still left to pay. Some of the comments that have been the hardest to read are the ones that say things like, well, it's your responsibility. You knew what you were signing up for. Yes, it is my responsibility, but I don't think I understood the magnitude of what I was signing up for. I was so focused on securing my financial future and creating stability in my life and also trying to address the issues of pay.
You see what she said? That the comments that held her accountable were the hardest to read. When I tell you these women are unhinged, women are unhinged. Western women are unhinged. Every time they do something, you hold them accountable. They look for a back door. They look for an exit. Well, I was 21. Well, I didn't know. Well, don't matter, does it, huh? How you like that number didn't do anything to you? I'm like, they don't care about money. They don't care about money.
Pay inequity that I made a pretty poor decision. Hindsight is truly 2020. When you know better, you do better. And if I had known better, I would not have taken out all of these student loans.
So now I'm going to ask you a question. Are these young men who are not getting those degrees, are they not stupid? No, they're actually smarter. Let's go with this one.
And I'm talking about student loans, credit cards. This video is for you. I was inspired by a creator who I'm going to tag below who's sharing her journey of paying over 6 figures worth of debt. So I figured I'd share my journey with you as well. I started my debt journey in 2019 when I had $42,000 worth of debt. 9,000 of that was in credit cards and 33,000 was student loan. In 2019, after a sermon series at my church, I decided that I wanted to get serious about my finances. At the time, I was still in grad school and decided that I would start my financial freedom journey by paying off my credit card debt since my student loans were still in deferment while I was in grad school. If you're familiar with Dave Ramsey's baby steps, I did do Financial Peace University and did follow many of the baby steps to help me pay off my debt. Started with the snowball method by paying my smallest balances first and then working to my larger balance. I was making about $36,000 per year at my job and knew that I needed other sources of income.
You see this? You see that? No, what I told you. They go to school and they pick goofy majors. So she gets into it. She gets into debt so she can have a degree that's only going to pay her $36,000 a year. You guys, you don't have to go to school if all you care to make is $36,000 a year. Just go work. Because if you work at the mall, you might make $30,000, right? How much do McDonald's people make a year? So if all you care, I feel like honestly, people need to have this serious conversation with these young ladies, right? If you don't want to make a lot of money, if you most likely want to stay home when you have kids, just work. Don't go to school. It's fine, right? Because if all you want to make is $36,000, you can make that now. You don't have to go to school and get in debt. Stop majoring in foolish stuff. Like seriously, you know what I'm saying? It's insanity. And and the reason why they go to school like this too is to compete with men. This is all of this right here. They do everything out of spite for men. And this is why they make poor decisions. Because when you do stuff to spite somebody else, you're only going to hurt yourself. You're going to hurt yourself, right? They do everything out of spite. They want abortions out of spite for men. They want to go to college out of spite for men. They do everything out of spite for men. I even think a lot of them become lesbians out of spite for men. They do nothing based on conviction. Everything is off of doing things out of spite. They are in competition with men instead of looking for things that are fulfilling for them. It's like, if all you're going to make is 36 grand, just work, start working. Heck, even becoming a YouTuber, you'll make more than that, then be debt free, right? Because they're not really ambitious. I'm not trying to be funny, but they're not really ambitious. You're not ambitious because one person going to go to college, okay, just to make $36,000. You don't need a college degree to make 36 grand. Just start working. But the problem, most women in America, not just white, most women, all of them, like most women in America, mostly white and black women, right? Their problem is they do everything out of spite for men. Oh, a man said I couldn't do it. I'm going to go do it. Why? It don't matter. They're so reactionary. They get into debt because they're reactionary. They sign up for majors because they're reactionary. And you would think if they were so obsessed with like challenging men, they would go for STEM majors. Many of them don't, because they don't want to really compete. They want to occupy space in colleges, but they don't go to the best departments. You don't see them in math departments, engineering. They don't go there. It's a sprinkle of girls who do, because those girls are really there by conviction. They're not there to spite men. The one who want to be there just to spite men, psychology, marketing, communication, Pan-African studies, African-American studies. I'm like, how you going to work with doing that? Art, modern art, history, bunch of goofy stuff, the study of music. I'm like, what? Why are you here? Like, this is insanity, right? Because they're just doing it to spite a man. Abortions. They just want abortion just to spite a man. Female rap to spite men. Well, if the man can't do it, I can do it too. And you would think they would make a better product. No, they make inferior products. And that's why they have to get naked. That's why they have to twerk. Because honestly, women make inferior products. They don't make good products. Even Kamala Harris, right? Look at her. They have to change the debate rules for her. She wants to have notes. She wants to have a teleprompter. She wants to sit down. She wants this. But you see, she can't compete. All that feminist babble is fugazi. They're not brave. They scared. They are a bunch of cowards. They're all scared. When shit gets real, they're going to be hiding at home, crying, eating food, and just being on TikTok babbling. That's all they do. They run. They're scared. Like in America, these girls have big mouth like this because this country is civilized. It's a civilized nation. I promise you. They will not be doing this in Africa. There ain't no police, sis. There's no police. So you run your mouth a whole lot. These dudes going to handle you. So in Africa, you see, that's why in Africa, most women know how to stay quiet because there's no police. Over here, a girl can be disrespectful. She can talk to a man crazy, do all kinds of stuff because she knows it's the country of law and order. There is police. There's a justice system. There's a judge. There's a DA. We have prisons. There are consequences, right? And they're very protected. They know they're protected. Even from signing up for goofy loans, Joe Biden gonna come and give the loan forgiveness. They are seriously protected. It's a privilege to be an American. And you would think for all America does for them to always bail them out of their dumb choices, that they would try to vote in a way that would protect this nation so that this nation can continue to save them from the bad choices. They need to be saved from themselves. I've been telling y'all this. I said these women need patriarchy. It is not a joke. They seriously need patriarchy. And notice how you don't see a lot of Arab women, right? Notice who you see. Notice the usual suspects. Who are the usual suspects over here? Notice, do you see Muslim girls over here? Do you see Muslim girls out here? From everything we just seen, right? Have you seen one Arab girl? Have you seen one Muslim girl over here? No, you have not. Why? Because Muslim women practice modesty. Because Muslim women respect their patriarchy. You're not going to see no Muslim girl up in here like that. No. Because they don't compete with men. They know their place. They mind their business. Right? A little Muslim girl, an Arab girl, she can go to a white liberal college and she's not going to allow these people to change her culture. She's still going to wear her hijab. She's still going to wake up at 5 o'clock and pray to the Lord. She's going to pray 4 or 5 times a day. She's still going to fast. She's still going to do the Ramadan. Because a Muslim girl, an Arab girl, she can be in the most white liberal college, but she knows why she's there. She's not there for these people to influence her. She just got to get her degree. And she gonna marry, she gonna get married, gonna have a family, gonna raise her kids. Okay? You don't see no one Arab girl, do you? I wonder why. Notice who you see as the same usual suspect, right? It's black girls and white girls. Always being crazy. Right? They take this stuff too far. They take it too far because ultimately a man is not a woman is not a man. And ultimately we are not equal. And they try to compete with these men, right? Oh, let's go to these colleges. Let's try to have more education. Let's have more education than our man. Only for them to come out with worthless degrees and a whole lot of debt. Then they sit on TikTok and do GoFundMes so they can bail each other out. That's all they do. Do all kinds of GoFundMes on TikTok. They tell all their sad stories on TikTok and they have these other women give them money, or they become lesbians and they have another girl pay for their stuff because they have all these sad sob stories. Oh, a man left me. And this poor girl who's a stud, whatever, she'll come in, try to rescue her. I'm like, you're also a woman. Do not get involved with this girl. She will drag you down. Okay, she was my chart. I need to go find my chart. She will drag you down. I feel so bad for all these little lesbian studs. I feel bad for them. Because these girls, they are bad with money. There is a reason why they don't have a man. What makes you think that you as a woman, because you cut your hair and you wear like 5 different sports bras, that you can fill in the roles of a man? Send these girls back where you found them. Save yourself. Save yourself. Okay? Save yourself. This is crazy. No, it's insanity. No, but who is that? I don't know who she is. Y'all put the chart up. But notice the usual suspects. You see? It's sad. I'm going to go find my chart. Kevin, you would send me a link for the other one, for the new one, the updated one. Let me see. It's sad.
Income to help me pay off my debt. For me, that looked like working a flexible part-time job as well as doing Uber Eats. Any money that I would get from these additional sources of income, I would put directly towards my credit card debt. From December of 2019 through November of 2020, I was able to pay off about $27,000 worth of my student loan. This is not a flex at all, because during this time, I was making between $36,000, and then I transitioned to another job where I was making $57,000. I lived at home during this time, and honestly, really, it was about making a lot of sacrifices in order to focus on paying off my debt. I'll make another video that goes more in depth about how I did it. I hope this video serves as motivation to know that it is possible to pay off your debt, but it definitely is going to take budgeting, being serious, and making sacrifices in order to get there.
Okay, so here is the chart. Here is the chart that y'all wanted to see. Yeah, it's killing them financially. It is killing them because they don't have. You know, the thing about it is too, like the thing about everything in life, right? When you do something out of spite and because it's like the girl power, the girl movement, like Beyonce, who runs the world? Girl, yeah, right. Men run the world. Sit your ass down somewhere, right? There's this euphoria. You know, like anything you do, like the first few days, like starting a diet, okay, working out, the first few days, like you have this euphoria, but you have to pace yourself so that it's sustainable, right? Women by nature don't have a long-standing history of being competitors over a long period of time. Men actually do. So they can't pace themselves. So they do too much too soon and they burn out. They burn out. And then sometimes they crash out. Then they become lesbians. Okay? Because they're not really lesbians. They don't want to be held accountable. And most studs do not hold women accountable because they're also women. Right? That's the problem with a stud. A stud's going to let anything fly because she's also a woman. So she's an enabler. Because otherwise, you'd be like, girl, don't do that. And as soon as you say don't do that, she'll be like, okay, I gotta go. Because she's looking for someone to say, okay, yeah, no problem. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with you. Yeah, it's never your fault. Yeah, da, 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 da. Right? That's why a lot of these girls, like, they go from being with men one moment, then the next moment they're with girls. I'm like, that makes no sense. It makes no sense. You're taking advantage of this young woman because you want someone to bail you out. So when she can't find her daddy to bail her out, she can't find the government to bail her out, she can't find a man to bail her out, she'll go prey on this little girl who's a stud, knowing dang well she's into men. Why are you doing this? Exploitation. They exploit people, and they always like to cry all the time. I told you, this tear stuff don't work with me. Make it make sense. So like they're burning out. Yeah, the STEM degree is good though. That's a great degree to have. You want a degree that can actually pay you. Like, you know, but you just sign up for stuff and you ain't got no money. So you see, this is sad. This is really sad.
Debt, and I'm
Let's keep going. It's so many of them. It's insane. Look at this one.
I am over $100,000 in debt because of student loans. Do I think it was worth it? Do I regret my decision? Let's get into it. So I decided to become a nurse when I was 24. I went to a community college to complete all of my prerequisite classes. I paid next to nothing to complete those. Once I was done and graduated with an associate's in science with a 3.8 GPA, I started applying to nursing programs. Applied to nursing programs throughout San Diego County, through Riverside County. 2 years went by and I had still not gotten into a nursing program. Bite the bullet and take out student loans and go to a private accelerated nursing program. I went to West Coast University. This school is notorious for being really expensive. Accelerated. So you graduate with your bachelor's degree in nursing in little over 2 years. The education itself, I really don't know if like it was good or bad. And the grand scheme of nursing programs throughout Southern California. What I will say is that I am in debt over $100,000 because of student loans. I don't know how long it's going to take me to pay that off. In fact, it's just like a distant future goal of mine. Like, I'm not even worrying about it right now. Paying them on time, like, it is what it is. Do I regret it? If I knew that getting into a regular public nursing program going to be that difficult, I would have just gone to West Coast right off the bat and saved myself those 2 years wasted. Why is it so hard to get into a nursing program is what I really want to know. There are so many RNs that are leaving bedside. Why would you want to make it so difficult for people to just get into nursing school? If you're thinking about going to West Coast and if you've been trying to get into a nursing program and you're having no luck, I would just say go for it. Go to a private program that you know you have a guaranteed foot in the door. If there's one thing I regret is that I didn't start sooner. I am over $100,000 in.
These women are crazy. And she's encouraging people to do the same thing. Oh, do not do that. Okay. You see, I've made more with my cosmetology degree. I'm eating a little bit. Sorry. This is insane. Oh my God. Okay, let's watch one more. This is insanity.
What do you make? I'm in the Navy. I make $4,200 a month.
Oh, okay.
What do you make? I'm in the Navy. I make $4,200 a month.
Okay,
But I live in
$50,000 a year.
Delaware.
What does she make?
She makes $23 a month.
Okay, $30,000 a year. Okay.
She works as a social worker. We're in the middle of paying off the student loans from her psychology degree.
How much student loan debt is?
For 57.
57,000?
Yes.
Why doesn't anyone do the math and just say, is this degree worth it? Am I going to get an ROI on this degree? If going $60,000 in debt is going to make me $30,000 a year, where I can make more money working as a server at a restaurant, maybe that's not a good degree to get. That's a bad investment. But nobody looks at it like that. They don't treat it like an investment. They just say, oh, education is good. You can't put a price on education. Yes, you can put a price on education.
What do you make?
I'm in the Navy. I make
So I graduated from nursing school and had about 80,000 in student debt.
Okay.
Moved back in with my parents for a year and a half. I was paying them $200 a month in rent and basically put the rest of my paycheck towards my loans. And I paid it off a year and a half after I graduated and packed my bags and moved to California.
You've also set up yourself for retirement very well, Andrea. I see that you have a traditional IRA with 15,840. You have a Roth with 10,441. And ladies and gentlemen, another traditional IRA with a position of 113,783. That brings Andrea at 32 years old today at total assets of $242,801.
Wow.
$250,000.
I have $140,000 in student debt and I'm not stressed about it. So let's talk about it. And I'll show you my favorite everyday makeup look. The first thing is from Merit. I'm absolutely obsessed with this. I have 2 sets of student loans. So I have the federal loans that most people have. And then I also have private loans. So lucky me. This is the Milk Contour Stick. I really like.
And mind you guys, I'm here with the baby, right? I'm eating. Mind you, all the makeup she's using, that's expensive makeup from Sephora. So she owes all this money and she's still buying fancy makeup from Sephora. These are expensive. Milk makeup. The other one is expensive. Okay. This is luxury stuff, girl. Hold on. Wait a minute.
I like this because I'm trying to do clean beauty. When I said I wasn't stressed, that was kind of a lie. I just think it's so crazy how we are signing kids up who are 18 years old with $140,000 of student debt before they really realize like how much money that is and how much it's going to take to pay that off. I went to a private school in Connecticut, and I did that because I was in a 3+1 program. So I basically got 2 degrees for the price of 1 degree. I still got to finish at the same time as all of my friends who were just getting their bachelor's. At the time, I thought going to the private school because of the program was a really good option for me financially. But I definitely didn't realize how much $140,000 really is, or else I probably wouldn't have done it. But I've been paying off my loans since I was a freshman, yes, a freshman in college. So I kind of want to tell you what my plan is, how I'm doing it, and how I'm trying to get rid of these as quickly as possible. I am 24 and I didn't move out of my childhood home until I was 24. I stayed home for 2 years after school and basically was able to put all the money I was making towards my student debt. And honestly, I didn't save, which I definitely don't recommend. Definitely put some savings aside. I kind of learned that the hard way. When I moved out, I kind of realized just how hard it is to pay rent and get your own groceries and basically be an adult and have this looming student debt over your head. It's really hard, honestly, to look at my friends who are getting married and buying houses and just knowing that I'm extremely responsible and I'm not going to be able to do that. I can't do that, and it's not going to happen for quite a while. Essentially, what I do every single month is I put 1 paycheck towards my student debt, and then I do 1 paycheck towards my rent, utilities, groceries, and I kind of try to save just whatever little is left that I can. I know it's really hard for some people to put a full paycheck towards their student debt, but I would really recommend it if you can.
I'm not sure how relatable this is going to be for my viewer demographic, but I need to talk about the debt that I'm swimming and drowning in and the anxiety that I have every day. Horrible anxiety because of it. Now, me personally, I am almost, I'd say about $200,000 in debt total with all my student loans and credit card debt and just other debt. So, like, and I know I chose to go to NYU. I don't regret it at all. I loved living in New York City. I loved NYU. And we all knew I was crying about it like 2 years ago when I was like, oh my God, I'm going to be in debt after I graduate. But now that we have to like pay it back, I'm extremely alarmed and really scared and terrified. And like, obviously living in New York is really, really expensive. So I have a lot of credit cards that I'm pretty much maxed out on.
And so here you have this young lady right here because she wanted to go to New York because I'm sure like movies or what's that show, you guys? Gossip Girl. You know Gossip Girl, right? Like shows like that, like Gossip Girl, Sex in the City. You know, New York is hella glamorized, right? Maybe also like her favorite YouTubers. So she uses education to go to New York. So you think she went to New York because she wanted to get the degree? No, she wanted to have a New York experience for $200,000. Right? I'm like, this is mad. I told y'all. You know when I tell you guys things, you think I'm being mean? Now you see when I tell you these women are unhinged. That's why I tell y'all, do not be like this. Don't be like that. Right? Like, we're not just, I'm not here to just make fun of them. It's like, really learn from this. Do not be like this. So like, if you're looking to get married, you want to be married, make sure that you have your finances in order so you can show your potential husband like you're really serious about money. I'm telling you, that's going to make you so freaking attractive. Because imagine most men, they meet this all day, every day. Right? So the other guy who called earlier too, now he has to pay his wife's student loan debt. And I told you, if you marry her, you're going to inherit her debt because she's not going to want to work. She's not going to want to work. That's what Kim was saying. Yeah, all this, as long as I like you and we connect emotionally. Oh, girl, shut up. You want this man to make money because you're not going to work. And when you don't work, he's going to be required to pay for your stuff. $200,000 to live a New York experience. You could have been a YouTuber. We need to normalize not going to school or even going to school, but you can go to community college, right? You can do like 2 years community college and you can do the rest at a college. Like, you know what I'm saying? You don't have to do the whole 4 years. And on top of that, most of them, they have horrible GPAs. They have horrible GPAs. They're not like the top of the class. It's like, at least if you have like a 4.0 and then you spend 200,000, okay, you're like you're at the top of your class now. No, they're not. So I urge you to learn from this. Be a woman that has her money in order. Even me, like in my 20s, also I didn't care about money because, you know, whatever. So also don't be like me. If you're younger than me or you're my age, but if you're younger than me, do better than me. Care about your finances. Ask yourself if the degree is really worth it. Like, do you really want to put that much into a degree, a piece of paper? Because the world is changing. All this, oh, get a job. They're not hiring people no more. Okay? So maybe go work. Go work and save some money and see if you really want to spend that money. Because I feel like the reason why it's so easy to sign for these loans, like, because you don't actually see the physical money being handed over, right? Like if you had to actually take 100,000 and give it to somebody in cash, most likely you wouldn't do it. Like, hold on, wait a minute, that's too much money. But because everything is so digital, you sign everything online, right? You're not touching the actual money. So I don't think that's why we're not realizing how much money we're spending, just like credit cards. You're not really seeing this money. But if you actually had to hold the cash and pay for stuff, you're like, oh my gosh, this is too much. You know what I'm saying? Right? So like really like think about money. You have to care about money. I've been telling you this nonstop. That's why I say, me now, I'm a Republican. You have to care about money. Like now I care about money. I'm like, oh, the next 10 years of my life, oh, I'm going to be so focused when it comes to money. You have to care about money. You have to care about taxes. You have to care about income taxes, property taxes, anything that pertains to money. You have to care. Oh, but I'm a Christian and Jesus is going to come back. And the Bible says that if you're rich, it's bad. You see, being rich is good. Okay. You want to make money. You want to care about your money. You want to know your money. You want to look at your budget. You want to know where your money is going. You have to care about money because it's hurting a lot of relationships. It's destroying a lot of marriages. You don't want to have to go through that. So the sooner you have financial discipline before you get into a marriage, you're going to be amazing. Even your husband, oh my gosh, my wife is so good with money. It's a flex because a lot of women, even me, we're not good with money. So please don't be like that. Like, don't be the way I used to be. Okay. Care about your money. Cut down your spending. Care about investing. Care about savings. Don't buy everything you see. Save your coins. Then when you buy product, try to use all the product. Then you go buy more product, right? It is very real, you guys. It is real. But if all you want to do is live in New York, just be a YouTuber, work really hard, and then one day you'll be able to afford living in New York. Right? Build your social media from your parents' house. Get a regular job. Save your money. Do social media. Then once you make enough money, you have enough followers, like 3 to 4 years, you have enough followers, then you can afford to have that New York lifestyle. Because it's really bad. You know what I'm saying? It is really bad.
Don't really have any credit that I can use, and my credit score sucks because of that and because of my loans. So that's really cool. Also, I just took literally like the first job I was offered after I graduated because I didn't have a job, and debt, credit cards, medical bills, and they're paying me literally the bare minimum. But I wanted to move back to New York City as soon as possible because I wanted to, like, what 24-year-old doesn't want to go back to living on their own? Like, I don't want to live with my parents, no offense. So I'm going to do that because I love New York City. So I know what you're thinking. Wow, you're really crazy because you're in that much debt and you're going to go move to the most expensive city in the world. Yes, I am. With that being said, more than half of my monthly income will be going towards my rent. So I have to get a second job to work in order to live in New York City. And still with that second job, I'm going to be struggling to pay my bills. And then how am I going to have fun? What going out to dinner one night cost me like $100.
Those days are gone, sis.
And don't even get me started on the medical bills because I keep getting these notices that I have to pay like $20 for an appointment I went to like 2 years ago. And then they're like, we're going to send you to collections. So that is fun.
So 2 years ago, she still has to pay $20? Girl, what are you doing? Oh my God.
I also have a dentist appointment next week, and they're gonna literally be like, "You have 8 cavities." So, looking forward to that bill as well. But yeah, like I really just want to cry. I'm not sure how.
Y'all, this is utter madness. I mean, it's so many of them. Oh, geez, look at this one.
As a first generation,
Where's this one? Hold on.
Majority of
Oh my God. Oh my goodness.
as a first generation college.
I have 240.
Where's that girl?
Hey, doctor.
As a first generation.
majority.
Don't you feel silly? Don't you feel stupid? Don't you feel a little ashamed? Don't you feel silly? Don't you
How
feel
do you spend $120,000 on a psychology degree? I told you these girls be measuring in foolishness. Oh my God. Girl, you could have bought yourself a brand new car.
Medical school.
Don't you feel silly? Don't you feel stupid? Don't you feel a little ashamed?
Majority of y'all need to file bankruptcy.
I made a video about this a while back, but a lot of people need to file for bankruptcy.
Oh my gosh.
As a first generation college student that comes from a lower socioeconomic background, student loans were kind of inevitable for me. And with graduation right around the corner for me, I want to know what you would do for students like me who are going to graduate.
Majority.
As a first generation college student that comes from a lower socioeconomic background, student loans were kind of inevitable for me. And with graduation right around the corner for me, I want to know what you would do for students like me who are going to graduate with massive amounts of student debt.
Yeah, that's right. It's one of the biggest issues facing our students. Here's my plan. One, we need to have debt-free college. We need to have free community college. And I'm also prepared to make sure that we provide interest-free loans, because nobody should be profiting. Brianna, nobody should be profiting off of your desire to get an education.
And how exactly is she going to do interest-free loans unless she's giving her own money? Kamala's always lying to these people. Like, girl, bye. Okay? What about this?
Gorgeous girls can't pay the minimum payment. This video literally hurts me to watch because it's so sad, and the saddest part.
Oh, the video's gone. Maverick, hold on. Be a nice boy. Hold on. What is going on? Hold on. These women are crazy. These women are really crazy. Wow.
Gorgeous girls can't pay the minimum payment. This video literally hurts me to watch because it's so sad, and the saddest part is it happens to so many people. Teenagers are literally just allowed to take out thousands of dollars in debt with no guidance on how to repay that or what to do if you can't afford the minimum payment. And that's just wrong. But I'm here to help you through that because I don't like to see gorgeous girls upset. So let's talk about what you can do. If you have a private student loan or loans, then I would strongly recommend looking into refinancing. If you have federal loans, then look into income-driven repayment plans, ask about general forbearance, or consider consolidating. To learn more about these options, visit bankrate.com/student loans, and you'll find a ton of awesome resources.
What's your name? Blanca. Blanca, how much law school student loan debt are you going to graduate with?
Hopefully 0, because I'm the rest out of pocket.
What's your name?
Driana.
Driana, how much law school student loan debt are you going to graduate with?
Not too much, because Boyd does a good scholarship. So nothing that I'm like too worried about.
What's your name?
My name's Gavin.
Gavin, how much law school student loan debt are you going to graduate with?
Ooh, I think it's I don't know actually, off the top of my head. I try not to think about it. It's scary.
What's your name?
My name's Marwa.
Marwa, how much law student loan debt are you going to graduate with?
About 80K.
What's your name?
Raymond,
Raymond, how much law school loan debt are you going to graduate with?
I hopefully will be able to keep my full ride scholarship, so I will be graduating with no debt.
What's your name?
Dion.
Dion, how much law school loan debt are you going to graduate with?
Ooh, whatever 14,000 times 6 is, that's how much debt I'm going to graduate with.
What's your name?
Blanca.
Blanca, how much law school student loan debt are you?
She's a primary educator to our children. She's the one who ensures I never become my wife. And now about to cross this stage and are thinking about all the promotions and titles you are going to get in your career. Some of you may go on to lead successful careers in the world, but I would venture to guess that the majority of you are most excited about your marriage and the children you will bring into this world. I can tell you that my beautiful wife, Isabel, would be the first to say that her life truly started when she began living her vocation as a wife and as a mother. I'm on this stage today and able to be the man I am because I have a wife who leans into her vocation. I'm beyond blessed with the many talents God has given me, but it cannot be overstated that all of my success is made possible because a girl I met in band class back in middle school would convert to the faith, become my wife, and embrace one of the most important titles of all, homemaker. She's a primary educator to our children. She's the one who ensures I never let football or my business become a distraction from that of a husband and father. She's the person that knows me best at my core, and it is through our marriage that, Lord willing, we will both attain salvation. I say all of this to you because I have seen it firsthand, how much happier someone can be when they disregard the outside noise and move closer and closer to God's will in their life. Isabel's dream of having a career might not have come true, but if you asked her today if she has any regrets on her decision, she would laugh out loud without hesitation and say, heck no. As a man who gets a lot of praise and has been given a platform to speak to audiences like this one today, I pray that I always use my voice for God and not for myself. Everything I am saying to you is not from a place of wisdom, but rather a place of experience. I am hopeful that these words will be seen as those from a man not much older than you, who feels it is imperative that this class, this generation, and this time in our society must stop pretending that the things we see around us are normal. Heterodox ideas abound even within Catholic circles, for let's be honest, there is nothing good about playing God with having children, whether that be your ideal number or the perfect time to conceive. No matter how you spin it, there is nothing natural about Catholic birth control. It is only in the past few years that I have grown in courage to speak more boldly and directly, because
I truly believe there are
a growing number of Americans are filing bankruptcy or in our communities as about Catholic birth control. It is only in the past few years that I have grown in courage to speak more boldly and directly, because as I mentioned earlier, I have leaned into my vocation as a husband and father and as a man. To the gentleman here today, part of what plagues our society is this lie that has been told to you that men are not necessary in the home or in our communities. As men, we set the tone of the culture, and when that is absent, disorder, dysfunction, and chaos set in. This absence of men in the home is what plays a large role in the violence we see all around the nation. Other countries do not have nearly the same absent society, must stop pretending that the things we see around us are normal. As a man who gets a lot of praise and has been given a platform to speak to audiences like this one today, I pray that I always use my voice for God and not for myself. Everything I am saying to you is not from a place of wisdom, but rather a place of experience. I am hopeful that these words will be seen as those from a man not much older than you, who feels it is imperative that this class, this generation, and this time in our society must stop pretending that the things we see around us are normal. Heterodox ideas abound even within Catholic circles, for let's be honest, there is nothing good about playing God with having children, whether that be your ideal number or the perfect time to conceive. No matter how you spin it, there is nothing natural about Catholic birth control. It is only in the past few years that I have grown encouraged to speak more boldly and directly, because as I mentioned earlier, I have leaned into my vocation as a husband and father, and as a man. To the gentlemen here today, part of what plagues our society is this lie that has been told to you that men are not necessary in the home or in our communities. As men,
I want to stop it right here where you say people are saying that men are not necessary, right? And I saw this video yesterday from Kevin on stage. I'm like, Kevin, why are you like this? Let me play this for y'all. Hold on.
Content, fulfilled in their singleness. Deep down.
Look at Kevin lying to these women. Look at this. Why is he like this? Why is he like
30 who is happy being single. No matter how you pretend to be, deep down, you want a man. Now, I can only speak for the single homegirls that I know, but a lot of them are not pretending. They are legitimately happy, content, fulfilled in their singleness. Deep down, they want to go to Turks and Caicos. Deep down, they're plotting on Bora Bora. They want to go to the Maldives. They're going to be in Vegas or Miami. They be linking up, y'all. They be planning trips, and it makes it out of the group chat, and they be doing TikToks. They be on boats. They be twerking. They be having the time of their life. A lot of them have peace. They wanted a man before, or they done been through some stuff with men. They be like, you know, if it comes, it comes. If it don't, it don't. Okay? They be like, if a man comes to make my life better, fine. But if he gonna come mess with my whole situation, I got my whole routine. I go to work, I come home, I have dinner, I soak my tub, I read my book, I watch my program, whatever. My grandma is over 30. She ain't had no man in 30, 40 years. She is happy. All she want to go to is the council and the convention, and she want to go to Ireland one time. Trust me, she ain't worried about no man like that. I'm trying to tell you, it'd be hard to believe, but people be happy. They don't be pretending. They be legitimately like, I'm good, really good. But ladies, if you're single and above 30, let me hear from you. Are you deep down really wanting a man? Are you really happy? Saw this on the internet. This woman said there's no single woman above 30 who is happy being single. No matter how you pretend to be, deep down, you want a man. Now, I can only speak for the single homegirl.
I saw this yesterday, and I was like, Kevin, you're so disingenuous. Like, I think, I don't know. For me, I feel like, yeah, right. You're so disingenuous because you have to cater to these women to have an audience for your comedy shows, right? So that your wife can keep buying more luxury bags with no straps. Let me so for real. When you see all this debt that these women are in, right? They need a man. Okay? Many of them will need a man because it's not like life gets easier. Like, let's be so for real. Let's be so for real. From the debt they have to pay. Then they have to pay for the rent by themselves. Then they got to pay utilities by themselves, food by themselves, insurance by themselves, taxes by themselves, plan their future by themselves. And many of them don't make good financial choices. So no. They want to go to Turks and Caicos because they're running away. They're running away. Some of them, they feel so overwhelmed by how much debt they have to pay that they're pretending not to have problems. Because this is real, you guys. 66% of women carry a student loan balance, right? But they want to go to Turks and Caicos because they're escaping. It's called escapism. They are escaping their problems. Okay? I'm like, make it make sense. Exactly. Like he does too much. He does too much. Like, why are people lying like this? He sure is lying. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, please. They're trying to raise like the retirement age because not gonna be enough money. So imagine if you're all by yourself, you're gonna have to work longer, pay all these bills by yourself longer. No, a lot of women are in denial about how badly they actually need a man. They are in denial about how badly they have to pay these bills and all this debt they have going on. It's a lot of debt. Y'all, it's all over TikTok. Y'all, it is like if I was to share all these videos, we'd be here all night. It is really bad. It is really bad. So Harrison said, stop pretending that men are not necessary. We saw the other man, we saw one man, the second man, right? They have to pay for their wives' student loan debt. They have to. She's not going to do it. She can't do it. She's overwhelmed. And a lot of women are overwhelmed. Exactly. Men need, I think like the women need men for that side of the brain, like to like help you with yourself. Like, don't spend so much money. You know what I mean? They're not optional. They're not optional. We have made us this far in society. If men were optional, who's in the military? Who's in the Air Force? Who's in the Navy? Who always takes like, who's in the police force? Who's at the fire station? Who are mostly teachers? Who mostly teaches like technology and engineering? It's usually men. Like, stop moving in bad faith like that. Stop. It's okay to give people credit. Men have done a lot. And men in America have done a lot. That's why this nation is so far ahead than most countries in the world. Because men here are seriously productive. Men in America are really productive. Move to Africa and see what these men do. You gonna see. You can go 3 days without electricity. Like, stop doing this. Stop doing this. The caliber of men you have in America compared to the caliber of men you have in Africa, yeah, it don't match. The caliber of leaders you have here, like American leaders over here, compared to leaders in Africa, yeah, it don't match. Okay? Exactly. They sure do need them. They might not need a relation, but if you call the police, who gonna show up? It's a man. Your house on fire, who you gonna call? It's a man. When you pay your taxes, who it go to? Who's at the IRS? It's mostly a man. Okay? Who runs the treasury? A man. Who sets our interest rates? A man. Who runs the bank? Mostly men. Men are everywhere. Just because you're not in an intimate relationship with them doesn't mean you don't need them. Like, stop. Like, men are everywhere. You cannot get rid of them. If men went on strike, we'd be in trouble. Okay? You want these girls to run the economy for you? They want to leave these borders wide open. If these girls could have their way, we'll be overtaken by Latin America. We wouldn't even have a country anymore. Like, we need men. Like, we have to be serious. If a war starts, you think these girls want to fight? They know how to fire a gun? I don't know how to fight. Exactly. Who in the sewers? Exactly, Gary. Man. Who built the train station? The man. Who went in the mines? The man. Who built these crazy bridges, like the New York, Brooklyn Bridge, all that stuff? I mean, it's the man's. We have to give them credit. And we have to say thank you. Thank you to all the men for all that y'all do. God bless you, because I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I'm not going to a mine. I'm not doing that stuff. I'm scared. I'm not being a police officer. I'm scared. I'm not going to go rescue someone from a fire, from a house that's on fire. I am scared. Like, I'm not doing this. I do this. I sit and I talk. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's just what I do. But men have a long-standing tradition of putting their lives at risk for their nation, for their family, for people who will never say thank you. Okay? So it's like we owe a lot. Exactly. Who in the construction? A man. It's a man. Okay? So I'm like, no. Give these people credit. Because my goodness. You know, God bless them, because I'm like, how we gonna do all? I can't be a police officer. I can't. My nerves are bad. Like, oh my gosh, do I have to shoot? I can't do it, y'all. Okay, even when I had this baby, my doctor was a man, Ariel. Okay, men have done good. Men in America are highly productive men. You know, that's why America is so much different than any other country in the world. That's why everybody wants to come here. These men have done a good job. They've done a great job. All you gotta do is pick up the phone, call 911. You will have police by your house in 5 minutes. It's a bunch of men in a uniform. God bless them, because I ain't doing it. Okay? You have anything is on fire, or you have a medical emergency, you call 911, the fire people show up. It's a bunch of men. Paramedic is mostly men. So we have to learn to say thank you. Like, always trying to talk bad about people and shaming people. Like, nah, thank you so much, because I'm not doing it. I don't want to do it. I really don't. It's too much. I'm scared. Okay? You know, most men have to think about money. We have the luxury to be careless with our money. God bless them. And I'm like, no, a lot of ladies need a man. They need a man. And not to stop pretending like you don't need one. Okay, oil rigs. Yeah, they stay on there. They stay on those boats for months at a time to drill. It's hard work. It is really hard work. Oh, no, a man. I'm not doing it. I am not doing it. I am not doing it. So God bless the man. God bless the man. Yeah, they do. And that's what these girls don't want. They really do. And it's not always even bad accountability, but it's really asking you, like, do you really want to pay $100,000 for this degree? Are you sure that's what you want to do? A lot of men are not mean when they hold you accountable. It's just that you have an ego about yourself and you can't receive criticism. But it's a valid question to ask because you're about to go sign your name on this thing. Are you sure you want to do it? Even me, you know how many times my husband has saved me from myself? Oh gosh, you guys, I have stories for days. Okay? How many times he has saved me from myself, from making goofy financial choices. I was mad, but I'm like, gosh, thank you. Because in the moment I wasn't seeing it. He was like, Marlene, girl, you are insane. You know, and God bless him for that because I really wasn't seeing it. You know, you might not mean to, but you can do like stupid stuff with money. So like you have to be mindful. And it really helps to have a balanced man by your side. It helps to have a man who holds you accountable. It helps to have a man who cares about money, cares about how the rent's going to be paid, how the mortgage is going to be paid. It helps to have a man who knows about crypto, all that stuff. Like, you know, you got to care about money. You really have to care about money. You say, yeah, no, it's not all of them, T. Usually if a man has financial discipline, he usually has like sexual discipline too, though, right? You know what I mean? Yeah, they're escaping. Social media is full of people who are practicing escapism. They don't have the money. There's another video this girl was saying, like, yeah, she owes all this money, but she just came back from Turks and Caicos. I forgot where I saw the video. I'm like, these people are crazy. These people are insane. What is wrong with people? You know, because a lot of women, they feel truly overwhelmed by the amount of debt they have, and they don't know how they're going to pay for this. So like, well, I'm not going to be able to pay for it, so who cares? But no, that's not how life works. You still have to try. Let me see. I think I shared the video here. Let me see. Let me see. Hold on. Look at this one. Let me show you this one. It is so sad, you guys. It's sad. It is really sad.
Let's talk about it.
I used my credit cards to fill a void in my heart, and now I have $14,000 worth of
escapism. It's really sad because she's alone. So like, don't sit here and tell people, oh, you don't need a man. You don't need a man. You need a man. No, a woman does. God made us this way. God made us for partnership, and it's okay. Just like a man needs a woman too. I think a woman, she adds like self-care, balance to a man, also family. She gives him purpose, right? Yeah, we need each other. Okay, we need each other. You see, it's sad. I'm like, you know, I'm not even trying to make fun of these ladies. I'm like, it's really sad because society does something to us. And until you actually see it, you're not even aware that you're part of the problem. So it's sad. I saw this video like last night or 2 nights ago. I was so sad for her. Yeah, even food too. It's sad. It is sad. Oh my God, we need help. We all need help, myself included. Oh, this is so sad. Hold on, let's start over.
I used my credit cards to fill a void in my heart, and now I have $14,000 worth of credit cards to pay off. It wasn't until this year, 2024, that I decided that I was going to try to pay off these credit cards, be done with them, and I was going to take this debt payoff journey seriously. Up until this year, I was hoping a rich man would come rescue me. I am aware.
I know it sounds crazy, but like I told you, it's not her fault. It's the conditioning. Prince Charming. Even in Sex and the City, Carrie Bradshaw is reckless with money. She is so reckless. The girl is broke, trying to be a writer. She writes nothing. All she does is use her credit cards to go shopping at Saks, Peter Goodman, and buy herself Malone Blahnik. Then that rich man comes towards the end. Big Papa, I forgot his name. The rich man, the rich white man with the black hair. He comes towards the end. And of course, he's rich. But that's a movie, though. It's a series. It's not real. So he bails her out. Even in Gossip Girl, right? The girl, what's her name? Serena. What's your girl? Oh, what's her real name in real life? Blake Lively. Her character, right? Her mom, too. Her mom married rich so she could be saved. That's Gossip Girl. She goes and marries the man that's in the same building. She can keep the lifestyle, but she's in love with the other man. The broke man, that's who she loves. But he ain't got the money. He ain't got the money. The rich man. There's not that many rich mans who gonna come over here and save us. Okay, so stop. Like, oh my gosh, stop. Oh Lord, this is sad.
Of how dumb that sounds, but I'm trying to be completely honest and transparent with you guys. Even though my credit cards created a shroud of shame around me, and I didn't want to date and I didn't want to gain friends, I yet still went on dating apps to go on dates in hopes of meeting a rich man that would fall in love with me madly and did not care about my credit card debt and would just take it on and he wouldn't care. And that sounds incredibly dumb to say out loud, but it's the truth. And now I'm going to take my debt journey seriously. I cannot rely on somebody else to help me or help me get out of this in any capacity. I need to do the work, not only because it's my responsibility to do the work, it'll be so much more rewarding and it will teach me a tough lesson once I am out of this.
So this made me think of an idea for Disney to go with the theme of 2024 in America. They need to have a Disney movie that is a young, wonderful princess that is starved in credit card debt, and Prince Charming comes along and wipes that debt away.
Oh, Lord.
Ladies, I'm telling you, do not bank on another man coming in to sweep you off your feet and take on your credit card debt. Now, I will say, I don't think men are starving to find a woman who has everything figured out and all her money taken care of. But I will say, if you are fairly responsible with your finances, that says something to a man.
Yes.
It does.
Yes.
It tells the man what type of woman you are.
Yeah.
And I would say if you're in the market for a more wealthy type man or someone who's just financially responsible and probably doesn't have credit card debt, he's probably going to be looking for someone to take part and have the same mindset that he does.
Yes, yes.
So she won me over at the end, though, when she stated she wants to take this on as herself, make it a challenge for herself, and make it be more rewarding for her if she gets the job done. I love it, and I agree with that 100%. Now,
Thank you for having me on the show. Sure. So I'll make it very simple. Over the past few years, I made some poor financial decisions, and I've ended up in $150,000 of credit card debt.
Good Lord, what'd you buy?
I didn't buy anything. I was going through a phase of drug addiction, and things spiraled out.
How do you go into debt for drugs? That is so ratchet.
Control.
Wow.
I had a very, I was very good with money in a past life, and I had a high credit score, and I blew through everything. Now, the reason that happened to me was because my father died a tragic death, and I went through a lawsuit which recently settled. So I just don't know how to get my life back in order. I am employed, gainfully employed. However, it's just so overwhelming.
What do you make?
I mean, I can just under 200.
Cool. How long you been dry?
30. What's that?
How long you
About
been
3
dry?
years.
What?
3 years. 3 years.
What was it?
Prescription painkillers.
Okay. How old are you?
I'm going to turn 31.
Okay. I'm sorry about your dad.
31?
How long ago did he pass?
October 2017.
Child, we're in 2024. 7 years. You're full of excuses. Go be a man. He's 31 years old and he's $150,000 in debt for drugs. Oh my God.
Obviously, your hero.
Well, yeah, of course. I mean,
yeah. Well, I mean, if it was devastating to you, he meant a lot to you. Yeah. What other family and friends and support have you got around you while you're walking out your sobriety?
I mean, everyone is behind me. I mean, it's like really a thing of the past. I mean, I'm so blessed. I mean,
you got good support.
I good support. I didn't know the dangers. I was getting some surgery during the time my father died, and I mean, it just snaps. You become dependent on these things.
Oh yeah, they're good to you.
I mean, it's embarrassing to even say. I mean, goodness. I mean.
Oh, when you're hurting and you're not hurting anymore, they're good to you, and it compounds. I know. I've heard about it. All right, I tell you what. I think you got the chemistry to make it. You just need a game plan.
All right, so Dave didn't give his thoughts on that, but
in credit card debt.
Still, I'm always going to be on the side of sacrificing to get ahead sooner and to get that foundation built financially.
How do some of y'all have $27,000 in credit card debt?
Pre-pandemic, my husband and I would have about $2,000 on our credit cards at any given time, and it was mostly like extras, right? So like, oh, we're gonna go out to eat, we'll put it on the credit card, or like, oh, we're gonna go to a concert, we'll put it on the credit card. Back when a concert could be $60, $80. Our monthly payments were about $100 a month, and it really didn't make or break us. Then the pandemic happened, and my husband lost his salary, and while we were like making less money, everything has become incrementally more expensive. I had a baby and wasn't able to go back to work for a year. So I was putting basically all of our groceries, all of our gas, all of our necessities onto credit cards.
And see, is that what Harrison said? That they're going to want to stay at home once they have a baby. And I'm like, the man was, to me, I was like, why are people mad at this man? Like that, he was completely right. He was accurate. Like, I'm like, I commend him for being brave enough to speak the truth. He is right. Once a woman has a baby, she doesn't really want to go to work. She wants to stay home with her baby. She wants to be nesting with her baby. But when there's no money, she has to use credit cards. So it's like, if you know that you want to be a mother, like, you got to be very mindful of your money. You know, because it's a lot. Oh my God.
Because you can't pay rent with a credit card. So we would have to use his paychecks for rent and anything else that couldn't put on a credit card. And then we put everything else on the credit cards.
Oh
I grew up very comfortably middle class. So I do tend to think that like spending money on things like a dance class or like experiences is normal. But I've like completely walked that back since everything's become so expensive. Like truly, we have not done anything outside of just pay for our needs. But we are $30,000 worth in debt from the credit cards. They've turned into loans, and they're about $1,200 a month that we're paying off.
I hate this, guys. I hate this because it's so common. So common. You get used to a certain income level that you're at. Something crazy happens. One of the spouses loses a job. Income gets cut in half or more. And then you're relying on credit cards to keep your lifestyle up to where it was. Because it always does. We have our orders set in place and what we're going to do. That's what works for us.
Actually, my husband and I just decided that we are going to file for bankruptcy. We have realized that there's absolutely no way that we can budget and track our spending for the next couple of years to get rid of this debt. Just kidding. If you don't know, my husband and I are $50,000 in credit card debt. And here's why we won't file for bankruptcy. I get asked this a lot, and filing for bankruptcy is also recommended by so many people. One of the main reasons why we really haven't even considered that is because we got ourselves into this mess, and so we also need to get ourselves out. What I have seen often from people's own stories is that they file for bankruptcy and then they find themselves back in the same place, which for me means that, yeah, you can file for bankruptcy, but what does that do for your behaviors? How does that really teach you anything? Like, you're still going to have the same spending habits unless filing for bankruptcy just like changed your life so much. I have seen so many stories where people are like, well, we filed for bankruptcy 10 years ago and now we're in $85,000 worth of debt. So I'm not saying that filing for bankruptcy is the easy way out. I don't think that is ever an easy decision for people to make. What we're doing right now is teaching us about our spending habits and teaching us about how much we would spend week to week after we got paid. And now that we're budgeting and tracking our spending, we see that after every paycheck, there's not always money that's left over to go out and spend or to go out and eat or to DoorDash food. If we did take the bankruptcy route, like, I feel like that wouldn't really contribute to changing our habits with money. It wouldn't contribute to making us like self-aware, and it just really wouldn't benefit us in any way behavior-wise. Obviously, it benefits you. You know, you get rid of the debt and stuff. We're obviously the type of people that have an impulse spending problem and an overspending problem that I don't think filing for bankruptcy would teach us a lesson. It's not an option for us. And I'll keep repeating that same answer until we're out of this, because it's just not, it's not an option at this point.
Props to homegirl. I loved every single thing she said in that video. Guys, the less debt payoff. But also creating a budget and sticking to it.
I only had, leaving Alabama State, $3,300 in student loans. So I was fortunate, but I had another like 25 in my master's, but I had like $50,000 in credit card debt. I got into credit cards at like 18.
What was you doing?
Yeah.
Wait, it's normally the other way around. It's normally like people have student loan debt, but
I have like 25 credit cards.
You
I
was
got
living
the
off a credit card.
Yeah, like during my master's program. Just when I look at it, I also had like a mental health crisis. I shared with y'all some personal things before we got this. I think I was like masking things. I also was being like the Superman in my family. A lot of us are first generation college students. They think we rich as college graduates. I was feeding into that, you know, too, like helping my mom, sending stuff home, or when Christmas come around, getting everybody gifts. I was raised by 3 different people, my grandma, my aunt, and my mom a little bit. So myself on the side of the road, and I couldn't afford to put gas in my car. And so it was that weekend where I was like, yo, I need to really work on my finances. I was like, if I could just remove all my debt, then I would have more time, more money, more mental space, more capacity to do things that I truly love. So that was like my vision. Then I tutored for another company on Saturday morning. I ended up eliminating about 25,000 after my first year. And a lot of people are like, what are you doing? I'm like, I'm not going to brunch no more. Like, stop inviting me to places. You know, it was like, I was just very conscious. I stopped using my credit cards. I would do the cash method, things like that.
It can be done. It can be done. You just have to make drastic life changes in order to pay off that debt. He said
that I know, but a lot of them are not pretending. They are legitimately happy, content, fulfilled in their singleness. Deep down, they want to go to Turks and Caicos. Deep down, they're plotting on Bora Bora.
And how exactly are they affording Bora Bora, Kevin? How exactly are they affording this? Like, Kevin just be doing this. Like, Kevin, oh my God. I don't know why Kevin is like this. How exactly they're affording Bora Bora? Like, do you know how expensive it is to go to Bora Bora? Like what? Kevin, what? The majority of women don't make enough to go to Bora Bora by themselves. What are you talking about? Oh, I can't stand when men are not being honest with ladies. I can't stand that. You're not helping them. Oh my God.
They want to go to the Maldives. They're going to be in Vegas or Miami. They be linking up, y'all. They be planning trips, and it makes it out of the group chat, and they be doing TikToks. They be on boats. They be twerking. They be having the time of their life. A lot of them have peace. They wanted a man before, or they done been through some stuff with men. They be like, you know, if it comes, it comes. If it don't, it don't. Okay? They be like, if a man comes and make my life better, fine. But if he gonna come mess with my whole situation, I got my whole routine. I go to work, I come home, I have dinner, I soak my tub, I read my book, I watch my program, whatever. My grandma is over 30. She ain't had no man in 30, 40 years. She is happy. All she want to go to is the council and the convention, and she want to go to Ireland one time. Trust me, she ain't worried about no man like that. I'm trying to tell you, it'd be hard to believe, but people be happy. They don't be pretending. They be legitimately like, I'm good, really good. But ladies, if you're single and love 30, let me hear from you.
So you guys, one more time. Let's do this one more time and you won't go home. We're going to close it up. I'm going to close the show right now. Because I'm going to make this into a shorter video. Because I was like, I didn't like Wall Street Journal the way they did it, because I felt like they were trying to blame the men. Like, oh, the reason why they are attracted to Trump is because they're not educated, because they don't have college degrees. So if you don't have a college degree, you're more likely to vote for Trump because you're not as sophisticated, you're not as educated. But if you have a college degree, you're more likely to vote Democrat. And I think hopefully I've proven that it's not the case. It's the total opposite. I think these schools are just making a bunch of, well, I can't even say book smart, because they're just taking people's money, you know, because people, I don't feel like these schools are producing intelligent people. I don't know how else to say it. They don't know how to avoid pregnancies. They don't know how to avoid unwanted pregnancies. They don't know how to manage money. They don't know how to plan how they're going to pay the money back. They don't know how to get good jobs. Like they all end up being influencers. So I feel like maybe we should do a school for influencers. I don't know, right? But it's like, it makes more sense. If you don't have to go to college today to make a lot of money. And I'm glad that a lot of young men figured that out. You know, most of these women, they're only going to college to spite the man. This is really sad, you guys. I don't know. It makes me sad. That's what I don't know. It just makes me sad. It's really sad. You know, people are, because debt is a lot. Debt is very stressful. It's very, very stressful. Owing money is so stressful. It's easy to sign on these, like, you know, take on loans. It's easy to sign up for debt. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I'm going to take this money. I'm going to take this money. Even the afterpay stuff is getting out of order. It's getting out of order. So, my Lord, may God help us all. But ladies, hope you enjoyed the show. Fellas, thank you for being here, right? But please, I urge you, right? Be mindful of money. Seriously. Be seriously mindful of money. If you are married, be mindful of money. Okay, if you're dating, be mindful of money. And also, if you're single, but you want to be married one day, please be mindful of your money. It goes for both men and women, right? Be mindful of your money. Do not squander your money. Okay? Be mindful. Like, if it's too expensive, it's okay. It's better to go work anyways and save your money. Right? Come on, $100,000 to become a nurse? Are you sure you're going to want to be a nurse for the next 20 years? Okay, if you're not too sure, just work. Work. Become a YouTuber. Become an influencer. Try that out first. Because that's kind of like free. All that money, like $100,000 in a degree, you could start a business. I'm not trying to be funny, but like, I don't know. Just make sure that if you want to pay $100,000 to become a nurse, Mark, I think did you come kind of late? Mark, were you late? We've been here for a minute. But if it's going to cost you $100,000 to become a nurse, is it really worth it? Okay, look at Mercy Gono. Mercy used to be a nurse. Now she stopped. She's a YouTuber full time. Okay, doing hair videos. Okay, I be telling y'all, make sure, make sure that you see yourself being a nurse for like 20 years. If you don't see yourself really being a nurse for 20 years, like, do you really want to be on your feet for 12 hours? Okay? I mean, you decide. Only you know, right? But don't do it out of desperation. In the words of Kanye, okay? Major in a what? What did he say? Went to college, major in a degree that don't pay. He said something. A radio, right? Don't be that girl. Okay? Do not be that girl. Please be careful. Please be mindful. Be demure with your credit score, right? Be very mindful. Young people, if you haven't signed up for loans yet, be very careful. No, we're not voting socialism out here. We don't. No. And my thing is, if less people go to school anyways, they're going to bring the prices down. So people have the power. We don't have to be socialists. If less and less people go to college, they will bring the prices down. Because they need business. When you don't have clients, guess what? You slash your prices so you can keep attracting clients. So, no. Okay? You might as well start a business. But I tell a lot of y'all, you might want to consider starting a YouTube channel and see how that goes before you go and commit $100,000 to be a nurse. That is crazy. That is really, really crazy. So, everyone, thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed this live stream. Libra, thank you for the coins. I appreciate you. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, yeah, I'll get a trade. You know, laying tiles, knowing how to like do bathrooms and stuff like that. You know, building a house, like, you know, even me, I wish I knew how to be a carpenter a little bit. I'm like, man, there's so many things I wish I knew to do around the house, right? But it might be better to get a trade. And then boom, you get a job right away. You know, like, stop worrying about status. Like, oh, people are going to laugh at me because I'm a blue collar worker. Who cares? Okay. When you know how to do things with your hands, you're always going to have a job. Even people who do hair, like cosmetologists, people who do hair, like, they make a lot of money just doing hair. And the degree is not even that expensive. You have nail techs who make all kinds of money. There's this girl I saw. She's a nail tech. She makes like 6 figures. Hold on. Let me see if I can find her. Hold on. Oh, she was on CNBC. How much I make? Hold on. Oh, yeah, here she is, right? Look at this young lady before we go. I'm going to play before we go. Last one before we go. Hold on. Look at that. Don't mind the ad. Hold on.
The American dream is very important to me because I want to be able to prove that you could be anything you want. And I want to be able to inspire other people to do the same thing like I did. I moved to a new country and didn't have money, I didn't have anybody. And I'd be able to do that, so you can do it too. My name is Jenny Nguyen. I'm 29 and I am a celebrity nail artist based in LA. I own a salon called Jen Payne Nail Lounge based in downtown LA. My salon is a vegan salon and we specialize in natural nail growth and soft gel extension. We're also really good with nail art. So any nail design that client wants, we can do it all. I grew up in a village called Hưng Tây. I feel like very close to my hometown. I had a happy childhood, but I didn't have money. And we didn't have enough food sometimes or water. The only job we could do is making rice, and we depend a lot on the weather. So when a storm hit, we basically lost everything. We grew up very poor, and my parents, they're both farmers. They don't speak English. So I always look for the opportunity to change our family fortune.
You have to worry about making money. And you don't need a degree to make money. You don't need a degree to make a lot of money. You know, do something that you really love, for real. Unless what you really love requires a degree, though, right? But if you're not really sure, you're just doing it for like pressure of society. I'm like, girl.
When I first found out I moved to America, I was so excited. And I feel like it's a new life for me. And it's really like American dream. When we first moved to the US, we landed in New York, and my families and I, we share a basement. And I really scared when we moved there. The weather was so cold, and we wasn't really prepared for that. I have 3 younger siblings. I have a lot of responsibility. I have 3 younger siblings.
You see, she also went to school. So she was study education. What money you gonna make? Okay, offshore university, and she dropped out during her 3rd year. So most likely she also has student loan debt just to do nails. I'm like, go straight for what you love. Seriously, go straight for what you love. Okay.
I have 3 younger siblings. I have a lot of responsibilities. So I was always looking for opportunity to make more money to help my family. I'm the oldest, so I feel like I'm like their mom because we didn't have our mom with us. Yeah, I never forget the feeling of being helpless when I want to help my sibling, but I can't. When I first moved to LA, I didn't plan to have a nail business here. I was on Instagram and I saw so many nail pictures during COVID because everybody's on their phone and nail salon were closing. So a lot of people were posting and I thought to myself, why not give it a try? So I went to YouTube and taught myself nail art. And I started doing nail for free to get followers on Instagram. And from there, I reached out to photographers and started working on set to build my portfolio. but I always want to build my own business. So I decided to open my own nail salon.
If you got it, haunt it. At home, decor for all for less.
Building your online business? Go to Wix.com and set.
When you first open a business, it's very stressful, especially the first day of a month. You look at your bank account and you see all red, and you're like, oh my God, how can I survive in next month? So you have to work harder. I almost quit, but I had no choice because I already signed the 5 years late, so I had no choice. So I had to make it work. I couldn't afford a front desk because I put all the money to build the salon. So I had to be everything. I had to be a front desk, to be a manager, to doing nails at the same time. And after work, my fiance had to come in and help me with the front desk. I only had 2 people working at salon, and I have some unkind people that were telling me that I should close my salon because I don't have people working there. And it was really sad, very stressful. And also it's about mental health. As an entrepreneur, especially when you started building your own company, you don't have money to hire people, so you try to do everything yourself. But I burn out, and it's not good for my mental health and also my physical health. I always feel exhausted. So if you want to go far, you have to go together. Another thing about the service business is you have to make sure that people are happy. Like I care about my employee happiness. I make sure they have good income and they're happy, because if you do nails and you don't feel happy about it, then you can't do a good job. The working environment is very important in the service business. It's all about people. Starting your own company is not easy as you think it is until you really do it, but it will get better over time. I always want to invest back in the business. I started my own nail supply brand, and it costs a lot of money to do that. So all the money I make is going back into hiring, training new people, and invest in my nail brand. The design is very unique and look very pretty, but also very efficient at the same time. No choice.
By having a business, she paid off her debt. Good job, sis. Good job.
I want to be able to start a family because I love kids. That's why I wanted to be a teacher at first place, because I love kids and I want to have my own kids so I can be their mom, because I think I'm going to be a great mom because I already have a lot of experience.
She also wants to be a mom. When I tell you Harrison didn't lie, okay? She also wants to be a mom. Most women want to be mothers. They really do. And when that time comes and they see that baby, you're not going to be able to tell her to go back to work because she's going to want to stay with her baby. Okay, look at mine. I got mine right here. Okay. Like it's a normal thing. Like women are meant to be attached to their baby. Babies are attached to their mommies. Dropping babies at daycare for 12 hours a day. Yeah, it's ungodly.
With my siblings.
No.
So that would be my happy life. My advice for people who want to start their own business is to just do it. The best time to start your own company is yesterday. So just do it and learn your lesson and move on. And just ignore all the noise on the way. Because I'm not afraid of failure, because I believe that.
Exactly. Do not be afraid of failure. Exactly. So if she can come all the way from Vietnam and make all this money doing nails, she tried to go to school. She tried to do the thing that society told her to do. These people lying. They are lying to you. Okay? Find your passion. Commit to it. Do that. You don't have to have a degree to make a lot of money and take good care of yourself. You don't have to. And you definitely don't have to go into 6-figure debt for a piece of paper. It's wild.
It's a universal way of protecting you from the wrong turn. So just keep looking for your door. Yeah. One door closed, another better will open.
Amen.
Keep looking for your door.
Amen. All right, so we're gonna stop it here, you guys. So that's it. So please find something that you love doing. I mean, if you truly need a degree to do what you're doing, that's one thing. If you're just doing it because you want to make money, because that's what your family wants you to do, that's because society wants you to do it, and the price tag is crazy, please don't do it, because you will have to pay this money back with interest. And when you have to pay, like, man, every time you pay that stuff, you're probably going to be really sad. Like, what am I paying all this money for? Do I even like this job? Okay. So try YouTube, try social media, try starting your own business, right? But don't rush going into debt for a piece of paper. All right. And if you do decide to do it, make sure it pays really well and do the numbers. Ask yourself, how many years would I need on the job to pay this off? Do you think you might want to be a mom? How soon do you think you might want to be a mom too, right? Like you gotta plan all of that. You gotta plan for all of that, right? But taking care of your money, be mindful of your money, saving a lot of money, not having all the stupid debt, and also having great credit score. I think it makes you really attractive also in the dating market, because people are scared of people who have debt because they'll drag you down with their debt. Yeesh. Okay. So that's it, you guys. I now have to go. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed the show. And I'm going to make a shorter video of all this, hopefully, by God's grace. Okay. All right. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your evenings. Hopefully I see you tomorrow. All right. Bye-bye. She's out of here. I need some food. Bisu, gotta go. Okay. Bye, everyone.